Chapter 201, The incomparably shocked Wang Ye explores the secrets of East Peak Mountain. 1. In the nightless city in the clouds. In the research laboratory on the top floor. Dr. Cheng picked up a small tissue slice from the table. He looked at the cell molecules wrapped in the liquid culture solution in the glass clip. Professor Cheng was a little dazed. These were the cells of experimental 0731. Even though 2 days had passed, the active molecules in the cells were still not completely dead. This incredible recovery ability was even stronger than some herbs. This made Professor Cheng doubt his life. He had personally nurtured the experimental body, but after in-depth research, he realized that many of the things were unfamiliar to him. Therefore, this monster that even he felt his scalp go numb. Did he really die so easily in the underground arena of N City? Naturally, it was impossible for him not to have suspected it. Especially after seeing the powerful recovery ability of Li Yueming's cells that could not be explained by current technology. This suspicion was magnified tenfold. However, if the experimentals did not die, he rushed back to the battle scene as soon as the clone died. The interval between the two was less than 10 minutes. However, the experimentals had vanished under such circumstances, leaving behind only a few pieces of their bodies. The entire land and sky around NN City had been sealed off. If the experimentals were not dead, they would definitely not be able to escape from N City. But even if he didn't believe it, after that, he brought tens of thousands of people to N City for half a month. However, he could not find any suspicious points. Dr. Cheng couldn't imagine that someone could hide everything under such circumstances. Therefore, in between these two inconceivable things, he could only choose the death theory that was easier to accept. After all, the genetic experiment he released back then was indeed very terrifying. In terms of energy level, it had already reached A+ class. Although his strength was slightly inferior to that of an ordinary A+ class supernatural being, he was definitely not someone that an experimental subject who had just become a supernatural being could contend with. He put down the tissue fragment in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Professor Cheng dialed the mysterious number. About 10 seconds later, the call went through. Professor Cheng said with a slightly perturbed expression, "Lord Ye Tianzi, experimental 0731 has been killed by us in N City. There are a total of 4 pieces of flesh collected at the scene." When he said these words, Dr. Cheng's emotions fluctuated violently. Son of Heaven Ye was one of the founders of Yongxiao Science and Technology Group and the most mysterious of the 3 behind-the-scenes bosses. The other 2 bosses occasionally appeared in front of the media and employees. In that case, Ye Tianzi was the only one whose true identity was unknown to his own employees. It was to the extent that many employees in the company thought that there were only 2 behind-the-scenes bosses in the Cloud Sky Group. They didn't know that there was someone who was hiding even deeper. The outside world knew nothing about this. His existence was like the neon lights in the city. When you looked around, he was there, shining with colorful lights. However, once you looked for him carefully, it was as if he had disappeared from this world. Other than the old phone in Professor Cheng's hand, no one else could contact Ye Tianzi. However, it was under such circumstances. Even someone as smart as Professor Cheng would not dare to play too many tricks in front of him. Sometimes, he even felt that Ye Tianzi could read minds. There were many things that he could not hide from. That's why Professor Cheng, who had his own plans in mind, was so resistant to talking to Ye Tianzi. Under normal circumstances, they would never take the initiative to contact Ye Tianzi. But now, for the sake of Li Yueming, he had no choice but to go all out. The hoarse voice on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before saying, "The investigation of experimental 0731 ends here. You can continue your research. With a portion of 0731's genes, you won't disappoint me again. Right?" Li Yueming's death. Ye Tianzi didn't seem to care. Professor Cheng felt that it was a little strange. However, in this situation where the information was extremely unbalanced, he could not figure out what the other party was thinking. Most importantly, he didn't know how much Ye Tianzi knew about Li Yueming's value. If it was just a superficial understanding, then it was normal to not care and be sensitive about it. After all, Li Yueming was dead. However, he still managed to bring back a portion of his genes. The losses that the company had initially invested in it could already be made up for with these genes. However, if Ye Tianzi had a deeper understanding of Li Yueming, then it was strange that his reaction was so calm. He thought about it. Professor Cheng was a little uncertain. He could only conclude that Ye Tianzi didn't know the true value of Li Yueming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to call Ye Tianzi now. He would have been dragged out to be shot when he returned to the Darkness City. Thinking of this, Professor Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the biggest secret was not discovered, he would be a chess piece that could not be abandoned. Hearing Ye Tianzi's question. "Give me another year, and I should be able to develop the new drug," Dr. Cheng said solemnly. On the other side, in the resistance camp, after taking control of all the power, Li Yueming began to reshuffle the cards in an orderly manner. Chapter 202, The Incomparably Shocked Wang Ye explores the secrets of East Peak Mountain. Part 2. The 6 captains definitely had to be restricted. After all, Li Yueming wanted to gather and redistribute the power, so the leaders naturally couldn't stay and disrupt the situation. Li Yueming didn't kill them because they knew what was good for them. Instead, they were transferred to a retirement home. As for the others who could not see the situation clearly and stubbornly resisted, Li Yueming, on the other hand, didn't have a good temper. He caught them and fed them to the peanuts. Under such swift and decisive methods, it took about 3 months. He had basically cleaned out all the disobedient people in the resistance camp. Li Yueming arranged for Sun Ruo to be the head of the combat department. As for the other 3 positions, the logistics department was assigned to the bald man, Wang Ye, who had gone to Cloud Sky City to save Sun Ruo. The other 2 positions were assigned to 2 more capable young men in the camp. What was worth mentioning was, Sun Ruo had been trying to get in touch with Wang Ye and his companions ever since she arrived at East Peak Mountain. At that time, a dozen thugs jumped down from the plane. Later on, because Li Yueming had exposed some of his tracks, he had been forced to leave. Most of the pursuers from the Cloud Sky Corporation were chasing after him. Therefore, it could be considered as opening up a path of survival for the other resistance. However, even so, back then, half of the dozen or so thugs had died on the way. In the plan that Wang Ye had formulated back then, as long as all the parachutists were still alive, the final assembly point would be Mount Dongyu. Now, due to a series of coincidences, Sun Ruo had also come to East Peak Mountain. Therefore, after settling down, she would naturally think of ways to contact Wang Ye and the others. Under her constant attempts. Finally, half a month ago, Sun Ruo made contact with the 5 surviving rebels of Milta. One of them was the bald Wang Ye. This also eased Li Yueming's awkward situation of having no one to use. After cleaning up the disobedient troublemakers in the base, Li Yueming personally led more than 1,000 members of the logistics department to enter the East Peak Mountain to hunt. After all, the 6 teams had been disbanded. The hunting mission would be taken over by the logistics department. However, the current logistics department was mostly a group of new recruits who did not know how to fight. In the resistance camp, when he heard that Li Yueming was going to lead more than 1,000 members of the logistics department to hunt and collect food in Dongye Mountain, he was shocked. Countless soldiers laughed their teeth out. Due to Li Yueming's iron-blooded methods, the soldiers in the survivor base were submissive on the surface and did not dare to make a sound. However, in reality, he did not know what he was thinking. There were many wild beasts in East Peak Mountain, but hunting them was fraught with danger. Even experienced veterans could be killed by some extremely powerful individuals if they were not careful. Under such circumstances, as the leader, Li Yueming led a group of new recruits from the logistics department up the mountain. In their eyes, this kind of behavior was no different from looking for *T. Of course, they couldn't wait for Li Yueming to be unlucky. Therefore, no one stood out to remind him. In order to understand the specific situation of East Peak Mountain in detail, and to see if he could find the legendary crater of East Peak Mountain, Li Yueming might be out hunting for a longer time this time. Before he returned, Sun Ruo was in charge of managing and training the soldiers in the base. After a round of inspection, he didn't find any problems. Under the gazes of the veterans who were looking at fools, Li Yueming brought his men and set off. East Peak Mountain was located north of the Red Leaf Empire, southeast of the East Peak Empire. 80% of the mountain range was within the borders of the East Peak Empire, and only 30% belonged to the Red Leaf Empire. 300 years ago, this was also one of the battlefields between the corporations and the government forces. However, due to the high mountains and dense forests, the frequency of military battles here was not particularly high. They were mainly fighting around a few key mineral resource points. That's why the entire East Peak Mountain was still relatively well preserved. Of course, most of the minerals in East Peak Mountain had already been dug up. Only the deepest part of the mountain range where the magnetic field was the most chaotic and difficult to detect remained. There might even be some scattered ores. The deep mines and dense forests created the complex terrain of East Peak Mountain. Even ordinary people, as long as they went a little deeper into the East Peak Mountain, they could see deep man-made mines. The local residents who lived here all year round could get lost in the caves and mountains if they were not careful. To be on the safe side, Li Yueming brought a few veterans with him to act as navigation. However, these seasoned soldiers were obviously not very interested in this job. As long as Li Yueming didn't take the initiative to ask them, they basically wouldn't take the initiative to report any information. He had no choice. Now, many veterans in the base wanted to see Li Yueming step into a few more pits. Under such circumstances, why would they take the initiative to remind Li Yueming? Fortunately, Li Yueming didn't express much about their attitude, or rather, he didn't ask them anything from the beginning to the end. The group of people walked in the forest for about 3 hours. Finally, not far away, a group of eastern mountain flower deer appeared on a green hillside. He took a cursory glance. There were about 500 eastern peak flower deer. Each of them was as large as a wild bull, and their fur was covered in a thick layer of hard soil. It was obvious that he was not an easy opponent. When the soldiers beside him saw the East Peak flower deer, their eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 203, The Incomparably Shocked Wang Ye Explores the Secrets of East Peak Mountain. Part 3. They were very familiar with this thing. An adult Dongye flow rider could weigh more than 300 kilograms. It could be said that each adult was extremely majestic. The soil wrapped around their bodies could be used to resist mosquito attacks. It could also play a super bulletproof role. Ordinary caliber firearms could not penetrate the mud armor of the East Mountain flower deer at all. Only a few large caliber weapons could cause damage to it. Of course, none of the above was the main point. The main point was that although large caliber weapons could cause damage to the East Mountain flower deer, however, other than hitting the head and abdomen, which were vulnerable spots, hitting other spots could not cause fatal injuries. The injured East Mountain flower deer didn't flee for their lives like ordinary deer. Instead, they would turn around and attack their attackers with red eyes. Imagine this. Hundreds and thousands of tank-sized deer were charging at the humans. Therefore, he had no choice. Under normal circumstances, there was no other prey to kill other than the surrounding area. The resistance camp basically wouldn't provoke herds of spotted deer. Even if they had to provoke them, the veterans who were familiar with the jungle would make many preparations in advance. For example, they could occupy the high ground and dig some traps along the way. But now, they were the inexperienced deputy leader who obviously knew nothing. Moreover, most of the logistics troops were equipped with light weapons. If they were to rashly attack the flower deer herd under such circumstances, they would be able to escape. Then there would be a good show to watch. Of course, the few seasoned soldiers leading the way did not dare to show any abnormalities on the surface. In order to prevent Li Yueming from paying attention and asking them questions, the veterans even slowed down their footsteps carefully. Obviously, they were very resistant to Li Yueming's order to disband the 6th Brigade. He was also not convinced by the new deputy chief, Li Yueming. After all, in the past, the 6 battalions were the highest-ranking troops in the entire resistance camp. They were the first to enjoy all the benefits in the camp. But now, ever since Li Yueming changed the system, a bunch of useless logistic Ians could enjoy the same treatment as them. Even the horse keepers who transported the axle load were included in the team. This naturally made them feel dissatisfied. Under their deliberate silence, as expected, Li Yueming, who was walking at the front of the team, did not ask about the various characteristics of the East Peak flower deer. After discovering the flower deer, Li Yueming's first order was to slow down the pace of the logistics troops. Then, he ordered his men to find a flat ground with a wide view. Immediately after, Under the excited gazes of the veterans, Li Yueming waved his hand and started firing. Instantly, nearly 1,000 large-caliber firearms opened fire at the same time. The spotted deer hundreds of meters away were instantly alarmed, and they all began to snort and neigh. Seeing this situation, the seasoned soldiers were overjoyed. This was how a spotted deer would behave after it was provoked. Then, the berserk deer herd would follow behind the deer and charge fearlessly in the direction of the gunshot. At this moment, they seemed to have already seen the scene of Li Yueming and the new recruits from the logistics department getting beaten up by the Dongye flower deer. At that time, he would return empty-handed and fail. It would probably become a huge joke in the resistance camp. As expected, everything was as they had expected. About 10 seconds later, the spotted deer that were attacked not far away confirmed the source of the attack. Under the lead of a 500-kilogram giant spotted deer, hundreds of deer began to attack Li Yueming. The speed of these tanks was much faster than the speed of ordinary humans. At this moment, running together felt like the earth was shaking. The bullets of the retreating soldiers did not cause much damage to their fur. The damage caused by a few armor penetrations was only a slight pain to the flower deer, making it more manic. It could not cause fatal damage at all. All the members of the logistics department were dumbfounded. The hunting process was completely different from what they had imagined. When did a herd of wild deer become so aggressive? Seeing this situation, Li Yueming raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Instantly, the power in his body turned into balls of golden energy that wrapped around the bullets fired by the soldiers. After many days of trial and error and training, now, Li Yueming's control of his special talent had become more and more proficient. He had already developed his martial arts to a very good level. It was very easy for him to control hundreds of bullets to enchant them. Of course, the more he controlled it, the more the synchronization attribute would decrease, and the extraordinary energy consumption in Li Yueming's cells would also increase. However, under such circumstances, the enchantment effect of strength was very obvious. In the next second, a scene that caused all the soldiers' jaws to drop appeared. The bullets that had been hitting the East Mountain flower deer's body were now as powerful as a cheat. The stampeding herd of deer suddenly suffered a heavy blow. In the blink of an eye, dozens of 300 to 400 kilograms of Dongye flower deer were pierced through by bullets. Furthermore, the bullets that pierced through their bodies left fatal wounds. The sound of the law, the sound of the law. One after another, the East Mountain deer fell to the ground. A few of the particularly muscular individuals tried to stand up, but they were quickly riddled with bullets. After the bullets were enchanted by Li Yueming, 500 to 600 Fudong Mountain flow rider were wiped out almost instantly. When everything was over, Li Yueming's face was expressionless. He said to the logistics department head, Wang Ye, who was beside him, "Call the transportation department to collect the body." Wang Ye looked at the corpses of the giant deer that littered the mountain and then looked at the logistics department soldiers with stiff faces. After a moment of silence, he sized up Li Yueming and said, "Let me think it through. I remember that you were only 5 years old when I saw you 3 years ago, right?" "What's wrong?" Li Yueming asked. Wang Ye's face was filled with complicated emotions. He silently took off his hat and touched his bald head. "So, are you 8 years old now?" He was one of the few people who knew Li Yueming's true identity. Wang Ye still remembered that when he parachuted, Li Yueming seemed to be just a young boy. At that time, he even patted Li Yueming's shoulder and said goodbye to him, hoping to see him again in the future. However, he never expected that. In just 3 years, everything had changed. Li Yueming looked at himself and then at Wang Ye, who was almost half a head shorter than him. He said expressionlessly, "If I told you that I'm 18 years old this year, would you believe me?" Wang Ye was speechless. "Damn it, do you think I believe you?" "Forget it." Wang Ye decided that it was better for his body to think less about things he shouldn't think about. Otherwise, it would be easy for her to lose her hair if she was stimulated. He put on his hat again, shook his head, and walked to the side to take out his satellite phone to communicate with the Ministry of Transportation. Li Yueming glanced at the surrounding soldiers. His gaze finally landed on the few veterans who were leading the way. He walked over and stood in front of them. Looking at the veterans, Li Yueming said coldly, "If you want to die, don't blame me for not helping you." At this moment, A few seasoned soldiers were still immersed in shock and had yet to recover from their shock. What did they just see? Who knew what they had just seen? He finally came back to his senses. A few seasoned soldiers were instantly frightened and fell to the ground with ashen faces. At this moment, they finally understood why the captain of the 6th Brigade didn't dare to make a sound after he was dismissed by Li Yueming. Who could resist such a fierce deputy chief? Chapter 204, A Beautiful Girl's Spit, 1. About half a day later, the transport troops who received the order rushed over. Looking at the corpses of the East Mountain flower deer on the ground, they 1,000 odd soldiers were dumbfounded. What was going on? It had only been 2 days since the deputy chief had set off with the new recruits of the logistics unit, right? How did they kill so many flowering deer? Even if they lined up, they wouldn't be able to shoot one head so quickly, right? Looking at the fresh venison all over the mountain, all the soldiers of the transport troops fell silent. When they looked at Li Yueming again, all the soldiers were shocked. After a simple handover, the transport team began to clean up the battlefield. When they spent a lot of effort to transport the giant deer back to the camp, more and more deer meat was piled up until it almost became a small mountain. The entire resistance camp was in an uproar. Countless soldiers and civilians were extremely excited. Hulu had a bad temper and was extremely aggressive. Therefore, it was very difficult to hunt. However, the meat of this thing was first class and delicious. In the past, when the 6th big team went out to hunt, they had never brought back such a large amount of high-quality meat in such a short time. But now, however, the new deputy chief did it. To most of the ordinary people in the resistance camp, this was undoubtedly a display of strength. In the military camp, the group of old men from the previous dynasty who were still struggling at death's door almost couldn't catch their breath when they saw this. They had thought that Li Yueming would return in a sorry state after climbing the mountain. After all, hunting was something that required a lot of experience. In the entire resistance camp, only the veterans had this kind of experience. Therefore, as they had expected, when Li Yueming realized that he couldn't do anything to the ferocious beasts on the mountain, he was shocked. He would invite them back and entrust them with important tasks again. At that time, they might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to extort some benefits. However, he never expected that. How long had it been? The first batch of prey that Li Yueming had caught had already arrived. Moreover, there were so many of them. It made them doubt their lives. Since when was the herd of flower deer so easy to kill? This shouldn't be. An adult spotted deer weighed more than 300 kilograms, and when it was injured, it could run at a maximum speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. They were like extremely fast armored vehicles, and ordinary weapons could not do anything to them. Could it be that they had been hunting for decades, and all they hunted were fake flower deer? However, just as they were collectively doubting their lives, soon, he realized that the nightmare was far from over. In fact, it had just begun. The transport team had just packed up all the spotted deer and transported them back to the camp. The group of soldiers had yet to heave a sigh of relief. Wang Ye, the logistics captain on the mountain, called again. North latitude 34, east latitude 108, we killed more than 200 mud boars. He hung up the phone. The transportation team was dumbfounded. Damn it! Even the donkeys of the production team wouldn't use it like this. It had only been a short while, and the deputy chief had already hunted more than 200 mud boars. He had no choice. The transport team could only enter the mountain again. They began their painful yet somewhat happy process of transporting the goods. When more than 200 giant rolling boars were carried back to the rebel camp, nearly 1,000 soldiers in the transport team were almost paralyzed from exhaustion. Even those who were equipped with prosthetics had applied oil on their prosthetics countless times. But even so, there were still a few of the lower quality ones that started to smoke. However, before they could catch their breath, Wang Ye's phone rang again. The person in charge of the transport team felt like his scalp was about to explode. No way, sir, you're still here? This was too much. In the end, the transport troops in the rebel camp were completely exhausted after only 3 days. As a last resort, Li Yueming began to recruit ordinary people who were in high spirits as temporary transportation teams. He used fresh meat as a reward to send them up the mountain to transport the hunted animals. This decision naturally caused countless ordinary people to cheer. Li Yueming had personally promised that as long as they could transport 100 kilograms of meat back to the camp, 30 kilograms of it would be rewarded to the porter. Under the encouragement of eating meat, the ordinary people in the entire resistance camp were all passionate. They began to organize groups to enter the mountain to transport the goods. There were nearly 100,000 people in the resistance camp. Except for the elderly and children who had no labor force and the soldiers who needed to guard the defense. There were about 50,000 workers in the country. And now, out of the 50,000, almost 20,000 joined the transport relay race. The 25,000 people were divided into 5 batches and began to enter the mountain one after another. Most of these 25,000 people were ordinary humans. There were even only a few who were able to use artificial limbs. Therefore, their transportation efficiency was much worse than that of a regular transportation force. However, he couldn't resist the crowd. With tens of thousands of people taking turns to come down, even a small mountain could be emptied. In the beginning, many people in the camp thought that Li Yueming was making a mountain out of a molehill by organizing so many people to move the prey into the mountain. However, they were soon slapped in the face. Every time tens of thousands of people entered the mountain, they could actually bring out a huge number of animal carcasses. Many of them were still working overtime. What happened? What was the logistics team doing in East Peak Mountain? How could a team of more than 1,000 people hunt so much prey? Chapter 205, A Beautiful Girl's Spit, 2. I heard that the deputy chief has the power of God. As long as the guns and bullets that he has blessed can cause huge damage, it's simply too terrifying. What bullshit divine power! The deputy leader is a powerful extraordinary. I heard that even a supernatural animal that has become a spirit can't escape the fate of being killed by the deputy chief. The animals in the camp are piled up like mountains. The machines that process the canned meat are almost smoking. This is the first time I've been worried about having too much food. To be honest, I've lived in the camp for more than 10 years, but I've never thought that I could see such a ridiculous scene. Originally, many members of the resistance camp were waiting to see Li Yueming make a fool of himself. But now, as the food in the base became more and more abundant, some rumors about Li Yueming became more and more widespread. Naturally, the trend started to change. As ordinary members of the resistance living in the camp, their loyalty to their leader was mostly based on their contributions to the camp. Li Yueming could bring them benefits. To them, he was a qualified leader. As for the other messy power struggles, they couldn't and didn't want to interfere. This party of tens of thousands of people transporting the corpses of the night guards lasted for a week. A week later, every household in the resistance camp was about to vomit from eating meat. Looking at the endless corpses of the wild beasts, the members of the resistance camp were numb. So, what kind of monster was the deputy chief? Wasn't he too good at creating? According to this trend, he was afraid that all the large wild beasts in the entire East Peak Mountain would not be enough for him to kill. Fortunately, a week later, the exhausted logistics team finally returned from the mountains. Look at them. All of them were so exhausted that it was as if their bodies had been emptied. Only his mouth was stiff. No matter how many people asked, they just wouldn't say what happened in the mountains. The only thing everyone knew was that, after killing enough wild beasts as food, Deputy Leader Li Yueming went deep into the mountains alone. The river of time flowed into the ocean. Li Yueming stayed in East Peak Mountain for more than a month before returning. When he returned, he brought out a dozen fist-sized dark grey ores from the depths of the mountain range. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the legendary meteor that fell from the sky above the moon. It contained a heavy metal with super hardness and malleability. It was enough for him to forge a weapon that could withstand it. This year, Li Yueming was 9 years old. After he successfully seized the position of deputy leader, the entire rebellion army camp had undergone earth-shattering changes. The first problem was the organization. Reassigning the troops made the division of labor clearer. The combat troops were in charge of combat and guarding the base. He was no longer training and farming as usual. Instead, he was only responsible for combat and training, and did not worry about anything else. Other than managing the logistics team was also responsible for developing new weapons and equipment. The current technology of the resistance base was very backward. In addition to the lack of industrial facilities, there were also very few high-end research talents. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming could only personally take action. Once again, he would rely on his own strength to help the resistance camp upgrade its core technology. Of course, all kinds of resources were in short supply, and the infrastructure was not perfect. Even if Li Yueming had a heaven-defying ability, he couldn't use it. Let me give you the simplest example. Just changing the muzzle of the standard rifle required a complete industrial chain to match it. And even if he could really make a rifle. However, most of the bullets on the market today were 5 to 56 mm, 7.62 mm, and 9 to 79 mm. The magically modified rifle could not be reloaded at all. If he wanted to use it, he had to make the ammunition that matched it. However, this required a complete industrial production line. This was like a strange circle of magic. If he couldn't make a breakthrough at a critical point, it would be very difficult to improve his technology. However, Li Yueming couldn't magically modify the weapon. However, he could modify his mech and grow it. After all, as an apprentice of a repair shop, he had learned a lot from old Lin. In addition to his infinite deduction talent, all kinds of fancy operations could be completed more thoroughly. It took a whole year. He established the first exoskeleton mecha unit. This unit was codenamed Zero and represented destruction and restart. It took another half a year. He established the first team of transmigrators, codenamed Mechanical Ascension. Under his constant training, these two troops quickly gained a decent fighting strength in a short period of time. They had become the mainstay of the resistance. Of course, Li Yueming himself didn't stop. The power of this world originated from two aspects. One was the storage of supernatural energy in the cells. It was also the standard to measure the strength of extraordinary humans. Another aspect was the extraordinary talent awakened from the genetic chain. When Li Yueming had just been injected with the supernatural potion, he had directly broken through to become an A+ grade supernatural being. Now, after a few years of tempering, he had long since shed the light luxury he had when he had just mastered extraordinary power. He had grown into an experienced A+ class extraordinary human. Chapter 206, Beautiful Maiden's Original Spit, 3. However, there was something worth mentioning. There was a huge difference between an A+ class supernatural being and an S class supernatural being. If the supernatural energy contained in the body of an A+ class supernatural being was like a bucket of water, then the energy contained in the body of an S class supernatural being was like a stream. The gap between them was huge. An S-class supernatural being could easily annihilate a city without the interference of other supernatural beings of the same level, while an A-class supernatural being would at most cause some commotion and panic. He wanted to advance quickly. Other than the injection of the gene serum, the only thing Li Yueming could do was to continuously train his body to accommodate more extraordinary energy. Fortunately, his foundation was solid enough, so his tempering speed was faster than ordinary people. However, even so, he was still quite a distance away from becoming an S-class supernatural being. On this day, Li Yueming walked out of the exclusive forging room of the logistics department. In his hand was a blue metal saber. He waved it gently. The long metal blade brought with it a breathing sound that sounded like a dragon's roar. It was as if it could cut a mark in space. This was the weapon that Li Yueming had forged using the meteorites from the East Peak Mountain and other metals. It was an extremely sharp and hard tang sword. Using force to pour on the tang knife, Li Yueming could feel that the attributes of the long knife were constantly rising at this moment. When it was about 90%. Finally, the saber reached its limit. This increase was similar to what Li Yueming had expected. The distance between the true perfection and the distance. However, it was enough for Li Yueming to use it for a long time. At this moment, the fluctuations that erupted from the saber were extremely terrifying. Li Yueming named it the dragon-slaying saber after feeling it for a moment. Although the name was simple, it was still considered grand. Outside the door, Sun Ruo walked in with a satellite phone. In this year, she was the head of the combat force, and she was doing a good job. As for the specific work content, he followed Li Yueming every day and asked about his training plan. The poor combat troops had been trained like devils for half a year and had always thought that Sunruo was the one who made the training plan. He couldn't afford to be looked down upon by his beautiful minister. The group of men shouted and gritted their teeth to persevere. However, what they didn't know was Sunruo was just taking the blame for Li Yueming. Occasionally, when she checked the progress of her training, her mind would be filled with questions such as what to eat tonight and where to play. He had no idea how much strength the soldiers had mustered under his feet. And now, Sunruo rushed over with a phone in her hands. Clearly, something had happened. Li Yueming sheathed his dragon-slaying saber and took the phone. "Hello." Han Longfiai's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Recently, the situation has been a little tense. The supplies that I promised you might not be able to arrive." Li Yueming pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "City Lord Han is so resourceful. I didn't expect him to tell me that the news was tight. It's really strange." It was no wonder Li Yueming made such a big fuss. As the leader of the resistance forces around N City, Han Longfiai actually held the position of the City Lord of N City at the same time. This pangolin was already more ridiculous than the real version of the Mission Impossible. The most important thing was, at that time, Li Yueming was a wanted criminal who was the focus of Yongxiao Group. Professor Cheng even mobilized an A+ grade genetic monster for him. However, when he escaped later on, Li Yueming and Suruo hid in the container and escaped easily without much interrogation. At that time, even Li Yueming himself did not dare to escape. It was because the encirclement that Professor Cheng and the Cloud Sky Group had set up near N City was too all-rounded and had no blind spots. It was like a spider web. As long as Li Yueming made a move somewhere, it would attract all the predators on the spider web. There was the slightest movement of wind and grass. The overwhelming firepower was enough to destroy everything. However, it was under such circumstances. However, Li Yueming was able to escape easily under Han Longfiai's arrangements. One could imagine how powerful he was. Now, Han Longfiai actually called him to say that the situation was a little tense recently. It really sounded a little flattering. As for the other meaning in his words, Han Longfiai didn't answer, but smiled and said, "LVE been running in N City for more than 10 years, so I have some connections. However, the Cloud Sky Corporation seems to be on guard against me recently, so I probably have to behave myself for the next period of time. As for the development of the resistance base, I believe that you won't disappoint me." Li Yueming was smiling. However, there were not many smiles. He orgamzia ms knolrum demung to ena. For some reason, he smelled a strange aura, as if there was a gaze watching his every move. He thought about it. Li Yueming didn't say anything and hung up after exchanging a few pleasantries. At the side, Sunruo pouted. "This baldy actually has something he can't do. I thought he was Superman." Li Yueming glanced at her and smiled. He took out a relatively delicate mech from the studio behind him. He handed it to Sunruo and said, "Here, the big mecha you asked me for last time. I'll give it to you as a birthday present. Try it on." Chapter 207, Beautiful Girl's Original Spit, 4. Sunruo looked at the mech in his hands and asked, "You didn't even measure my height and 3 measurements. Could this thing be mass-produced to fool?" Hearing this, Li Yueming glanced at her from head to toe and said speechlessly, "I'll estimate that you are 1.68 meters tall. As for your 3 measurements, are you sure you have them?" Hearing this, Sunruo was instantly unhappy. "Why not?" she asked, straightening her chest. Wasn't this it? And, being small now didn't mean that she wouldn't grow up in the future. She was already 16 years old this year, and from her height, she seemed to be no different from her peers. However, the other 2 things on a girl who was 16 years old had never shown signs of development. Even now, when he lowered his head to look, his line of sight could still easily look past his chest that was as flat as an airport and straight to his toes. Li Yueming rolled his eyes and said, "Wait until you grow up." Sunruo was speechless. Mental damage 10086, aggro plus 10,086. Seeing her face full of black lines and murderous intent, Li Yueming added, "If you're really worried, you can try drinking more milk. You can eat whatever you want, understand? In addition, I heard that rubbing it more often will help you grow bigger." Sunruo's eyelids twitched as she heard him ramble on. "Ah, if you say it again, do you believe that I will bite you? Seeing that she couldn't afford to be anxious, Li Yueming mocked, he, women are indeed more temperamental with smaller breasts. Hearing this, Sun Ruo couldn't hold it in any more. She rubbed her shiny little canine teeth and pounced on him. He opened his mouth and bit Li Yueming's arm. Seeing this, Li Yueming took 2 steps back and said, no. You're a dog, right? Sun Ruo became even angrier. She couldn't help but put more strength into her cheeks. A moment later, he realized that his actions seemed a little inappropriate. She was too embarrassed to stand up. However, when she stood up and let go of her mouth, there was still some sparkling liquid stuck to her mouth and arm. Li Yueming wiped it with disdain. He placed it at the tip of his nose and smelled it. It was filled with the stench of saliva. Tisk, beautiful girl's saliva. It was really too much. After a while, Li Yueming stopped teasing and said seriously, during this period of time, prepare well. There's going to be a big move. A year ago, when he was looking for meteorites to forge a saber, Li Yueming had already roughly surveyed the East Peak Mountain. Most of the valuable mineral resources here had already been dug up by the various tycoons. Otherwise, there would not be such a large mountain range that no one cared about. Only a few ores were left in the mines and deep in the mountains. The cost of collecting and transporting them was too high, and they had no value at all. The resistance camp had a population of 100,000. There was no science and technology, and there was no basic industry. Even military supplies had to be transported from N City by Han Longfei. Under such circumstances, staying in the forgotten land of the East Peak Mountain, which was barren of resources, obviously had no prospects for development. It would be fine if he only wanted to seek peace in a corner. However, if one wanted to condense a huge fist that could compete with the corporations, the rebellion army camp had to occupy an area with rich resources and a complete industrial system to have any hope. However, the problem was that the more abundant the resources, the more dangerous it would be. Moreover, the resistance was an existence that everyone hated in the corporate world. There was no doubt that this was another path that needed to be forged with blood and bones. Before stepping on this path, there wasn't much time left for Li Yueming and the resistance camp to prepare. Sun Ruo's chest was still heaving. She took a few deep breaths to suppress the girl's shame and forced her gaze away from the bite marks on Li Yueming's arm. What big move? He asked curiously. Li Yueming glanced at her but didn't answer. Seeing this situation, Sun Ruo stuck out her tongue and did not continue asking. After all, although she did not appear very smart most of the time, she still had some basic political sense. Not to mention anything else, just from Li Yueming changing some of the internal systems of the resistance army, it could be seen that the other party's demands were far greater than she had expected. Under such circumstances, it was the most correct thing to hold back from anyone. She got up and walked out. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the figure standing behind him under the light. It was a youth with delicate features. Just based on age, she was even 5 or 6 years older than him. But for some reason, under the roof where the lights and the night alternated, the other party's figure seemed particularly silent and heavy. He hesitated for a while. The young girl mustered her courage and whispered, "Thank you for remembering my birthday, also, I like this gift very much. I will keep it well." In the shadows, the young man did not speak. He just waved at her to say goodbye. Chapter 208, 3 Years of Sharpening the Sword. Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon flew like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, a year passed quietly. Li Yueming was 10 years old. In this year, due to the abundance of food, the number of soldiers in the rebel camp doubled. The Zero Exoskeleton Mecha team and the Mechanical Ascension Transmigrator team became the ace elite troops of the entire resistance camp. Li Yueming began to personally supervise the soldiers in the base to train. There were no strange substances in this world, so it was naturally impossible to cultivate breathing techniques. However, this did not mean that breathing techniques were useless. After the ordinary soldiers learned the breathing technique, through breathing, one could control the various functions of the body and use this to increase one's combat strength. This was for an organized army. It could already be considered a very useful training method. In addition, this year, the conflict between the Cloud Sky Group and the Northern Hurricane Power Group became more and more intense. The large number of troops deployed by both sides on the border clearly had the possibility of a large-scale conflict. Hurricane Energy Technology Group was one of the largest corporations in the East Peak Empire. Its main business was to sell various types of mechanical equipment and heavy machinery. In front of the huge Hurricane Group, the Cloud Sky Group, which had only been established in recent decades, could only be considered an inconspicuous small company. Whether it was in terms of foundation or strength, there was an obvious gap between them and the Power Group. The reason for the conflict? It was because the genetic modification plan that Cloud Sky Group was working overtime on made Hurricane Group feel a huge threat. The sales of transplants accounted for 30% of the annual income of Hurricane Power Group. It was the most important part of the company's main business. However, if Yunxiao Corporation's research on the gene serum was really successful, in the future, humans could improve their physical strength and strength through the genetic level. Then wouldn't the reproductive equipment produced by Hurricane Group be eliminated by the times? After all, if given a choice, how could an ordinary human be willing to replace his flesh and blood with a cold body? A gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. They knew that the genes researched by Yunxiao Group might affect their position as the overlord of the financial group. How could Hurricane Technology Group sit idly by? As early as 5 years ago, Hurricane Technology Group had already sent people to deliver several ultimatums to Cloud Sky Group. At that time, the Cloud Sky Group had only two choices. The first was to disclose the research results of genes to Hurricane Energy, and the two sides would work together to develop the gene serum. The second was that Hurricane Power had ordered the Cloud Sky Group to stop all genetic-related research. Otherwise, Hurricane Power would personally lead the army to Cloud Sky Nightless City to take away the relevant research results. As a top tech tycoon, Hurricane Power Group's arrogance and dominance could be seen from this. Without a doubt, the Yunxiao Group was unwilling to share the results of their genetic research. He was also unwilling to stop his genetic research. The two sides didn't come to an agreement and eventually broke up. The conflict could only become more and more intense. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. After all, with the current strength of the resistance army base, once they rashly clashed with the corporations, they would probably be taken care of in no time. He had to wait until the large-scale war between the Yunxiao Group and the Hurricane Group officially began. Only then would the rebellion army base have a chance to take action. Finally, at the end of the second year, Hurricane Group and Cloud Sky Group started fighting on the northern border. This time, it was not a true full-scale war. However, the scale was not small at all. In order to deal with the oppression from the giant financial groups, the Cloud Sky Group began to mobilize their forces to the north to fight. On this basis, Li Yueming knew that the time had come. On a certain dawn, he quietly led the resistance camp of about 30,000 soldiers and left East Peak Mountain. He headed toward the town of Gillette that the Cloud Sky Group occupied in the northwest. Gillette itself was not a resource center. However, it was one of the transportation hub of the northwest innerland of the Cloud Sky Group. Most of the resources from the resource towns in the northwest would pass through here and then be transported to the surrounding powerful industrial cities. It was one of the more important towns on the map. According to the insider information given by Han Longfei, the king of the super snitches, 80% of the military forces in Jilye town had been conscripted to the northern battlefield by the Cloud Sky Group half a month ago. Now, only the local defense forces and a small number of Yunxiao Group soldiers were left. This meant that Li Yueming had an opportunity to take advantage of it. He spent more than 2 months traveling day and night. Li Yueming led more than 30,000 fully armed resistance soldiers down the mountain. They went south through the desert city of Onlado. They brushed past several resource towns in the northwest of Yunxiao Group. The tip of the blade pierced into Gillette town. The Cloud Sky Corporation probably would not have dreamed of it. As soon as the flames of war were ignited on their front lines, tens of thousands of resistance troops would suddenly appear from the rear. He looked around. After confirming that Han Longfei's source of information was correct, Li Yueming led the travel-worn resistance army and fired the first shot. Boom! A series of explosions sounded. All the defenders of Jilye town were dumbfounded. Ever since the establishment of the Cloud Sky Group, although there would occasionally be some rebel forces in various places. Chapter 209, 3 Years of Sharpening the Sword. However, it was only a small fight. In most cases, the Cloud Sky Corporation did not even need to step in. The local government could handle it themselves. After all, the current era was different from the primitive era. All kinds of production materials and powerful firearms were in the hands of the corporations. No matter how dissatisfied ordinary people were, they would not be able to do so. They were powerless against the powerful and cold superweapons. That's why the defenders had long gotten used to the days of standing guard and slacking off. No one would have thought that such a well-equipped force would suddenly appear in the heavily controlled area to attack the city. Tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers descended from the sky like the Grim Reaper. The defenseless Gillette garrison wanted to resist. However, the Zero Mecha team and the Mechanical Ascension Growth user team had already sneaked into the city. They all rushed out when they heard the explosion. At this moment, they had already broken through the defense line on the city wall. For a moment, the city was in chaos, and the screams of the soldiers guarding the city rang out. The entire Gillette town was covered in blood. Li Yueming led the resistance army and took over the place without much effort. During this period, more than a dozen supernatural beings who belonged to the Cloud Sky Corporation stood up. However, under Li Yueming's thunderous methods, it only took less than 2 minutes for the heads of several supernatural beings to leave their necks forever. At this moment, Li Yueming was wearing the warrior sage mecha and holding the dragon-slaying blade. His entire person was filled with killing intent, as if he was the reincarnation of a war god. He chopped off the head of the last soldier who was still firing and looked at the other soldiers who had raised their hands to signal surrender. Li Yueming did not say anything. After looting some supplies, he left Jilye town. Half an hour later, a large number of armed tanks and helicopters arrived at the ruined town of Gillette. The commander in the lead was the deputy commander of S-City's city defense. Looking at the town of Gillette that had been blown up beyond recognition, the attackers seemed to be just passing by. He had already left. The city defense commander's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He cursed at the adjutant beside him, "Who can tell me what is going on? Where did such a powerful force come from around S-City?" The adjutant felt wronged. However, he did not dare to talk back. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Sir, I suspect that Hurricane Power Group has sent elite special forces into our territory. I just asked the surviving soldiers. They said that they saw many soldiers wearing mechanical suits and exoskeleton power mechs. They have super combat strength." Hearing this, the expression on the deputy commander's face softened a little. "The battle command is a bunch of lunatics," he continued after a while. "I told you that it was irrational to start a war with Hurricane Power Group. They just don't understand." As he spoke, the deputy commander of the city defense paused for a moment. Actually, he wanted to say that he was the boss of a higher level, but he didn't dare to point fingers. Therefore, he could only take a step back and ask the old lady of the battle command. He cursed for a long time. After calming down a little, the deputy commander of S-City began to call the higher UPS. Hurricane Power Group actually sent troops to invade their Cloud Sky Group's territory. At this moment, this battle, which was originally still in the observation and probing stage, was suddenly completely different. After all, in the past, they could fight and fight. There was still some tacit understanding between the two sides. The consortiums would not really invade and annex the other party's territory unless they had a falling out. And now, the Hurricane Power Group had actually sent troops to attack the hinterland of Cloud Sky City. It seemed that they were really prepared to fight the Cloud Sky Corporation to the death this time. After making the call and reporting, the deputy commander left the soldiers from Severny in Gillette town. After all, although Jilye town did not produce resources, it was one of the places where the surrounding resources had to pass through. They couldn't let them be exposed to the elite troops of Hurricane Power Group who might appear at any time. On the other side, he wanted to eliminate Li Yueming and the others. The next morning, countless of reporters who had caught the scent of the smell were trying to find a way to rush to Gillette town. However, the Cloud Sky Corporation was clearly not prepared to announce this humiliating news. Instead, they sent more troops and began to fight with Hurricane Group. After all, if one wasn't ruthless, one wouldn't be able to stand firm. Even if Hurricane Power Group was an old-fashioned financial magnate. However, if the Cloud Sky Corporation could still admit defeat in such a matter, they would become a laughingstock in the eyes of other corporations. On the northern front line, the Yongxiao group's big ears went down and beat up the unprepared Hurricane Power group. What the hell was going on? Are you serious? Hurricane Power Group was originally prepared to have one last round of negotiations with Yongxiao Group. If the negotiations did not make any progress, they would resort to force. At this critical juncture, he was slapped twice by the Cloud Sky Corporation. Hurricane Power Technology Group was naturally enraged. After all, they, as the top veteran financial groups, had not taken it seriously yet. How dare a second-rate group like the Cloud Sky Group take the lead? Did they think that Hurricane Power Group was a freeloader? Anyone could ride on the water and step on it. If he didn't teach the Cloud Sky Corporation a lesson, they could forget about maintaining a strong image in front of other consortiums in the future. Chapter 210, 3 Years of Sharpening the Sword. Under such circumstances, the intensity of the battle between the two sides suddenly increased. Countless financial and material resources began to flow slowly, all of which were invested into the huge flesh and blood mill on the northern border. Seeing this, Li Yueming knew that his plan had succeeded. He could only stir up the conflict between Yongxiao Group and Hurricane Power to stir up the mess. As the weaker party, the resistance army had the space to survive in the cracks. After the surprise attack on Gillette Town, Li Yueming brought his team back to the desert and lay low for half a month. He patiently waited for the flames of war on the northern front line to burn completely before leading the team to the next attack site. In the next half a year, Li Yueming led the elites of the rebellion army to attack the traffic hub of various places, specifically targeting the key towns with insufficient defense forces to attack. The use of the skill, the lightning tactic, the strike, 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 the strike. It caused the entire garrison in the northwest of the Cloud Sky Group to be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. The reason for this was because the main purpose was to escalate the conflict between Hurricane Group and Cloud Group. The water had to be stirred up before they could fish. As for the second purpose, naturally, it was to find out the few large resource points in the northwest region. The distribution of the supporting industrial facilities in the large cities around the resource points, as well as the number of troops stationed there. Of course, the resistance had paid a price in the process. Back then, Li Yueming had brought over 30,000 resistance troops. After half a year of continuous attacks, now, nearly half of the 30,000 people had been reduced, leaving only 15,000 people. During this period, many members of the resistance had collapsed several times. He even had to sleep with one eye open. Let alone humans. Even wild beasts couldn't withstand such torment. In this half a year, the team had fallen into desperate straits countless times. If it wasn't for Li Yueming's various ways to shake off the pursuers and protect his troops to the greatest extent. Many times, Li Yueming even led the growth-mounted team and Team Zero to personally bring up the rear for them. The resistance army might have already lost their combat power and collapsed. However, it had been accumulating for a long time. In the end, there would still be a day when it would explode. When the soldiers told Li Yueming about their grief, indignation, and puzzlement, Li Yueming's reply was unusually simple: "What was your initial goal in joining the resistance?" Hearing this, many members of the resistance were momentarily confused. After a moment, a few sparse voices spoke, in order to overthrow the rule of the corporations and restore the order of human civilization. He looked at the confused eyes of the resistance members. Li Yueming's expression was cold and emotionless. If that's the case, why are you all so lost now that you're firmly walking on this path? Are you ready to give up on your dreams? What was an ideal? In fact, many members of the resistance didn't understand this concept. The real reason why most of them joined the rebellion was not for their so-called ideals. It was because he couldn't stand being squeezed by the corporations in the city and chose another path. The so-called overthrow of the tycoons' rule and the restoration of order in human civilization. To them, it was more like an empty slogan. After all, everyone knew that this was impossible. The power of the corporations had spread all over the world, and even the government forces had become lackeys under their hunting. They had less than a few tens of thousands of people, so how could they fight against the corporations that had reached the peak of glory? He seemed to have sensed their thoughts. Li Yueming smiled. Standing in the yellow sand, he said firmly, I know that you joined the camp of the rebellion army because you couldn't find a way out in this morbid world and had nowhere else to go. In fact, for most of you, joining the camp of the rebellion army is nothing more than a change of place to make a living. I understand your thoughts, but the resistance camp is not your safe haven. There is no place in this world that can be a safe haven for cowards. Remember, everything that humans have is created with their own hands. If you want a beautiful world, it's useless to rely on fantasies and escape. You have to bleed and sacrifice yourself to create it. In addition, even a single spark can start a prairie fire. Just because we're alone now doesn't mean that we'll be alone in the future. Even now, there are still countless people struggling in this sick world. They can't afford to see a doctor, take medicine, or live in a house. Many of them even lost their freedom when they were born and could only become slaves of the consortium. What we want to do is to gather all these people who are still struggling. By then, all the corporations in the world will tremble in fear under the iron fists of the resistance army. The whole process of the statement. Li Yueming was neither emotional nor hot-blooded. Instead, his face was cold. This sick world was like a ball of hay. The corporate giants seemed to be powerful, but in reality, they were already on the chopping board. All Li Yueming needed to do now was to ignite a small spark. He looked at the deputy chief who was as hard as iron in the desert. All the members of the resistance fell silent. They did not reply, but their confused expressions finally became clear. Perhaps the majority of the resistance didn't fully believe Li Yueming's description. However, people always had a thought. Even if you die, you have to know why you died, right? In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. Li Yueming was 11 years old. The original 30,000 rebellion army soldiers had been reduced to 10,000. However, it was even more troublesome for the towns in the northwest. After being chased and intercepted again and again, the resistance had learned their lesson. Usually, they would change places after firing a shot, collect some military supplies, and then escape. I will never stay in battle. In the past, when there were many people, they could still track the traces of Li Yueming and the others. But now that the number of people had decreased, the remaining were all elites who had never lost 100 battles. It became more and more difficult to track and eliminate them. In addition, now, many people had come to their senses. Li Yueming and the others didn't seem to be the elites sent by hurricane power. It was a small force organized by the rebels. Of course, the flames of war on the front lines had already been completely ignited. Now, it was obviously impossible to call off the army. The headquarters of the Cloud Sky Corporation had no time to care about the matters here. After all, in the eyes of the higher UPS in the headquarters, it was just a resistance army of 18,000 people. No matter how much trouble he caused, his influence was limited. It was not worth their attention at all. Therefore, he had no choice. The cities in the northwest region could only think of their own ways to seek help. After finally finding the traces left behind by the resistance, the three large cities in the northwest joined forces and sent out nearly 100,000 troops. He wanted to swat this annoying fly to death in one fell swoop. In order to prevent Li Yueming from escaping. Among them, there were even 3 A+ class existences. However, just as hundreds of thousands of troops were searching along the traces left by the resistance, Li Yueming led the resistance to Severny, which had the weakest defense. Chapter 211, Full Power Explosion, Are You Lambs Ready to Die? 1. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Severny trembled. Dozens of cracks appeared on the originally sturdy city wall due to the violent explosion. Heavens, what's going on? I don't know. There seems to be a commotion on the other side of the city wall. Could it be that some faction is attacking the city? Are you still asleep? This was Severny, far from the border. How could someone attack the city? I heard that there's a group of resistance army near S city recently. Could it be the resistance army? How can the resistance be so powerful? I don't know. I hope it won't affect us. In Severny, countless residents woke up from their dreams. He felt the vibrations. All of them were bewildered. Outside the city, Li Yueming took the lead and flew out. Behind him, the mecha and mechanical equipment troops followed. In the past year, Li Yueming had been hiding his true strength all this while, only displaying the destructive power of a grade B super. That's why. In fact, all the cities in the northwest had seriously underestimated Li Yueming's strength. And this time, Li Yueming finally stopped hiding and keeping a low profile. Behind him, Sunruo, who had already advanced to Class A-, waved her hand. Instantly, all the firearms on the city wall were silenced. Taking this opportunity, Li Yueming led the most elite troops of the resistance and charged in. He poured all his strength into the other resistance mechas and equipment around him. He synchronized his body's attributes with it. In just a few seconds, hundreds of Rebellion Army elite squads' combat power suddenly soared, transforming into Asuras as they charged forward. Li Yueming was even more terrifying. He slashed down with his dragon-slaying blade. The 30-meter-long golden saber swept across everything. Almost none of the city guards could stand on it completely. Countless residents of Severny walked onto the streets. When they saw the scorching and dazzling golden light on the city wall, they all felt a shock that shot straight to the top of their heads. Heavens, what was that? The power of a god. A long golden blade that is dozens of meters long. It's too terrifying. It's impossible for a human to possess such power. It's holy and scorching. At this moment, in the eyes of countless people, everything that Li Yueming displayed was undoubtedly the power of a god. However, this golden god was now emitting a killing intent. 2 hours later, Li Yueming expressionlessly took off the head of the city lord of S city. The resistance army that followed soon took over everything in Severny. The next morning, under the threat of more than 10,000 fully armed riots, many residents of Severny were invited to the government square. Under the uneasy gazes of all the residents, Li Yueming stood on the high platform and said, "Everyone, please rest assured that we are a disciplined resistance army. We are committed to resisting the oppression of the corporations and restoring world order, in all senses. Our interests are the same as yours. However, now is a special period. In case of uncontrollable accidents, I want to announce 3 pieces of information to everyone. First point, S city has been occupied by the resistance army and is no longer a city ruled by the corporations. The second point, we will soon be issuing a few new city security regulations. Here, I will give you a heads up. Anyone who dares to go against the new law, no matter who it is, will be killed without mercy. Third point, S city will enter a closed management state for the time being, but please rest assured that the city will return to normal after cleaning up some old filth." After saying these 3 points, it didn't matter if the residents could understand. Li Yueming turned around and left. He couldn't be blamed for being in a hurry. Time was really tight. After occupying a city, the Cloud Sky Corporation's reaction would probably be very intense. Li Yueming had to digest the entire S city in the shortest time possible. Moreover, there were some things that could only be done when they first entered the city. For example, murder. In the next month, the heads of S city rolled. The first law that Li Yueming issued was to eliminate the organization that sold human organs in the city. The second law was to eliminate all organizations that sold certain small pills in the city. The third law was to crack down on the evil forces in the city. 2 months, the entire S city was in chaos. Li Yueming had personally killed dozens of forces and sects. The streets of the city were littered with corpses. At the same time, Li Yueming started to resume production. He opened up a few weapons production lines and hired people to work overtime to produce various weapons and equipment at 5 times the salary of the consortium. On the other side, even if someone deliberately controlled the public opinion, the news of S city being occupied still spread. Instantly, the entire Red Leaf Empire was in an uproar. One had to know that in the decades since the establishment of the Cloud Sky Corporation, they had never lost their inner city. even if he suffered a slight loss. That was also when he was at a disadvantage when he was wrestling with other corporations. But now, there was actually a resistance army that had forcefully broken into Severny from the front. What kind of concept was this? When they heard this news, even the highest level meeting of the Cloud Sky Corporation was silent. The higher UPS had thought that they could easily kill a resistance army. It only took them one night to occupy S City. Chapter 212, Full Power Explosion, Are You Lambs Ready to Die? 2. The higher UPS finally sensed that something was wrong and began to investigate the entire matter. In addition, the hundreds of thousands of troops that had been mobilized to search for the resistance in the northwest region also realized that they had been fooled. They immediately turned their attention to S City. However, when they were ready to take back S City and destroy the resistance in one fell swoop, they realized that Li Yueming had abandoned the city and fled. Other than taking away the elite weapons that had been produced after working overtime for half a month, he only killed a group of local ruffians supported by the corporations. This feeling of madness made the pursuing troops angry and afraid. He was angry that Li Yueming was so slippery that he couldn't catch him at all. He was also afraid that Li Yueming was slippery and couldn't be caught at all. If Li Yueming stayed behind to defend the city with the various weapons in their hands, they were not afraid of the resistance army, which only had 10,000 people and were not well equipped. But now, Li Yu's action of running away after shooting was the biggest headache for them. He didn't know where to defend. He could not find the exact location of the attack. As he moved around, they couldn't even touch Li Yueming's hair. However, that was all. After leaving Severny, just as Li Yueming was heading south, preparing to go to the next city to fight a guerrilla, halfway, 9 of them wore black hoods. A person with a wavy cloud tattoo on the back of his clothes blocked his way. He narrowed his eyes. Li Yueming felt a strong sense of danger from the other party. If nothing unexpected happened, the hooded men in front of him should be extraordinary humans above grade A. He glanced at them. Li Yueming turned around and said to Sunruo, "Take the troops and continue south. I will follow you." Sunruo's face was filled with worry. Clearly, she also felt that these mysterious people were not simple. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Don't take it head on. We'll mark the road and catch up as soon as possible." Li Yueming nodded without saying anything. The 9 hooded men did not stop the team from leaving. Obviously, from the beginning to the end, they only had Li Yueming in their eyes. As for the resistance army behind him, from the beginning to the end, it was just an insignificant bug. Amongst the hooded men, a woman with a hoarse voice said, "Who are you?" Li Yueming had been wearing his mecha the entire time. Therefore, they naturally could not identify Li Yueming. This was what they were puzzled about. A-class supernatural beings were not common existences. In a peripheral city like Severny, there would at most be one A+ class supernatural being guarding it. The Yungziao Corporation controlled 64 cities. At most, there were only 100 or so A+ class extraordinaires. Every one of them had come up step by step from a weak period. Even now, there were legends of this group of people circulating in some places. And now, Li Yueming seemed to have jumped out of a crack in the rock. He couldn't find any traces of the past. This undoubtedly puzzled them. In response, Li Yueming only smiled. "Is this important?" After a moment of silence, the horse girl nodded and said, "It is indeed not important. In any case, it will only be a corpse in the end." At this point, the communication between the two parties ended. The battle was about to begin. Out of the 9 A-class extraordinaires, 5 of them were above A+ class. 3 of them were originally pursuers sent by the 3 major cities, and the other 6 were sent by the headquarters of the Cloud Sky Corporation. Back when they were chasing after Li Yueming, Professor Cheng had only prepared a pseudo A+ grade genetic monster. After all, Li Yueming hadn't awakened his superpower back then. Furthermore, the pursuit of the experimentals had always been a private matter between Professor Cheng and Ye Tianzi. If it wasn't for Ye Tianzi backing him up, Professor Cheng wouldn't have any power after leaving the laboratory. Therefore, he only used the most basic part of the Nightless City's power. Compared to the current 5 true A+ grade extraordinaires, the pressure was simply not in the same dimension. The mech exploded with a blazing golden light. Li Yueming held the dragon-slaying blade and pounced forward. Strictly speaking, this was the first battle he had fought with the world's top experts. It was a good opportunity to experience the mysteries of extraordinaires. The first one to fight Li Yueming was the woman with the hoarse voice. Li Yueming rushed over and slashed down with his golden sword. The woman was obviously shocked. With a push of his hands, he flew into the air. He dodged Li Yueming's attack. With a wave of his hand, thousands of leaves shot towards Li Yueming like arrows. Li Yueming's expression was very indifferent. He ignored the incoming leaves and continued to chase after the woman who had already flown dozens of meters into the air. It was obvious that he wanted to finish off one of them in one go. But at this moment, another A-plus class supernatural being made his move. Countless streams of air gushed out from the supernatural being's body and attached themselves to the leaves on the ground. The leaves, which were already moving quickly, doubled in speed in the blink of an eye. They flew up from the ground like thousands of fleeting streams of light. Before Li Yueming could prepare, nearly 1,000 leaves had already hit his body. Ding, ding, ding. Even with the support of the golden martial talent, Li Yueming's mech was also pierced by the steel. The surrounding supernatural beings gasped when they saw this. In midair, the woman with the hoarse voice exclaimed, "He's actually unharmed? How is this possible?" There was something wrong with the mech he was wearing. No, there was something wrong with the golden power. That should be his talent. Chapter 213, Full Power Explosion, Are You Lambs Ready to Die? Part 3. It was obvious that after the horse woman and the other supernatural beings' double blessing, these leaves already possessed extraordinary attack power. But now, they all hit Li Yueming, but they didn't leave any injuries on him. It didn't even pierce through his armor. At this moment, the horse woman's face was filled with an expression as if she had seen a ghost. Li Yueming's expression was normal. He glanced at the supernatural being on the ground and ignored him. Instead, he continued to attack the woman. However, at this moment, the remaining 7 supernatural beings all charged over. Obviously, he didn't give Li Yueming a chance to defeat them one by one. After a few attempts, the attacks were all disintegrated. A few supernatural beings revealed a playful look on their faces. Obviously, Li Yueming's attack and defense were very high. However, there were supernatural beings among them who could accelerate objects. Some people could even control gravity to slow Li Yueming down. Under the hunting of the 9 of them, it was impossible for Li Yueming to have a chance to fight one-on-one. Someone even mocked, "You have claws and teeth but are restricted everywhere. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable?" Seeing this, Li Yueming sighed. He could not help but spread his hands and say, "I originally wanted to have fun with you guys, but I didn't expect you guys to be like cowards, then there's nothing I can do. All of you, go to hell." As a martial saint of the wilderness, Li Yueming had only been using his godlike martial strength. After all, this thing was rather rare to a boorish man. It was also more convenient to use. Therefore, he would use it often. But that didn't mean that was all he knew. In fact, Li Yueming's best skill was still the Star Moon art that had undergone countless modifications and changes, and the martial arts that had been honed into his flesh and soul. Since this group of 9 people were fighting against him, they did not care about martial ethics. Then don't blame him for using a cheat. Hearing this, a male supernatural being sneered, "One don't know if I should laugh at your arrogance or your recklessness. I admit that you're very strong, but that's all." And he didn't even have time to finish his sentence. Li Yueming, who was not far away, seemed to have changed into a different person. The golden light was no longer emitting from his body. Instead, it was slowly retracted into his body. Moreover, the aura that erupted from his body was rising step by step. His aura rose at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, it had already exceeded the limit of their psychological endurance. What happened? This fellow, is it a monster? This aura, could he be an S-class supernatural being? No, it's absolutely impossible. Could it be that he is the legendary, ancient warrior? Didn't they hear that all ancient martial art practitioners had died long ago? Oh no, don't let him continue to improve. He witnessed everything. The few extraordinaires who thought they were playing with their prey finally felt a deep sense of fear. Not far away, Li Yueming seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. The sense of oppression he gave off was not much different from the few lords they had come into contact with in the past. Li Yueming stretched his body. Just now, he had already circulated the Star Moon art. He mobilized all the cell strength in his body. He directly transformed into a martial god. This was the benefit of creating a cultivation technique. Even if they were in a different world, as long as Li Yueming was given enough time, he would be able to convert the energy of unknown nature from other worlds into energy that he was familiar with. In addition, although the cultivation techniques he had bought in the previous martial arts world could not be used, however, the few top-grade martial arts techniques that he had bought from Wang Linlin with reincarnation points could still be used with the help of the Star Moon secrets. Barbarian Blood Battle Technique. It was a top-grade secret manual that focused on punishment in the martial arts world. Its effect was that it could obtain extremely powerful combat strength by burning vitality. After entering this world, he only needed to slightly change the way he obtained power. He would change from burning his martial arts blood to burning the extraordinary energy in his cells. It could be used perfectly. Now, Li Yueming's strength had already risen to an extremely terrifying level. Looking down at the 9A class superhumans of the Cloud Sky group, their expressions changed drastically. Li Yueming licked his lips. Are you ready to die, lambs? Chapter 214, Gun in Hand, Follow Me. 1. A-Class Extraordinaire. Even in the Cloud Sky Corporation, each of them was a well-known powerhouse. Initially, when he was fighting with Li Yueming, although they were also surprised by Li Yueming's strength and powerful offensive ability, they were still shocked. However, it was still within their reach. But now, looking at Li Yueming in the sky, the group of people felt an unprecedented terror. The aura on the other party's body had already far exceeded the scope of their understanding. It was impossible for an A-plus class supernatural being to unleash such power. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. There was only one explanation. The guy in the mech not far away had already touched the threshold of an S-class supernatural being. What did this mean? The group of extraordinaires' minds were blank. In fact, they did not know what this meant. They only knew that each other's faces were already extremely pale, and they were no longer teasing each other. A moment later, finally, someone came back to their senses. The woman with the hoarse voice said hurriedly, "Hurry up, don't let the transformation continue." He heard her voice. The other A and A-plus class extraordinaires also woke up from their daze. He began to use all kinds of methods to stop Li Yueming from continuing his transformation. However, no matter how they attacked, Li Yueming, who was in the sky, did not seem to feel it at all. The breath is still unstoppable and becomes stronger. At the end of the attack, the A-plus grade superhumans felt their scalps explode. They couldn't imagine what kind of monster Li Yueming was. He was able to escape unscathed after being surrounded by so many grade A-plus extraordinaires. After a few breaths, Li Yueming finally adjusted his condition. Being surrounded by 4 A-class and 5 A-plus class extraordinaires, even he had no choice but to use his trump card. Barbarian Blood Battle. Li Yueming had spent 200,000 reincarnation points to buy a top-grade martial arts technique. After using it, it can increase Li Yueming's attributes by 500%. The price was that it could only last for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, he would enter sage time, and he would need to rest for a few days before he could fully recover. Therefore, Li Yueming had to end the battle quickly. He stretched his body. Golden light flowed out of Li Yueming's body again. A moment later, the dragon-slaying saber in his hand was dyed with a layer of pure gold. Now, Li Yueming's attributes had been greatly enhanced. In contrast, the attributes of the dragon-slaying saber naturally rose with the tide. The golden light transformed into a 100-meter-long giant blade that was like a huge golden sun, dyeing the entire sky with brilliant colors. Li Yueming suddenly fell from a height of 100 meters. He swung the long saber in his hand. Suddenly, golden light bloomed. Amongst the 9, a weaker A-class supernatural being's eyes were filled with fear. Because he realized that Li Yueming seemed to have his eyes on him. The sharp light that erupted from the golden longsword made him smell the thick aura of death. The A-class supernatural being subconsciously controlled his body to retreat nearly 100 meters. However, he was still hit by Li Yueming's tyrannical saber light. There were no surprises. Under the powerful attack of the dragon-slaying blade, the A-class supernatural being was split in half. Seeing this situation, The other 8 transcendents were almost scared out of their wits. It was just one slash. An A-class supernatural being didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he died. Such a scene. It made the other extraordinaires want to retreat. He had no choice. Li Yueming's current combat strength was too terrifying. It had already exceeded the scope of their enemies. One had to be an S-class that could destroy a city to fight against this monster. Li Yueming's explosive speed extinguished their thoughts of escaping. After killing an A-class supernatural being, Li Yueming appeared in front of an A-class supernatural being in a few flashes. Li Yueming's fist was like a missile that pierced through his chest. Fortunately, this A-class supernatural being had a life-saving talent. Even though there was a huge hole in his chest that was clear from the front to the back, the supernatural being was not dead yet. However, his face quickly turned pale. He staggered back a few steps and glanced at Li Yueming with fear. He met Li Yueming's crazy and indifferent eyes. Instantly, the supernatural being broke down and completely lost the will to fight. He turned around and prepared to escape. But how could Li Yueming let him have his way? Another punch was thrown. But this time, he did not attack the torso. Instead, it directly blasted the head of this tenacious supernatural being into an exploding ball. In just a short span of 2 breaths. Out of the 4 A-class superhumans who had surrounded Li Yueming, 2 of them had died. The remaining 2 were scared out of their wits. When they saw Li Yueming's gaze sweep over, they shivered. He turned around and wanted to run. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, one of the remaining 5 A-plus class extraordinaires hurriedly said, "Don't run, you can't escape. If you stay with us now, you might still be able to survive, but if you run, you will all die." Hearing this, the remaining 2 A-class superhumans also calmed down a little. Indeed, judging from the speed that Li Yueming had displayed just now, escaping would only lead to death. Instead of doing so, it was better to take a gamble and see if he could find a chance of survival. Seeing that the 2 of them had calmed down a little, the woman with the hoarse voice said, "Don't be afraid. Although I don't know how this guy suddenly became so powerful, there's no doubt that this state won't last long. We just need to stall him and wait for him to exhaust himself." Chapter 215, Gun in Hand, Follow Me. Part 2. In addition, I've already called the surrounding ambush troops to move closer to us. We just need to stall for a few more minutes. Once the firearms are in place, they can also play a very good role in restraining us. Among the 9 people, she was the captain of this operation. In the beginning, no supernatural being, including her, took this operation to heart. As a result, he did not even have a basic plan. After all, in their eyes, the biggest difficulty of this operation was actually to find Li Yueming. As for capture or annihilation, what kind of strategy was needed for a 4-9? He would just have to directly attack. But now, they realized that Li Yueming was tens of times more troublesome than they had imagined. As the core leader, the role of women began to show. She quickly analyzed the current battlefield situation and made a temporary battle plan. However, this also successfully made Li Yueming target her. After all, Li Yueming had his eyes on her from the very beginning. After sensing Li Yueming's murderous gaze, he felt a sense of dread. Even though women had experienced countless storms and waves. But now, he felt a bone-piercing chill. It felt like a sheep being targeted by a ferocious T-Rex. It was a powerful sense of oppression that came from the level of life. He looked at the nervous woman. Li Yueming smiled and said, "Your analysis is correct, but, can you really stall the enemy?" As he spoke, his figure flashed again. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the woman and raised his dragon-slaying saber. The woman clenched her fists. It directly turned the empty air into a wall of air that was hundreds of times harder than metal. Previously, when Li Yueming attacked a few times, the dragon-slaying saber was blocked by the woman's air wall. But now, Li Yueming's strength was no longer the same as before. Therefore, the moment the knife touched the wall of air, a gap was instantly cut open in front of the woman. Li Yueming exerted his strength. The wall of air was immediately torn into nothingness. The other 7 supernatural beings also charged at Li Yueming. Each of them used their strongest power. However, Li Yueming did not care about this. He still raised his long knife and slashed at the woman. Obviously, he had made up his mind to kill this troublesome woman first. In the next second, dozens of attacks landed on Li Yueming. Cracks appeared on the mecha. However, Li Yueming still acted as if nothing had happened. Under the woman's terrified and desperate gaze, he cut her into two. In just a few breaths, Li Yueming killed another person. This time, he had killed an A+ class supernatural being. The remaining 6 supernatural beings couldn't help but stare at him in anger. 2 of them were completely scared out of their wits and turned around to run. After all, Li Yueming was fast. But there were 6 of them. If the remaining 4 people could stay behind to cover the rear, then they might still be able to run. However, Li Yueming was clearly prepared for this. After using his trump card, he didn't want to let anyone go. About half an hour later, nearly 100,000 soldiers of the Northwest Coalition Army followed the commotion and arrived on the battlefield. He looked at the mess on the ground and the traces of blood. The commander of the Northwest Coalition Army had a bad feeling. He finally calmed down. The commander waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him began to clean up the minced meat and blood residue on the ground. Then, he began to perform a genetic comparison. A moment later, a lot of information was delivered to the commander. Looking at the lines on the screen, the commander's expression became more and more frightened. When he finally saw the last message, he was silent for a long time. When he finally came back to his senses, the commander said with a livid face, "The 4 Grade A extraordinaires and 5 Grade A+ extraordinaires who are pursuing the leader of the resistance army, they were all annihilated." Heavens, what exactly did we provoke? One had to know that 3 of the A-class superhumans were sent out by the northwestern city. He could be considered a top-notch combat power among supernatural beings. He originally thought that capturing Li Yueming would be a piece of cake. However, he realized that Li Yueming was hiding his strength. He had actually captured S City by himself. That's why the Northwest Coalition Army realized the seriousness of the matter. That was why he urgently went to the headquarters of the Cloud Sky Corporation to apply for more and stronger supernatural beings to join the pursuit. However, he never dreamed that the 4 Grade A extraordinaires and 5 Grade A+ extraordinaires who had participated in the pursuit had all died without a sound on this barren land. The shock this brought to the commander was unimaginable. He did not even know what monster he was chasing. On the other side, Li Yueming followed the traces left behind by the resistance. Previously, he had withstood the attacks of 6 A+ class extraordinaires. Li Yueming was actually a little injured. However, for Li Yueming, who possessed the rapid recovery skill, if the supernatural energy in his cells wasn't completely drained by the barbarian blood secret, then he would have been killed. That injury could not be called a loss. It could be recovered in just a few breaths. Because his body had been emptied, his injuries affected Li Yueming's speed and delayed him for quite a while. Finally, 2 days later, Li Yueming caught up with the panicked resistance army. When he saw that he was completely unharmed, the entire resistance army erupted in cheers. Chapter 216, Gun in Hand, Follow Me, 3. At this moment, Li Yueming was their soul. Only with Li Yueming here would the soul of the resistance be there. After a short rest, Li Yueming led the resistance army and started to engage in guerrilla warfare. When there was a lack of resources, the resistance army would occasionally attack 2 cities and plunder the resources of the Cloud Sky Group. Right now, the Cloud Sky Group was in a heated battle with Hurricane Group. They could not spare too much strength to deal with the resistance. There was no need to mention the cities in the northwest. Li Yueming and the rest of the resistance had a headache. At the same time, public opinion was also spreading. Almost all of the cities in the Red Leaf Empire had heard that a resistance army had appeared in the northwest. They were wandering around the cities in the northwest and even captured several third-floor cities. It caused trouble for the Cloud Sky Corporation. For this reason, many troops went to war. However, even after expending tremendous effort, he still could not catch it. There was even a rumor that the Cloud Sky Corporation had sent more than 10 A-class superhumans to suppress the bandits. However, he suffered a fatal blow in the wilderness. More than a dozen A-class extraordinaires were wiped out. The commander-in-chief of the Northwest Army was so frightened that he called the headquarters overnight to report. Of course, no one believed this rumor at the beginning. After all, a dozen or so A-grade transcendents were no ordinary force. They could already be considered the most top-notch combat power that could be mobilized. Some third-rate financial groups could only send out so many A-class superhumans. As for the higher-level S-class supernatural beings, they could already destroy cities. Under normal circumstances, even the financial groups would find it hard to order them around. Therefore, no one was willing to believe it. However, as time passed, many people realized that several A and A+ class extraordinaires who were guarding the city had disappeared. At the very beginning, the Yungziao group and the government were still trying to cover up. However, the things that Li Yueming did were more terrifying and shocking. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger. Naturally, this information could no longer be concealed. In the end, not only could it not be covered, but the more it was covered, the faster it spread. After all, this was how ordinary people thought. The more they didn't know, the more curious they became. The more they denied it, the more they believed. In the end, Cloud Sky Corporation could only give up. On the surface, it was still forbidden to spread all information about the resistance. However, there was no way to control the news that was being released in the dark. Now, many towns were discussing the matter of the rebellion army. Among them, some slogans about the resistance made countless ordinary people in the various major cities excited. It was said that this was what the rebellion army's commander, the man wrapped under the mecha, had read to the people in the city after the city had been captured. At that time, his hands were still stained with the blood of the higher UPS of the Yungziao group. You are not slaves of the corporations, nor are you dogs tied to a rope that only deserves to bark. You are human, the same as those so-called elites and nobles. Your labor should be rewarded sufficiently, and the fruits you produced should be returned to yourselves. The rebellion army's dream is to unite all the people who can't afford medicine, hospitals, or houses to overthrow the tycoon's rule and establish a crimson dynasty where everyone is equal. A single spark can start a prairie fire. All the corporations in the world will tremble under the Crimson Dynasty's iron fist. This slogan was an extremely taboo message for the Cloud Sky Group. It had once caused a complete ban on all channels. In fact, once someone announced it, the City Defense Army and the Special Agent Team would immediately throw the apostle into prison. But even so, in many corners where the sunlight could not reach, these slogans were still growing and spreading in secret. Transcendence Calendar Year 344. Li Yueming was 12 years old. In the past 2 years, he had turned the entire northwest of Yungziao group upside down. Originally, the Cloud Sky group was still chasing after them. However, they suddenly realized that they couldn't find any traces of the resistance army. It was as if the other party had installed surveillance cameras in their army. No matter where the pursuers appeared, they could easily avoid them. Furthermore, they knew better than the commander of the Northwest Legion where the defense was weak and where it was strong. No matter how the commander tried to adjust the defense, it was useless. This strange phenomenon made the commander of the Northwest Army think that there was a traitor among them. However, after searching from top to bottom, the commander couldn't find anything. Just as he was still doubting his life, the Cloud Sky Group headquarters sent law enforcement officers to find his headquarters. An arrest warrant was issued for him on charges of leaking military secrets. Good heavens! After investigating for a long time, he was the most likely person to leak the secret. After all, in the entire Northwest Army, no one knew the military's defense better than him. As expected, the clown was actually me. After taking the commander away, the headquarters of the Cloud Sky Corporation had found a new commander. However, the situation did not change at all. Most importantly, the new commander who had just been transferred over and had not had the time to figure out the deployment of the Northwest Army had really become someone who knew more about the deployment of troops than the resistance. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming's resistance army had been doing well for the past 2 years. He didn't have to worry about food or clothing. Occupying a city was no different from going home. It could be said. The few cities in the northwest were still under the jurisdiction of the Yungziao group in name. In fact, it had already become a private plot of land for the resistance. On the surface, the resistance still had more than 10,000 people, but in secret, the resistance had already expanded to more than 30,000 people. However, most of the newly joined resistance forces were in the city. Or they became spies. Or they could organize their own people to provide logistics for Li Yueming and the others. It could be said that as long as the time was right. Li Yueming stood on the stage and waved his arm. His voice probably shook the sky. As for why this happened? That would be up to the corporations themselves. In his previous life, there was a widely circulated joke on the internet that could summarize everything. When a loaf of bread costs 500,000 marks, people no longer care whether they follow the devil or God. It was the same in this world. When living was more torturous than death. As long as they could see the light, the sound of people pulling their guns was faster than anyone else. Chapter 217, As long as the ideal is not extinguished, even a single spark can start a prairie fire. Part 1. Transcendence Calendar Year 346. Li Yueming had already reached the peak of the A+ class supernatural beings. Li Yueming had already reached the peak of the A+ class supernatural beings. He was just a step away from becoming an S-class supernatural being. This year, he was only 13 years old. This kind of heaven-defying improvement speed was related to the nutrient solution that Professor Cheng fed him regardless of the cost. Back then, he had sucked hundreds of millions of blood in a petri dish. As a result, Li Yueming's cells were able to squeeze out a considerable amount of energy. Thus, there was no need for him to slowly comprehend the power of his breakthrough like ordinary extraordinaires. At the same time, Hurricane Group and Cloud Sky Group were really on fire at the northern front line. The most direct manifestation of this was that Hurricane Group had sent out a team of growth users. The Cloud Sky Corporation had also dispatched a considerable number of genetic warriors. At the very beginning, most of the surrounding corporations who were watching the show thought that the Cloud Sky Group would be defeated. However, to everyone's surprise, the Cloud Sky Corporation actually did not show any signs of weakness on the battlefield. Part of the reason was that Hurricane Group hadn't revealed their trump card yet. But similarly, there was no evidence to prove that the Yungziao Group had already used all their trump cards. This result caused many consortiums to ponder. Hurricane Group was one of the first group of established magnates to rise up behind the Andre Group, which developed the superpower drug. But now, he did not have much of an advantage in the battle with the Cloud Sky Corporation. The amount of information contained in this was relatively large. The genetic warriors and the growers represented the core technology of both sides. In a sense, this was not as simple as a war against foreign countries. It could also reveal to the outside world the difference in strength between the two paths. The Cloud Sky Group, which had only been established for less than 50 years, was able to rely on genetic warriors to contend against the Hurricane Group. This was enough to show how powerful a genetic warrior was. Was this another path after the supernatural? Extraordinaries awakened their own genetic locks and then awakened their extraordinary powers. Genetic warriors, on the other hand, achieved the same goal through artificial genetic manipulation. Does this mean that after the technology matures, humans will be able to master the method of creating supernatural beings? Without a doubt. The related topics swept across the entire planet. At the same time, more and more people were looking at the Red Leaf Empire and the East Peak Empire. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Li Yueming. Seeing the Cloud Sky Corporation and Hurricane Power fight to the death. When the time was right, he directly led the resistance army to capture Severny. This time, Li Ming didn't resort to guerrilla warfare. Instead, he completely Akumia City. However, his actions did not anger the surrounding cities. On the contrary, the higher UPS of the few big cities were almost celebrating. After all, Li Yueming's guerrilla tactics were the ones that made them feel uneasy. The kind that knew the enemy was in the dark. However, the feeling of not being able to find him no matter how hard he tried was too unbearable. In comparison, after Li Yueming occupied Severny, they at least knew that they had a clear target. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of troops set off. This time, as long as they could surround Severny, the resistance would not be able to escape even if they had wings. However, more than 10 days after the army set out, Yungziao Group was located in the third largest city in the northwest, Bellevue. Li Yueming appeared with the resistance. He had already played this trick many times. In the past, he had only played in small cities. This was the first time he had targeted a big city. Severny had indeed been occupied. However, he only showed his face. The other movements were organized by the newly recruited resistance forces in Severny. Speeches and patrols. The huge commotion successfully deceived the decision-makers of the Northwest Group. Of course, the most important thing was that Yungziao Group was in the open while Li Yu was in the dark. There was always a sufficient information gap between the two sides. This was the most important factor that allowed Li Yueming to take the initiative. After observing the movements in the city, Li Yueming led the resistance army and charged in. With his current combat strength, as long as he was not attacked by a few extremely powerful weapons, ordinary firearms could hardly hurt him. Of course, in this kind of siege battle, Li Yueming himself was not the most useful. It was Sunruo, who was following behind Li Yueming. As a metal type extraordinary, he is a member of the group. Now that Sunruo had successfully reached A class, her control over metal had reached a whole new level. He used all his strength to activate it. It could render all the metal weapons on the city wall useless. This was a devastating blow to the city defense army, which relied on firearms to defend the city. Therefore, after rushing up to the city, Li Yueming did not spend much effort to clear the obstacles. More troops were gathered. Unlike the small cities, Bevero had sent out tens of thousands of troops. However, there were still at least 100,000 soldiers stationed in the city. However, just as Li Yueming and the others thought that there was going to be a bloody battle. However, he discovered that many soldiers were actually jogging and surrendering. He took a closer look. Only then did he realize that the commander of Bevero was leading the way in raising the flag. When he saw Li Yueming, his face was filled with excitement. "LVE finally waited for you. I'm Balrod, the commander of Bevero. I want to join the resistance." Li Yueming, concealment. Many members of the resistance army were speechless. It was fine if ordinary people joined. "You, a high-ranking official of Yungziao Group, also want to join?" The man named Balrod was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Chapter 218, As long as the ideal is not extinguished, even a single spark can start a prairie fire. Part 2. The most eye-catching thing was that there were two large golden incisors embedded in his right tooth. When he opened his mouth, he gave off the aura of a traitor and lackey. Everyone was dumbfounded. Balrod's smile was even uglier than when he cried. "I know what you're thinking, but I really want to join the resistance. If I have to give a reason, it's actually that the pursuit of you guys has been unsuccessful over the past few years, and the higher UPS are prepared to push the blame on me, son of AB*TCH, why don't you guys be reasonable? What are they doing?" Li Yueming glanced at him. Then, he glanced at the surrendered soldiers behind him. The resistance looked at Balrod. Then, he used his orders to gather all the defenders of Bevero together. He began to reorganize the troops. At this moment, the ideals of the resistance that he had been promoting in the past came into effect. Most of the soldiers did not show any resistance after hearing that Bevero was occupied by the resistance. On the contrary, they even burst out with great enthusiasm. After all, ordinary soldiers were at the bottom of the army. Moreover, they were only the city defense army and not the direct troops of the Cloud Sky Group. Therefore, he had no choice. Naturally, he did not have much loyalty to the Cloud Sky Corporation. Li Yueming asked them to help organize the weapons and various firearms. Now, with the help of the defense of an entire city, Li Yueming had the confidence to fight to the death with the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. As expected, when the army rushed to S City and found out that Li Yueming had occupied Bevero, they were shocked. They split up in exasperation. Most of the troops rushed back, but in order to prevent being deceived again. There was also another army heading to S City. They had made two preparations. However, by the time the counter-attacking soldiers arrived at the city of Wallow, Li Yueming was already standing on the city wall, waiting for them with his weapons. The battle was about to start. Under the barrage of artillery fire, Li Yueming used the wilderness martial saint to sync his attributes with the surrounding heavy weapons. Instantly, the entire pursuing army was stunned. It was the same cannon. They could only damage the buildings on the city wall. However, the golden cannonballs that were fired from the city walls were able to kill a large number of them. This was the first time they had encountered such a strange scene. The resistance army had more than 15,000 people, and they were all elites who had never lost 100 battles. In addition, Li Yueming and Sun Ruo, two powerful supernatural beings, were guarding the place. The current Li Yueming already had the power to dominate the entire northwest hinterland. The Northwest Group's troops, who had been beaten up until their faces were covered in dust, were now completely doubting their lives. They had a feeling that they were not fighting the so-called resistance army. Instead, he was an omniscient, omnipotent, and incomparably powerful god. The news of Bevero's fall spread throughout the entire Red Leaf Empire. Instantly, nearly 100 cities were shaken. Bevero was a pseudo-first-tier city in the northwest of the Cloud Sky Group. There were 200,000 permanent city defense troops in a complete industrial system. Now, it had actually fallen into the hands of a group of resistance forces. How could it not shake the entire Red Leaf Empire? At the highest level of the Cloud Sky Corporation. On the surface, one of the two big bosses, the big boss, instantly realized the danger when he heard the news. In the past, the resistance army was like a small ant that the corporations could easily crush. But now, this tiny ant had taken advantage of the moment when the giants were fighting to suddenly climb up and bite him. If he didn't take precautions, once the ants built their nests, it would be too late. He decisively mobilized 300,000 troops from the Cloud Sky Group's headquarters from the surrounding cities, along with 20 A+ class superhumans and 3,000 genetic warriors, to charge straight at Bevero. In addition, if 20 A+ class superhumans and 3,000 genetic warriors were unable to take down Bureau, then, this S-class was the last resort. This was already the strongest force that the Cloud Sky Group could mobilize at present. After all, the war in the north was intense. No matter how powerful the Cloud Sky Corporation was, it was impossible for them to mobilize more forces. If it wasn't for the fact that the slogans shouted by the resistance army were too terrifying, the great commander would definitely not mobilize so many forces to target Li Yueming before the front line was stable. In his heart and mind, the big boss's face was very ugly. After thinking for a moment, he took out a phone from his pocket. After a few moments of hesitation, he dialed the number. However, it only rang twice. The other end of the phone said that the call could not be connected. Hearing this, the big boss, who was originally nervous and uneasy, suddenly turned pale. A month later, under the big boss's attention, the mighty army of the Cloud Sky Group began to attack Bevero City. At this moment, the resistance army, who had been hiding in the East Peak Mountain to recuperate, had already entered the city under Li Yueming's preparation. With a large-scale fresh army as a supplement, the resistance temporarily withstood the pressure. As the logistics department head, Wang Ye led a large group of art troupe members around the city to do some thought work. Some people were persuaded to join the resistance. There were also some people who tasted the sweetness of the resistance, a lot of food and medicine. He also chose to join the resistance. With internal and external replenishment. Although it was difficult to defend the position, Yongxiao Group could not easily break through Li Yueming's line of defense. On a certain day, at the time of the day, Li Yueming was resting in the command post below the city wall. A moment later. Chapter 219, As long as the ideal is not extinguished, even a single spark can start a prairie fire. Part 3. He could sense thousands of people approaching. He jumped into the city and saw nearly 1,000 genetic warriors under the city wall, led by more than 20 supernatural beings, rushing toward the city wall. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming smiled and muttered, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. From today onwards, Yongxiao Group will be the first financial magnate to be swept into the trash." As he spoke, his body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. It had far exceeded the upper limit of what an A+ class supernatural being could achieve. That's right. He had become an S-class supernatural being. Moreover, he had comprehended the stronger usage of the wilderness martial saint. Not only could it strengthen other objects, but it could also strengthen itself at the same time. One had to know that the effect of this talent was to increase the attributes of items through one's own attributes. Now, even his own body could be strengthened. When the two were combined, the effect could be said to be a qualitative change. It was just one attack. The dark gold greatsword had already killed dozens of genetic warriors. The 20 or so A+ grade superhumans in the sky instantly stopped when they saw this. He was so suppressed by Li Yueming's powerful aura that he didn't even dare to move. S-class supernatural being. possesses the power to destroy small cities. An existence of this level was not something that the A+ class experts could match up to. Fortunately, they had an S-class supernatural being behind them. He felt the power from Li Yueming's body. A man in his 30s stood out from the crowd. He looked at Li Yueming. The man revealed a greedy expression and said, "Although I don't know who you are, you smell delicious. I hope you won't disappoint me." Li Yueming didn't say anything. Only battle. A powerful black energy gushed out of the man's body. As long as one came into contact with it, all energy would be devoured by it. Li Yueming's martial strength was greatly affected. However, that was all. Li Yueming circulated the Star Moon art, and the man could no longer absorb any more energy from him. After fighting with the man for a few minutes, "Star Moon, heaven slaying!" Li Yueming shouted. The dark golden long saber in his hand erupted with a dazzling light. A huge and majestic golden saber light rose like a full moon. It forcefully cut open the black energy on the man's body. And it directly split it into two halves. In an instant, black blood dripped down like rain. The entire Bevero was silent. This was an S-class supernatural being, yet he was slaughtered so easily by the leader of the resistance? Including the resistance. Everyone who witnessed this was in disbelief. However, the man's final counterattack before his death also shattered Li Yueming's mecha into pieces. In the golden light that filled the sky, Li Yueming's figure appeared in front of everyone. This was the first time Li Yueming had shown his true face in the past few years. Everyone on the surface, whether it was the resistance army or the Cloud Sky Group's troops, at this moment, they all raised their heads. They widened their eyes, wanting to see who the leader of the resistance army was. Under the gaze of 400,000 to 500,000 people, Li Yueming stretched his body. Her long black and smooth hair was messy because she hadn't trimmed it for a long time. However, the young man's slender body and handsome face. There was also that pair of clear and abyss-like eyes. However, it still shocked countless people. Among them, the ones who were most shocked were definitely the troops of the Cloud Sky Corporation. All along, they had no idea who Li Yueming was. However, looking at the young man in front of them, the soldiers of the Cloud Sky Group could not relate him to the cunning and black-bellied leader of the resistance army in their minds. Of course. At this moment, their thoughts were no longer important. Li Yueming killed an S-class supernatural being, and black blood dripped down like rain. At the same time, it also shattered the fighting spirit of the entire Cloud Sky Corporation's soldiers. They stared blankly at the dreamlike figure in the sky, not knowing what to do for a moment. High in the sky, Li Yueming looked down at the hundreds of thousands of leaderless Yongxiao Group soldiers. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "We won't kill those who surrender or surrender. Those who resist or escape will be killed without mercy." His voice was not very loud. However, at this moment, it was like a panic-stricken voice. He was just a human. However, under the black blood rain, it was stronger than an army. The 20A+ class superhumans were being stared at by him, so much so that they did not even dare to move an inch. The pressure that Li Yueming gave them was comparable to the Grim Reaper. The ability that the S-class supernatural being had mastered was one of the top abilities in the supernatural sequence. It could summon extraordinary power to devour everything. However, in front of Li Yueming, it was only a few minutes before it was split into two halves. They didn't think they could be mischievous in front of Li Yueming. Therefore, he didn't even dare to run away. He could only raise his hands in surrender. Their surrender was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The troops of the Cloud Sky Corporation no longer had any thoughts of resisting. They all threw their weapons on the ground. They were afraid that Li Yueming would cause them trouble. On the city wall of Bevero, tens of thousands of rebels were watching everything with fanaticism. This was their leader, a man who had led them from the impossible to the possible. After fighting for so many years, their admiration for Li Yueming had long been engraved in their bones. The leader is invincible. The resistance army is invincible. The civilization of mankind is invincible. Many of the resistance fighters who had followed Li Yueming from East Peak Mountain roared. This was their encouragement to Li Yueming and themselves. Behind them, many newcomers who had just joined the resistance were also watching this. When they saw the arrogant S-class supernatural being killed on the spot, they were shocked. The other soldiers of the Cloud Sky Corporation did not dare to resist. The excitement in the hearts of this group of rookies was like a surging tide. A few days ago, Li Yueming had once described the future to them when they joined the resistance. At that time, although they were fascinated by what they heard, they still retained some doubts in their bones. After all, the power of the corporations was too strong. The entire planet was filled with corporations and their lackeys. They were not even supernatural beings. They were just a group of ordinary people who were not even comparable to ants. In the eyes of the corporations, they were not even worthy of being called humans. It was simpler and more accurate to call them consumables. Under the rule of such overwhelming power, they couldn't see where the life Li Yueming described came from. But now, it was still the same place and the same person. But now, he had personally proved to them the feasibility of the path he had mentioned. Even if there would be many hardships along the way, even if they would be oppressed and bleed. However, it was just as Li Yueming had said. Everything that mankind possessed was not given by God, nor did it rely on the help of the gods. They were all created bit by his own hands. As long as the ideal in his heart was not extinguished, even if it was just a spark, there would always be a day when the prairie would be destroyed. Chapter 220, Eliminate the Tyranny of the Tycoons, The World Belongs to the Resistance. Part 1. Transcendence Calendar Year 348. It was 2 years after the Northwest Coalition Army surrendered. The Resistance Army had occupied 80% of the land in the Northwest. The largest city was called Kandar. It was one of the 4 first-tier cities in the entire Northwest. Not only did it have a complete industrial system, but it also had an independent military factory. There were also nearly 10,000 scientists engaged in scientific research. After Li Yueming occupied it, the entire Red Leaf Empire was in an uproar. In just 1 or 2 years, countless pairs of eyes had been watching the Northwest. Many people and even the higher UPS of the Cloud Sky Corporation found this unbelievable. Judging from the current conflict between the Cloud Sky Group and the Hurricane Group at the border, the Cloud Sky Group might not be as well established as the Hurricane Group. However, it could also be considered one of the most powerful consortiums in the last 100 years. However, it was such a powerful corporation. However, thousands of square kilometers of land had been taken away by a group of rebels of unknown origins. No matter how one looked at it or heard it, this was an incredible thing. If he hadn't heard that the leader of the resistance was an S-class supernatural being, he would have been killed. There would probably be many higher UPS of the Cloud Sky Corporation who would doubt their lives. But even so, in the cities ruled by the Yungziao group, all kinds of news about the resistance army had already begun to spread widely. Some people said that they had seen the true appearance of the leader of the resistance during the Battle of the Northwest Coalition Army 2 years ago. The other party seemed to be just a young man with a tender face. Some people even uploaded some blurry side photos to the internet. However, due to the lockdown of the Cloud Sky Group, these pictures could not be widely circulated. However, even under such circumstances, the messy news was still being discussed by countless people. There were even quite a number of people who risked being caught to share it with their friends. In the second year, for some reason, another piece of news suddenly spread. According to a senior executive of the Cloud Sky Corporation who did not want to be named, this so-called leader of the resistance seemed to be an experimental subject that they had hunted down more than 10 years ago. Back then, he was chased by the helicopters mobilized by the Cloud Sky Corporation for more than 3,000 kilometers. In the end, he relied on faking his death to deceive the Cloud Sky Group's tracking. Now, it was very likely that they were seeking revenge on the Cloud Sky Group. All in all, the outside world was abuzz with discussion. However, as the main focus of attention, after the rebellion army took control of 3 cities, they changed their usual arrogant attitude and began to keep a low profile. There were also different opinions in the outside world. Some people felt that the resistance camp was no different from the previous corporations. They were just carrying the flag of the resistance corporations and walking the path of becoming corporations. Now that they had conquered a few cities, they were ready to develop technology. There were also people who said that the resistance army was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Most of the credit for taking down these cities was due to the commander of an S-class supernatural being. Of course, most people were pessimistic about the continuation of the resistance. After all, even though S-class supernatural beings were very strong, they were still very powerful. However, the standard for becoming a second-rate financial group was that the entire group had to have at least 5 S-class superhumans. Obviously, the number of S-class superhumans that the Cloud Sky Corporation possessed would only be above this number. The reason why they could tolerate the resistance and not say a word was that they were not afraid of the resistance. The biggest reason was that 90% of Yongxiao Group's energy was focused on the northern border and they had no time to care about the resistance army. However, once they freed up their hands from the front line, the resistance army, which occupied more than half of the northwest, would be the first to suffer. Of course, no matter what they thought. Anyway, Li Yueming was not prepared to provoke Yongxiao Group again. The current situation of the resistance was very delicate. Yongxiao Group was fighting with Hurricane Group. The battle was very intense. More than half of the manpower, material resources, and financial resources of the 61 cities of the Cloud Sky Group were sent to the battlefield. The rear had fallen into an unprecedented emptiness. This was also the fundamental reason why Li Yueming could take this opportunity to rise. But now, he had occupied 3 big cities, which should have reached the limit of what the Cloud Sky Corporation could tolerate. If Li Yueming dared to continue expanding his territory, it was likely that the Cloud Sky Group would divert their energy from the battlefield to cause trouble for the resistance. This was obviously not good news for the resistance, which was not strong enough. Besides, Li Yueming was a person who was flexible and liked to develop. Before his fists were not strong enough, he was not prepared to be the one who wanted to die. Wouldn't it be nice to sit and watch them fight? Nerari, ne na no nolche. After taking over 3 cities, the resistance became more restrained. Other than fighting for some resources that were necessary for development. If he could avoid conflict with the Cloud Sky Corporation, he would not. The 2 sides had lived in peace for a long time due to some kind of indescribable tacit understanding. During this period of time, Li Yueming focused on 4 aspects. First, speed up the internal restructuring. Schools, hospitals, and factories no longer served the corporations, but belonged to the entire resistance. As long as they joined the resistance, they would become residents under their rule. Everyone could enjoy free public resources. Secondly, the scientists captured by Kandor were put to use again. Moreover, he used the laboratory originally set up by the Cloud Sky Group to start scientific experiments. After all, this was a technological world. If one wanted to get twice the result with half the effort, one had to become a technological maniac. Chapter 221, Eliminate the Tyranny of the Tycoons, the World Belongs to the Resistance. Part 2. Li Yueming's research objective for the scientists was to create a drug that could make everyone a supernatural being. On the surface, Li Yueming's current research project was no different from the research project of the Andre Group more than 300 years ago. But in reality, after more than 300 years of continuous improvement, at present, the mortality rate of Andre Company's supernatural drug injection was still more than 50%. Even if the person injected managed to survive the 50% chance of death, he would still die. The probability of successfully awakening to become an extraordinary was only 10%. Most of the others had either their brains or arms burned out. Perhaps it was because of this that Hurricane Group's cosmetic modification brought a large amount of business. In the case of the Red Race, extraordinaires were undoubtedly a very rare profession. Even if an ordinary person worked hard for their entire life, they would not be able to afford it. And now, what Li Yueming wanted the scientists to research was a drug that could allow everyone to become supernatural beings. When she heard his request, the group of scientists was stunned. Damn it! Andre Group was now the most technologically advanced and powerful international group in the world. It was a technical problem that millions of top scientists had been working hard on for more than 200 years. They had dozens of big cats and small cats, and they wanted to do better than others? Even in his dreams, he wouldn't be this ridiculous, right? Thousands of scientists in the laboratory even thought that Li Yueming was a mentally retarded child who had popped out of nowhere. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yueming's fists were too hardcore, they were probably already cursing collectively. But even so, there was still a scientist named Anthony who stood up and said to Li Yueming mercilessly, "I'm sorry, we can't complete your plan. I suggest you figure out what the extraordinary potion is first." Li Yueming only smiled. He took out a bag of his own body tissue from his pocket and said, "How would we know if we don't try? Let's start with my genes." The scientists were speechless. He had been doing research for so many years. It wasn't that many scientists hadn't seen lunatics before. However, it was the first time they had seen a lunatic like Li Yueming who attacked them first. Looking at the bag of blood and minced meat in Li Yueming's hand, the group of scientists didn't even know how to respond. After completing the technological research, the third aspect that Li Yueming grasped was the stubborn old problem left behind by Yungziao group. An order was given. Almost all the gangsters, organ dealers, and powder dealers were uprooted. The resistance army's method of dealing with this group of people was very simple and crude. Those who were obedient and hadn't been tainted by human lives were sent to be reformed. Those who were disobedient or had blood on their hands would be fed to the peanuts. After a round of reorganization, the security of the three cities under the rebellion army's rule was instantly improved. When night fell, except for a few exceptions, most ordinary residents living in the city did not dare to go out. Under the acquiescence and connivance of the Cloud Sky Corporation, the night in the city was a paradise for all kinds of criminals. When ordinary people went out at night, they might encounter gang fights, drug addicts gathering in the corner to take small pills of different colors, and the cold gazes of homeless tramps. It was not a big deal to be caught on the streets at night. And now, after Li Yueming's reorganization, the gangs that sold human organs were all used by Li Yueming as lab rats in the experiments of the Kandar scientists. The girls in the red light district were all sent to technical schools for re-employment. As for those brothels and human traffickers, depending on the seriousness of the case, the lighter ones would be dragged to the factory for labor reform, and the heavier ones would be directly fed peanuts. The drug gods who liked to wear cyberpunk outfits and make and sell small pills on the streets. After they were caught, they were fed small pills one by one. Under such extreme pressure, the residents of Bevero, Kandar, and the other cities suddenly realized that the entire city seemed to have quietened down. In the past, when gangs fought with guns, a group of gangsters would pop out of a few streets every night with machine guns and shoot everywhere. However, during this period of time, those scenes seemed to stay in the past forever. Those agents who were on the verge of committing crimes were all sent to the guillotine. Some died, some went crazy. All of them ended up in an extremely miserable state. Now, every night, the residents opened the doors and saw that there were always rebel troops patrolling the streets meticulously. In a country where the rule of law was strong, the people might not understand how rare and precious such a quiet night was. However, in the city under the command of the Cloud Sky Group, this was unprecedented. The most obvious benefit was that many ordinary people no longer had to worry about being shot in the head by a grenade while they were sleeping at night, nor did they have to worry about their children accidentally getting involved in some bad cases when they were out. Through the implementation of this series of public security laws, the resistance army began to win more praise and trust from the ordinary people in the various cities. Chapter 222, Eliminate the Tyranny of the Tycoons, the World Belongs to the Resistance. Part 3. This also meant that the rebellion army had finally gained a firm foothold in the three cities. It began to expand rapidly. In just 2 short years, the resistance army, which originally had less than 100,000 people, had expanded to more than 300,000. And this was only in terms of soldiers. Many ordinary people who joined the resistance army did not count. If all of them were counted, it was estimated that the actual members of the resistance had exceeded 1 million. As for the fourth matter, it was more sensitive. Li Yueming printed some of the inappropriate promotional manuals into various qualification documents and small USB drives. There were also some messy private goods stories mixed in. They were like light seeds. It spread out like the wind through the channels that extended in all directions. As for what kind of fruit it would bear in the end, that would depend on how severe the crimes committed by the corporations were. However, in this prosperous situation, the higher UPS of the resistance did not smile at all. The battle in the northern part of the Cloud Sky Group lasted for 2 years. At its hottest, both sides were just short of throwing nuclear weapons at each other. But as they fought. But now, they had already entered a truce. Overall, Hurricane Group had the upper hand in this battle. However, the strength displayed by the Cloud Sky Group was enough to make many corporations look askance. Hurricane Group sent out 3 growth user armies, but they still failed to take down the genetic berserker troops of Cloud Sky Group. The situation was extremely tense. At this stage of the war, it was basically coming to an end. After all, although the Hurricane Group wanted to annex or destroy the Cloud Sky Group. However, judging from the combat strength displayed by the Cloud Sky Corporation, if Hurricane Group did not show their trump card, they would probably be crushed by the Cloud Sky Corporation. The risk of using his trump card was too great. After all, Hurricane Group had enemies. If he took out all his strength to annex the Cloud Sky Group, in the end, the other financial groups might be behind. Therefore, he went around in circles. Both sides returned to the negotiation table. The only difference was that the Cloud Sky Group was very smart this time. Not only did he soften his stance, but he also expressed that he would share some genetic information with Hurricane Group in the future. This naturally made Hurricane Group ecstatic. After all, the reason why they were fighting against the Yungziao Group was because the Yungziao Group's genetic research had touched on their fundamental interests. Now, the Cloud Sky Group had taken the initiative to express that they could compromise on this core principle. Hurricane Group naturally could not continue to make a big fuss. Both sides quickly stopped the war. Although they were still negotiating the specific details of the terms of the agreement. However, the end of the war was already in the bag. Under such circumstances, the resistance was in a worse state. Originally, when the Cloud Sky Group and Hurricane Group were fighting each other, it was simply too good for the resistance army to occupy 3 cities. But now the war is over. The Cloud Sky Group, which had escaped from the vortex, would obviously turn their attention to the resistance army at the first possible moment. Li Yueming wasn't surprised by this. After all, Yungziao Group was not simple. It would be strange if it was really swallowed up by Hurricane Group. Just as he was still thinking of a way to deal with it. Behind. Sunruo quickly walked to Li Yueming. She was holding an encrypted satellite phone in her hand. After a moment of silence, Li Yueming picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Han Longfei said, "I'll estimate that in at most a month, the main force of the Cloud Sky Corporation will return. As far as IMO, the reason why they compromised on the core genetic authority is very likely because of our resistance army. This time, the Cloud Sky Corporation is serious." Li Yueming naturally knew about this. At the beginning of the guerrilla warfare, Han Longfei could provide Li Yueming with a lot of key information. However, as the resistance grew in power, Han Longfei's information became somewhat useless. Although the two of them still often exchanged information. However, the initiative fell from Han Longfei to Li Yueming. Li Yueming didn't say anything. He just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I haven't agreed to their ceasefire yet. Why should they stop?" Hearing this, Han Longfei's face was full of question marks. After thinking for a moment, he laughed. "Don't say it. You're really a genius. This plan is not bad." The two men were talking in riddles on the phone. Between each other, a smile of mutual understanding. Only Sunruo, who was beside him, was left dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did he suddenly feel a chill? After hanging up the phone, Sunruo thought about it and didn't dwell on the plan that the two of them had talked about on the phone. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "In the past few days, more and more people have joined the resistance army in the nearby cities." Li Yueming hid the expression on his face and pretended to be puzzled. "What's wrong? Isn't this a good thing? You really don't know?" Sunruo scratched his head. She leaned closer to carefully observe Li Yueming's expression. After confirming that she did not see anything wrong, she continued, "The first thing they said when they ran over was to eliminate the tyranny of the tycoons and the world belongs to the resistance army. If it weren't for the fact that the mental fluctuations were normal, I would have thought that they had escaped from a mental hospital." Li Yueming blinked his eyes and smiled, "Not bad, this is the true resistance." Sunruo felt that Li Yueming knew something. However, Riddler was never likable. She bared her teeth and bit Li Yueming before leaving angrily. In the blink of an eye. 2 months passed quietly. Yungziao Group and Hurricane Group reached a truce agreement, and the troops deployed at the border between the two sides began to slowly retreat. According to the normal process, it wouldn't be long before Yungziao Group and Hurricane Group returned to the capital. But at this moment, a large army appeared on the battlefield once again. Warriors wearing strange mechas and reproductive equipment suddenly attacked the unprepared Cloud Sky Group's headquarters. At the same time, on the other side, hundreds of powerful genetic monsters appeared in Hurricane Group's factory and wreaked havoc. The soldiers from both sides were already tense during the retreat. Now, he was suddenly attacked. Before the higher UPS could give the order, they almost subconsciously started fighting each other. For a time, the northern border was filled with rumbling sounds. The faces of the corporate executives who had just come down from the negotiation table and were about to go back to their own homes immediately darkened. He finally calmed down. After the attack, the first reaction of both sides was that there was something wrong with the peace talks. Cloud Sky Group suspected that Hurricane Group was trying to use the so-called peace talks to numb them. In fact, they were secretly mobilizing their forces to annex them in one fell swoop. On the other hand, Hurricane Group believed that Cloud Sky Group was using the excuse of peace talks to launch a sneak attack. Back then, he took the initiative to kick out the Gene Contribution Project as bait for them to eat. Damn it, that damned sixth brother. You like to use cold knives to scheme people, right? Just you wait, if I don't beat your sh*t out, I'll count it as you pooping clean. Chapter 223, A Spark Catches a Prairie, You and I Are Plants. Transcendence Calendar Year 350, Li Yueming was 17 years old. 2 years ago, Cloud Sky Group and Hurricane Group signed a truce agreement. However, during the retreat, Li Yueming sent the resistance army to strike at both sides at the most critical time and place. He sent a mecha to pretend to be from Hurricane Group to attack the headquarters of Cloud Sky Group. He also sent the genetic warriors that Kandor had researched to Hurricane Group's repair shop. The result was obvious. The representatives of Hurricane Group and Cloud Sky Group sat at the negotiation table, their saliva flying everywhere. They had negotiated for more than a month before they finally signed the truce agreement. In the end, it was immediately destroyed less than 2 hours after it took effect. The soldiers on both sides started fighting again. Although the higher UPS later discovered the problem and suspected that there were other forces behind it. However, cracks had already appeared in the basic trust between Yongxiao Group and Hurricane Group. It was naturally extremely difficult to repair it. Therefore, the two sides fought for almost 2 years. In the end, they slowly shrank the battle line and began to disband the border troops. After all, war burned money, and the corporations believed in the greatest benefits. In the absence of attractive output, burning money was no different from burning their lives. The war was about to end. Han Longfei gave Li Yueming an idea, wanting him to send someone to disrupt the situation again. But this time, Li Yueming didn't have such an intention. War is the art of deception. Can 1, can 2, cannot 3. If he fanned the flames too much, he might really get into trouble. Li Yueming didn't believe that the corporations would be so stupid. After being tricked a few times, he was still unprepared. Moreover, 2 years ago, he was fanning the flames to buy time for the resistance to develop. Now, the resistance had grown into a strong tree. It was no longer the sapling that had just sprouted and could be easily blown down by a gust of wind. In these 2 years, the number of the resistance increased exponentially. The 3 cities had a population of about 40 million. Currently, there were nearly 1 million rebel troops. More than 80% of the ordinary residents had already applied for the identity documents of the resistance. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming already had the confidence to contend with Yongxiao Group's main force. It was really unnecessary to play some underhanded tricks. The reason why it's developing so fast. The main reason was that the resistance had brought tangible benefits to the residents. After all, one person would not treat another person well for no reason. Not to mention tens of millions of people. In order to gain their support and recognition, the rebellion army naturally had to offer something tangible. The most important thing was to have the identity of the resistance. As long as they obeyed the unified arrangement and were willing to lower their pay, all medical, housing, and educational resources belonging to the resistance would be open to them for free. The labor time was also cut from the original 12 hours to 8 hours. Food and accommodation during working hours were also included. For the ordinary residents who were used to being exploited by the corporations, these few things were simply things that he did not even dare to dream about. One had to know that under the control of the corporations, Medical care, housing, and education were basically high-voltage lines that ordinary people could not touch. The first was medical treatment. In order to monopolize resources. In the city, doctors without qualifications were not allowed to practice medicine. Once they were caught practicing medicine illegally, they would be sent to the assembly line for training. In the worst case, he would be locked up in prison for 7 to 8 years until he had a mental breakdown. If ordinary people wanted to get treatment, they could only go to hospitals certified by the corporations. However, the hospital's fees were probably more than the number of doctors. It was common for a family to be emptied of all their assets when they went to the hospital when they were sick. As for the house, those who knew about it would understand, and those who didn't wouldn't dare to say anything. However, the corporate world was a little more complicated. In the city, housing prices were not only linked to geographical location. It was also related to the security of the surrounding area. Houses with poor security often sold at a cheaper price. However, the residents living here had to endure the harassment of some unknown gang members and human traffickers who were armed with firearms. What was that? Unsatisfied with this? Then buy a safe house. They only needed to pay 2 or 3 times the price of the house to buy a high-end building with security patrols. Under the condition that the protection fee was sufficient to ensure that you and your child will not be harassed by gangs and human traffickers. As for the final aspect of education, it was also a very simple operational logic, and many of them were not complicated. However, as long as it involved the monopoly of resources, it would be a huge profit. And now, as long as they joined the resistance, they would receive free housing, free medical care, and free education. How could this not make ordinary people ecstatic? If not for the various restrictions on joining the resistance, the number of ordinary people joining the resistance would probably be even higher. However, it was under such circumstances. The economy of the entire city did not explode as many people had imagined. Instead, it became even more prosperous. After all, although the basic facilities of the resistance were free of charge. However, while ordinary people enjoyed everything, they did not have to pay for it. They had to work at least 8 hours a day. He had to work 5 to 6 days a week. Chapter 224, A Spark Catches Fire, You and I Are Plants, 2. However, under such a strict plan and arrangement, ordinary people who joined the resistance army had less time to work than before, but their work efficiency was higher than the 12 hours they worked under the pressure of the consortium. After all, they were forced to work in the past. Now, although it was the same as the labor force of the company, it was still the same. However, the things they produced were actually used on themselves. The clothes they produced were not only supplied to the resistance, but also sold to the residents at a very low price. A large portion of the drugs produced were also collected by the hospitals and schools under the name of the resistance. The difference in power was obvious. Now, as they walked on the roads of the 3 cities, they could see the laughter of the residents everywhere. The once quiet and depressing streets were now cheerful and bright. Under Li Yueming's pressure, all the black and grey forces in the city under the rule of the resistance had basically been wiped out. Whether it was day or night, he didn't have to worry about encountering all kinds of arrogant criminals when he went out. If you have any problems, you can ask the resistance police department for help. The entire city was filled with vitality and vigor. What was the will of the people? This was the will of the people. In addition, the seeds that Li Yueming had sown in the past had also borne rich fruits. There are a total of 16 cities in the northwest. The resistance had only occupied 12 of them. But now, many of the residents of the remaining 4 cities had fled overnight to the city occupied by the resistance army, just to become a glorious member of the resistance. For this reason, the 4 city lords who had yet to be occupied were so worried that their hair was almost empty. When they first discovered that the residents of the city had fled, they were shocked. The 4 city lords immediately issued a lockdown order. The residents of the city were not allowed to escape. However, in less than 2 days, Li Yueming brought the rebellion army troops to visit the coastal lands for tea. It almost scared the few city lords to the point of fainting on the spot. The next day, on the surface, the 4 cities were still under lockdown. But in reality, the side door was already wide open. The city defense army turned a blind eye to the ordinary residents who went out. He couldn't beat them, and he couldn't run away. They could only watch as the population in the city decreased day by day. The few city lords were about to go crazy. Now, they only hoped that the Cloud Sky Group headquarters would hurry over and kill the resistance army, or just lie down and join the resistance army. Under this kind of incomparable torment. Finally, they had been looking forward to the news of a total truce on the northern front line. Before the troops that returned from the front line could even heave a sigh of relief, they were directly transferred to the northwest by the Yungziao Group's chief. The desert city of Onlato. Yellow sand covered the once glorious city. Withered vines, old trees, black crows circling. The Cloud Sky Group had gathered more than 500,000 troops here. They wanted to destroy the resistance forces that had occupied the three cities in the northwest in one fell swoop. In the distant city wall, Li Yueming, who had already received the news, was also making his final preparations. 4 years ago, Li Yueming had completely digested the strength of the Northwest Army that had followed the S-class extraordinaires to attack the resistance. Currently, Li Yueming had more than 500,000 fully armed soldiers. Under the overtime production, the number of weapons and equipment was also considerable. The number of supernatural beings might be relatively small compared to the Cloud Sky Corporation. However, there were 32 A+ class extraordinaires, and 55 A and A class extraordinaires. The reason why there were so many. First of all, it was naturally because the group of extraordinary humans who had been captured back then were also here. Secondly, the Resistance's Extraordinary Research Institute had also contributed a considerable amount of power. That's right. Through Li Yueming's perfect genes and golden talent, he could deduce endlessly. In addition, thousands of scientists worked overtime to research and experiment. The newly established Resistance Extraordinary Laboratory in Kandar. In just 3 months, they had developed the first extraordinary potion for the resistance. After injecting this extraordinary potion, the result was a total of 10,000. The probability of becoming a supernatural being was 4% lower than that of Andre Company. In other words, it only took 3 moons. The rebellion version of the extraordinary potion already had a 6% chance of turning ordinary people into extraordinaires. This was already a very heaven-defying research result. At that time, when the scientists of the Extraordinary Research Institute walked out of the laboratory with the drug, almost all of them could not believe their eyes. After all, this was a transcendent gene serum. The Andre Group had studied the technology for more than 300 years before they could completely clear it. They only spent 3 months to replicate the youth version. Could it really be so smooth? However, what Li Yueming wanted was obviously not this kind of trash potion. Under his constant deduction, soon, the scientists at the Research Institute were provided with a few new solutions. After getting the plan, the scientists were more excited than if they were on drugs. They began to work overtime and devote themselves to the research. For lunatics like them who walked on the edge of truth every day, there was nothing more fascinating than science. Then science guided by Li Yueming was at the top of the list. The reason why he was able to develop the first version of the extraordinary potion in just a few months. It was because Li Yueming had provided them with genes that were infinitely close to perfection. Every time they encountered a bottleneck, Li Yueming provided them with various options. In the beginning, they thought that Li Yueming was a complete lunatic. Chapter 225, A Spark Catches a Prairie, You and I Are Plants, 3. After all, there were many people who used him as an example these days. However, there were fewer people who used him as an experimental subject. To put it bluntly, it was probably the only scorpion poop. Take your own body when the experiment and also can give all kinds of experimental direction and research theory. That was truly a great departure from the world. Li Yueming had achieved all 3. Not only did he use himself as an experimental subject, he even set the research direction himself and guided them in the direction he set. Thousands of scientists studied it for half a month, only to find that they seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Then, it started to get out of hand. From Li Yueming's research project to the battle with Yungziao Group, it took less than 4 years. The Extraordinary Research Institute had produced several versions of the Rebellion Army's extraordinary potions. The first to come out was the new version of the Rebellion Army's extraordinary potion. There was a 20% chance that the Rebellion's extraordinary potion could awaken an ordinary person into an extraordinary. At the same time, the side effects were much lighter than Andre Company's supernatural medicine. The fatality rate was less than 10%, and the probability of disability was only 25%. When this drug was just developed, all the scientists in the Extraordinary Research Institute suspected that there was something wrong with their brains. After all, the research was going too smoothly. It was as if they had cheated on their way to scientific research. As long as he followed the research plan provided by Li Yueming, he could bypass all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases and get to the source. But later, they became numb. One after another, more heaven-defying potions were produced. One of the supernatural potions was specially prepared for awakened supernatural beings. It was called the Strengthening Needle, the Resistance Supernatural Gene Potion 1.0. The Rebellion Army Transcendent Gene Potion 1.0 could make up for the genetic defects of awakened extraordinaires. It could strengthen the control of supernatural beings over their talents to a certain extent. Furthermore, there was a 10% chance of awakening an extraordinary for the second time. A successful extraordinary could have two different talents at the same time. However, due to the lack of equipment and raw materials, the production of extraordinary potions was very limited. The production of Gene Serum 1.0 was especially rare. After all, the Cloud Sky Corporation was not stupid. Most of their genetic research equipment and basic materials were stored in the headquarters of the Nightless City. The other cities had also established research departments. However, the amount of equipment and raw materials was very limited. Of course. Even so, the potions produced were enough for Li Yueming to use for the time being. After injecting the Transcendent Gene Serum 1.0. Now, the most powerful extraordinaires in the Resistance had powers that far surpassed other extraordinaires. Furthermore, Li Yueming had successfully lured over 20 Grade A extraordinaires who had surrendered to join the rebellion army. That's why. Only then did Li Yueming have the confidence to face the attack of the entire financial group. He looked at the sea of people below him. Li Yueming's expression was cold. From his appearance, he had completely shed his childishness and had become a calm young man. He took a deep breath. Fellow countrymen of the resistance army, Li Yueming said loudly, Yongxiao Group has gathered more than 5 million troops and wants to exterminate us. They want to treat us like pigs, dogs, cattle, horses, and slaves again. Can we let them succeed? Beneath his feet, more than 1 million rebels responded in unison, no. 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 Li Yueming smiled and said, of course not. We have to protect our city, protect our families, and protect the beautiful life that we have not obtained easily, therefore, let us sing a resounding slogan and pour our blood and fire the first shot against the corporations. The fire will start a prairie fire. You are all plants and trees. Are you ready to sacrifice yourself for your ideals? More than 1 million rebels responded in unison, one after another, I have no regrets even if I die. In that case, there is no need to say anything else, Li Yueming laughed. Destroy the tyranny of the tycoons. The world belongs to the resistance. Hearing this slogan, after a moment of silence, it wasn't just the 1 million rebels who agreed. Tens of millions of residents in Kandar shouted in unison. Destroy the tyranny of the corporations, and the world belongs to the resistance. Destroy the tyranny of the corporations, and the world belongs to the resistance. Destroy the tyranny of the corporations, and the world belongs to the resistance. Millions of voices were deafening. For a moment, the entire land trembled. When so many ordinary people gathered together, the power that erupted was actually so terrifying. Just like that, the war began. It was simple and swift. The two sides did not have any conversation throughout the entire process. They fought to the death the moment they started. Obviously, both the Cloud Sky Group and the Resistance knew this. The conflict between them was different from the other way around. It was a conflict at the core. In this kind of conflict, it was either you die or I die. There was no possibility of negotiation. Everyone in the Red Leaf Empire was watching the Northwest. Even the neighboring financial groups were more or less paying attention to it. The television station was broadcasting the news in real time. Originally, everyone thought that with all kinds of high-tech weapons and the suppression of more than 5 million soldiers, they would be able to suppress the enemy. The Yongxiao Group should be able to easily crush the resistance army. However, after they really started fighting, the group of people quickly realized that this was not the case. This group of resistance was completely different from the forces that the corporations knew of in the past. The most obvious thing was that almost all of them were not afraid of death. When the fight started, everyone rushed forward with all their might as if they were drenched in chicken blood. Not only that. Before they died, they would try to drag others down with them. He's even crazier than a madman. This kind of reckless fighting style caused the Cloud Sky Group to suffer a loss in the first battle. Over 300,000 troops had suffered over 200,000 casualties. However, this was not what made the Cloud Sky Group feel terrified. What made the Cloud Sky Group feel the most terrified was, the number of the resistance army seemed to be much more than they had imagined. The Cloud Sky Group now had more than 500 million troops. They were all elite regular troops who had just fallen from the front line and experienced the flames of war. This was already considered the strongest military force in the entire Cloud Sky Corporation. However, the other party was just a random resistance army that had occupied 3 cities. When they fought a few years ago, they did not even have 100,000 armed forces. How long had it been? It had been less than 4 years. But now, they had mustered a super force of more than 1 million fearless soldiers. The commander of the highest command of the Yungziao group could not figure out what was going on even after scratching his head. In the end, the scientists came up with a hypothesis. They felt that Li Yueming might have mastered a very effective brainwashing method. It could control the minds of ordinary people. This was why he was able to build such a powerful army in just a few years. After receiving this news, the entire Cloud Sky Corporation and the outside world were in an uproar. Countless media outlets swarmed over. The leaders of the various corporations also personally called to inquire about this matter. In the end, it was the big boss of Yungziao Group who personally came forward to suppress the public opinion and the attention of the other corporations. However, it was obvious. Everyone was very interested in the mental brainwashing methods controlled by the resistance. After all, a group of resistance soldiers could use this method to control millions of soldiers. If they could also master this method, wouldn't they be able to form an army of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? After coming up with this possibility, countless scientists swarmed out of the headquarters. He began to study the captive resistance soldiers on the battlefield. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find any difference between the brains of the resistance soldiers and those of normal people. No matter how much I think about it, I can't get rid of it. The higher UPS of the Yungziao group organized an observation group to personally go to the laboratory. They wanted to talk to the awakened resistance army and see if they still had the thoughts of a normal person. In the silence, the big boss of Yungziao Corporation asked a few questions personally. The rebellion warrior who had just woken up sneered. If you think the chief is brainwashing us, then so be it. We are willing to be brainwashed. We risked our lives to hang you guys on the street lamps. After saying that, the rebel soldier slammed his head into the glass cover. Instantly, all signs of life disappeared. Chapter 226, Destroy Like Ruin, Nuclear Strike? 1. The laboratory was eerily quiet. All the higher UPS had dark clouds on their faces. It had not been a long time since they felt a trace of terrifying terror. So what did the leader of the resistance force do to these people? They were actually so loyal to him. Even if he knew that he would die in the next second. However, he could still rush up and bite them without caring about his own safety. However, there was some kind of conflict between the two sides that made it impossible for them to know. Or rather, even if they knew, they would pretend not to see it. After all, this was a battle that could not be defeated. If they failed, he might lose everything he had now. Houses, cars, superior social status, money, and beautiful women. In this battle, the Cloud Sky Corporation went all out and mobilized thousands of troops. There were dozens of corporations watching from the sidelines. They were obviously also studying the methods of the resistance. However, it was under such circumstances. The resistance had been stubbornly resisting, and their counterattack was very fierce. The Cloud Sky Group's 5 million troops had fought against Hurricane Group for 4 to 5 years. They had originally thought that they could be called an elite army that had been through hundreds of battles. In the end, in just a few months, the resistance had beaten them to the point of doubting their lives. It was as if the other party did not care about his life at all. After retreating once, he would rush back. Destroying a layer of defense would form another layer of defense. They were all working part-time. Was there a need to work so hard? The soldiers of the Cloud Sky Corporation were all numb. The more the war progressed, the more intense it became. The more numb the soldiers of the Cloud Sky Corporation became. The higher UPS seemed to have gone crazy. They wanted to destroy the resistance at all costs. The resistance army seemed to have gone crazy. No matter how they fought, they could not be killed. Instead, they fought more and more fiercely. They were stuck in the middle, unable to please either side. The war has entered a stalemate. The morale of the soldiers of the Cloud Sky Corporation was also getting lower and lower. Seeing this situation, the higher UPS of the Cloud Sky Group were clearly ruthless. They used all sorts of methods to force the soldiers to go up and fight. He didn't know when. Some sneaky figures began to wander around the Cloud Sky Corporation's military camp. Someone was walking around with a small booklet, and the information was spread one after another. A commanding officer noticed this and began to investigate. It would have been fine if he hadn't investigated. Once he did, he fell into a deep shock. I don't know when. A rebellion army booklet had already appeared in the Cloud Sky Group's military camp. More than half of the soldiers in the camp had heard of it and observed it. The officer walked forward and took a brochure. Originally, he just wanted to see what was written inside. Then, he could report it to the headquarters for a reward. However, after reading a few chapters, the officer felt that his worldview had been impacted. He even became muddle-headed. On this day, the higher UPS of the Cloud Sky Group finally noticed the problem. A group of commanders from the headquarters gathered in the conference room. A rebel propaganda manual was displayed on the virtual screen behind them. The faces of the high-ranking officials in the meeting room were as dark as ink. The chief commander of the operations department stood in the middle of the meeting room. He was so angry that his beard was sticking up. He questioned angrily, "Who can tell me who brought this thing into the military camp?" He felt the commander-in-chief's gaze that was as if he was about to devour someone. The high-ranking officers all lowered their heads and did not dare to make a sound. No one answered. The commander-in-chief's voice became even colder as he continued, "Then can any of you tell me how long this thing has been circulating in the military camp? Why did you only show it to me now?" The officers felt a chill down their chrysanthemums again and did not make a sound. The commander-in-chief glanced around and said with a sinister smile, "Don't tell me any of you want to join the resistance." Hearing this, the officers panicked. He hurriedly shook his head in denial. The commander-in-chief scanned everyone's faces and finally closed his eyes. "We can't delay any longer. Pass on my order. The entire army will launch a general attack tonight. If you still can't defeat those madmen of the resistance, you'll be sent to the military court to eat bullets." Night fell. The 3 cities where the resistance were located were brightly lit as if it was daytime. On the other side of the distant skyline, heavy trucks were slowly approaching. Behind him was the army of millions of Cloud Sky. They had yet to reach the city. The powerful pressure had already made countless people unable to breathe. Military bomber after bomber flew across the sky. The city defense elevated cannons were intercepting them. The cannonballs landed one after another, and then exploded with a loud bang. From afar, they looked like balls of gorgeous fireworks. Li Yueming stood on the city wall and looked at the army in the distance. There was a trace of seriousness on his face. The battle of offense and defense began. For the sake of destroying the resistance army and capturing Li Yueming alive. This time, the Cloud Sky Corporation had dispatched a total of 7 S-class superhumans, more than 100 A-plus class superhumans, and more than 300 ordinary A-class superhumans. It could be said, they weren't this crazy when they fought Hurricane Group. But now. However, when facing the resistance army, he blocked all his assets. One could imagine how much pressure the existence of the resistance had caused them. He looked at the many extraordinaires in the sky. Nearly 100 people behind Li Yueming also flew up. Chapter 227, Destroy Like Ruin, Nuclear Strike? Part 2. Compared to the 400-plus A-class superhumans and the 7 S-class superhumans, their strength seemed extremely small. Standing behind Li Yueming at this moment, he seemed a little nervous and uneasy. However, no one ran away. Transcendents also had their own pursuits and ideals. After following Li Yueming for 4 years, many supernatural beings witnessed the development of the resistance army. From the initial 10,000-strong guerrilla force, It became a large army of 100,000 people. In the end, it became the current large-scale organization that ruled over a dozen cities in the northwest. Each step he took was extremely firm. Similarly, many extraordinaires also felt the vitality of the city ruled by the resistance. In their eyes, Li Yueming was a mysterious man. Most of the time, he was always unknown. But in the end, he was always the one who had the last laugh. Therefore, he had no choice. Although it was now the most crucial moment of the final battle, many extraordinaires actually did not see any hope of defeating the Cloud Sky Group. After all, the Cloud Sky Corporation was different from before. They had really brought out all their trump cards. Putting aside the hundreds of A-class Suna or humans, there were 7 S-class Suna or humans. As for the resistance, only Li Yueming was an S-class supernatural being. Even so, they still chose to believe in the man in front of them who was always full of miracles. After all, most of the time, people had to have a little pursuit, right? He had stayed in these cities for so many years. It was time to contribute to this city. Beneath his feet, the rebellion army and the Cloud Sky Group's combat troops had already started fighting. In the sky, the 7 S-class superhumans led by Yongxiao Group sized up Li Yueming. There were no formalities or small talk. They only exchanged a glance, and the battle was about to start. Among the 7 people, a woman with psychokinesis waved her hands. Suddenly, an invisible force squeezed towards Li Yueming. Psychokinesis was an extremely strange attack. It was invisible, colorless, and had no end. However, its destructive power was extremely powerful and impossible to guard against. Li Yueming snorted coldly. The golden martial force rose into the sky and blocked the woman's psychokinesis attack. In the next second, the dragon-slaying saber emitted a golden light that was nearly 1,000 meters long. It was like a divine sword that came from the sky in the darkness. He suddenly slashed down. The woman's face instantly turned extremely pale. He could no longer care about attacking and only managed to dodge this attack by dashing thousands of meters away. The expressions of the other S-level transcendents changed drastically when they saw this. Previously, they had heard that Li Yueming was an S-class supernatural being. Furthermore, he had a record of killing extraordinaires of the same level. However, he had never taken it to heart. After all, those who could become S-class superhumans were all proud people. But now, looking at Li Yueming's blade, they finally realized how terrifying the other party was. He did not dare to put on airs anymore. Soon, an S-rank talent rushed up. Relying on his incredible strength, his entire person was like a cannonball, and his every move could cause the sound of air being torn apart. On the other side, under everyone's astonished gazes, Li Yueming suddenly reached out his hand and punched the superhuman who was known for his strength in midair. Bang! There was a loud bang. Everyone on the battlefield felt the energy fluctuations coming from the sky. Under everyone's astonished gazes, in the air, their fists collided. Li Yueming's entire body was covered in golden flames. He had actually punched the S-class supernatural being with a strength talent and sent him crashing onto a hill not far away. Immediately, the ground was filled with smoke and dust. Trembling like an earthquake, the supernatural being with a natural strength talent struggled to fly out of the hole after a long while. Looking at the figure standing in the sky, the S-class supernatural being with strength talent said in a daze, "How is that possible? Why can you fight me naked?" It was no wonder that he had doubts about life. The only thing extraordinary people with strength talent were proud of was their super-strong bodies. After reaching S-class, he could easily destroy an entire city. Ordinary firearms, as long as it was not a nuclear bomb. To him, it was just an attack that tickled him. But now, the physical fitness that he had always been proud of had actually been completely defeated by Li Yueming with a single punch. How was this possible? He desperately wanted an answer. In the sky, Li Yueming looked down at the supernatural beings below and sneered, "Why not? You don't think your body is very powerful, do you?" She heard his faint smile. The strength talent was on the verge of collapse. He felt that his 3 views had suffered a serious blow. Seeing this situation, the other 5 people in the sky felt a chill in their teeth. It was just a short exchange of blows. The strength that Li Yueming displayed shocked them. As an S-class supernatural being, they were quite knowledgeable. But Li Yueming, in terms of spirit, it could withstand the pressure of an S-class psychokinesis superhuman and launch an attack. In terms of physical strength, it was an existence that could fight against a strength talent and gain the upper hand. However, this was the first time he saw a knife cut his butt. How was this an ordinary supernatural being? This was clearly the father of all extraordinaires. Chapter 228, Destroy Like Ruin, Nuclear Strike, Part 3. Initially, the 7 S-class superhumans were calm and composed. They thought that 1 or 2 S-class superhumans could easily take care of Li Yueming. But now, however, all of them felt a chill run down their spines. It was obvious that they should be the one with the advantage in numbers and strength. But now, in front of Li Yueming, they were even more like the weaker side. It was enough to show Li Yueming's current power. The 7 of them finally saw Li Yueming as an opponent that they needed to work together to suppress. Li Yueming's current performance among the S-class superhumans. It was enough to shock them. In terms of might alone, only the SS-class extraordinaires who stood at the top of the world could compare to it. All 7 of them used their strongest techniques. However, even though he was surrounded by them, Li Yueming remained calm. He raised his hand. The golden greatsword that was nearly 1,000 meters long pierced through the sky like a torch. None of the extraordinaires dared to take it head-on. They all avoided him. Li Yueming's figure flashed after he escaped from the siege. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the psychic. He punched out. The psychokinesis superhuman formed a seal with both hands and activated his strongest move with his mind as one. Only then did he manage to escape from Li Yueming. However, Li Yueming seemed to have locked her in place. The golden longsword slashed down, forcing the other S-class superhumans who had rushed over to rescue them to retreat. Once again, he came close and threw a punch. This time, the psychic was not as lucky as before. Li Yueming's punch pierced through his chest. A huge hole appeared in his chest. In the surroundings. When the other S-class superhumans saw this, their eyes widened. Looking at the woman who couldn't be any more dead, they finally felt a chill. The man in front of her didn't look like an S-class supernatural being at all. The strength he displayed had far exceeded the threshold of an S-class supernatural being. On the battlefield below, countless Resistance Army and Cloud Sky Group troops noticed this scene. After seeing Li Yueming kill a supernatural being from Yongxiao Group in just a few minutes, the entire battlefield fell into a short silence. Many ordinary people found it hard to imagine what kind of existence an S-class supernatural being was. However, he knew a little about it from all kinds of rumors and understanding. Now, they watched as their leader easily killed the Cloud Sky Group's S-class supernatural being while surrounded by 7 S-class supernatural beings. The entire resistance was naturally enthusiastic. The countless rebels fighting on the surface were all cheering. In contrast, the morale of the Cloud Sky Group soldiers, which was not high to begin with, plummeted even more under such circumstances. If it wasn't for the supervision of the army and the military court in the rear, most likely, some troops would have already started fleeing. It was 5 million against 1 million. To be able to defeat a party without any fighting strength, one could imagine how terrifying the resistance army was. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Yueming had already planted the seeds before the war. The pamphlets that were distributed in the Yongxiao Group's troops were operated under his instructions. It was also because of this. As a result, the cohesion of the entire Yongxiao Group's internal army suddenly dropped. As for the specific content, he could only say Avakaniya. The battle continued. However, the situation was completely reversed. In the sky, Li Yueming was using a split formation to pick on the weak. After paying the price of minor injuries, he successfully killed the already injured and unstable strength talent extraordinary person. This way, the original 4-7 situation instantly became 4-5. However, the superhumans behind them were not weak. The key was that they did not have obvious weaknesses like the previous 2. Therefore, Li Yueming was still dealing with him. But even so. However, the ending was already decided from the very beginning. The battle below was also one-sided. Of course, it was not a one-sided massacre. Instead, it was the countless soldiers of the Cloud Sky Corporation who had lost their will to fight. They began to flee in small groups. Ever since Li Yueming killed the third S-class supernatural being in the sky, and the golden longsword had killed dozens of A-plus class supernatural beings like cutting wheat, the millions of soldiers in the Cloud Sky Corporation could no longer hold it in. Their morale was completely broken. Countless soldiers began to flee for their lives. If there was a small-scale escape of the troops, the military supervision and military court could still restrain them. Then, when the troops were in a large-scale escape, all the supervision and threats were like a piece of paper that would shatter at the slightest touch. Millions of soldiers fled for their lives. Even if they lined up to be executed, the Cloud Sky Group would still need a year and a half to fight. How could it continue to form a binding force? Under such circumstances, the supervisor was more worried about not being trampled by the soldiers who were like wolves and tigers. He didn't want to pull out his gun to block the fleeing soldiers. They were anxious during the battle. However, when they fled, they were extremely swift and violent. Before the higher UPS of Yungziao Group could react, more and more soldiers began to flee. However, this was not the most ridiculous thing. The most ridiculous thing was that many of the soldiers of the Cloud Sky Corporation had even taken off their military uniforms as they ran. Many of them directly joined the resistance. The resistance seemed to have been prepared for this. They even prepared their exclusive tokens for them. All the soldiers of the Yungziao Group had to surrender on the spot and be able to match the slogan. The resistance would give them a token. Chapter 229, Destroy Like Ruin, Nuclear Strike, Part 4. Then, he turned around and led the surrendered soldiers to join the battle. This is under the decline of the other. The number of rebels on the battlefield was still snowballing. More and more Cloud Sky Group soldiers joined the resistance army. They began to attack the battle command. Regarding this, the staff members of the Cloud Sky Group's headquarters were all dumbfounded. Most of them were top students who had graduated from military academies, and quite a number of them were second or third generation soldiers. Or they came from a powerful family. They were the elites of the nobles. Even so, this was the first time he had seen such a ridiculous move on the battlefield. A second ago, they were still soldiers of the Cloud Sky Corporation. They took off their clothes and got their slogans right. In the blink of an eye, they became the resistance. This was really AF*ing war. Instead of playing house? Beside the sand table, the commander-in-chief of the Cloud Sky Corporation sat down on a stool when he saw the situation. He threw the military cap on his head. It's over, it's all over. The Cloud Sky Corporation is finished, he muttered with red eaves. In fact, he had already smelled something unusual before the battle began. His intuition told him, if this continued, something unexpected might happen on the battlefield. It was also because of this that he was so impatient to announce the final battle. However, no matter how much he overestimated him, he didn't expect that the resistance's mental infiltration would be so thorough. In less than a month, he was actually able to turn the millions of troops and hearts of the entire Yungziao Group into a pile of loose sand. In the command room, the advisors looked at each other. A timid expression appeared on his face. Very quickly, a young man stood up and said to the Commander-in-Chief, now that the situation has become like this, we should fly back to the headquarters to discuss countermeasures. Seeing him take the lead, the other staff officers around him stood up. That's right. As long as the Nightless City is still around, we won't lose. He looked at the group of advisors. The Commander-in-Chief was a little desolate. I'm not going anywhere. If the army disbands, it's equivalent to me dying. Hearing this, the advisors looked at each other. The young man who had been the first to persuade them continued, Commander, I'm the only son of the Nick family. The family is still waiting for me to inherit. You should send a Raven helicopter to send me back. The young advisors around them were also excited. They said, Commander, I am the youngest son of the Herman family. The family has already sent someone to pick me up. The commander came from an ordinary family. To be able to sit in this position was entirely due to his many years of management and his own military accomplishments. Now, he looked at the noisy young people around him. They had all been sent by their rich parents to serve in the army. From the surface of their resumes, they were all outstanding people. But in reality, when they had nothing to do, these guys would indulge in debauchery in the army. When he was fighting, it buzzed like a fly beside his ear. If he didn't take their advice, he would receive a call from his superior. The euphemism was that he wanted him to give more opportunities to the young people. However, in reality, they were just using the lives of the frontline soldiers to help these second-generation soldiers complete their colorful resumes. It was said to be a staff officer. In reality, they were just a bunch of idiots floating in the air. But now, after the defeat at the front line, this group of idiots in the past had all arranged their own escape routes at the first moment. For some reason, the commander suddenly thought of the contents of the rebel army's propaganda manual that he had read before. In a trance, he seemed to have realized why he had failed. That's right. The children of ordinary people bled and sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. And this group of people with brains full of oil sat in the command center and enjoyed fame and profit openly. Was it really worth it to serve such a group of people? Thinking of this, the commander suddenly felt lost. After a long silence, he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'll arrange for all of you to board the plane. However, I don't care if the big boss will blame me." She heard him let go. The group of advisors all heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "LT's okay. As long as we can go back, our family will protect us. When the time comes, we'll get the clan leader to put in a good word for the big boss. This battle was all because the resistance was too cunning. It's not your fault." He looked at the flickering expressions on the faces of these second-generation heirs. The commander smiled helplessly. As a wily old fox, how could he not know what these guys were up to? They might be saying nice things now, but they would definitely put in a good word for the big boss when they went back. But in reality, as long as he let them go back, all the blame for this battle would be placed on him. However, at this moment, he no longer cared about those things. Therefore, he only waved his hand and said, let's go, let's go." After listening to the helicopters take off outside, the leader took out the rebellion army brochure that he had previously regarded as taboo from his pocket. He fumbled around the paper page for a while. A moment later, an encrypted call came in. The commander only glanced at it and ignored it. After a while, a soldier walked in. "Report," he said. "Nuclear 07, 08, and 12 are ready. Do you want to initiate a nuclear strike?" The commander closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said slowly, "Give up the nuclear strike." The soldier was stunned. "Commander, the resistance is about to reach our headquarters." The commander put the rebellion army brochure into his pocket. At this moment, he regained the spirit of a commander and said firmly, "I'll repeat, give up the nuclear strike." This time, the soldier did not hesitate. "Yes." Seeing that he was about to leave, the commander stopped him and asked casually, "Those guys just took off, right?" The soldier was stunned. After a moment, he nodded. "Commander, we've taken off." "That's good. Order the artillery to shoot down all these sons of B*****s." The commander lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He threw it on the ground and stomped it out. "You want to run away after making a mess? No way." Chapter 230, The Beginning of the Transcendent War, Perfect Genetic Medicine. Transcendence Calendar Year 351, Li Yueming was 18 years old and was about to welcome his coming-of-age ceremony. In this year, the war between the Rebellion Army and Cloud Sky Group became the most eye-catching topic on the entire planet 3 to 15,741. Countless consortiums and ordinary people were watching everything. In public and in private. All kinds of rumors were flying around. The most shocking event was the final battle last September. The Yongxiao Corporation had mobilized an army of more than 5 million. Most of them were elites among elites. Everyone thought that the resistance army would be easily wiped out in a few days. However, what made everyone's jaws drop was, not only did the rebellion army not walk towards destruction under the siege of the various armies, but they also did not dare to attack. On the contrary, he became braver as he suffered setbacks, directly giving several big ears to the millions of troops of the Cloud Sky Corporation. During this process, many corporations also realized the problem. A few years ago, the rebellion army was only a small-scale rebel army of less than 100,000 people. How did it grow into a powerful organization that commanded millions of troops in just 4 to 5 years? This question had troubled them for a long time. Before they could figure out the reason, every corporation felt a strong sense of danger. After all, in their eyes, the unknown was equivalent to danger. Regardless of whether the other party was brainwashing or some other methods, they had to find the problem and study it in depth. Just like that, copies of the resistance army's pamphlets spread all over the world. The irony was that these manuals were supposed to be distributed among the people at the bottom. But now, the first to study it were the members of many consortiums. In the process of research and investigation, many corporate members felt their scalps go numb and their hair stand on end. In the follow-up battle, it was as if the resistance army was cheating. In less than half a year, the main force of the Cloud Sky Group was utterly defeated. The leader of the resistance, Li Yueming, was even more terrifying. In the final battle, he had single-handedly suppressed the entire Yungziao Corporation's 7 S-class superhumans. 4 of them were killed on the spot. The remaining 3 S-class superhumans were so frightened that they fled in panic. They wished their parents could give them 2 more legs. The power was overwhelming. The rest of the several hundred A-class superhumans did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. It was fine if the low-level soldiers fled in defeat. The top-level extraordinary humans were almost completely wiped out. It was just a battle. It directly caused the originally prosperous Cloud Sky Group to collapse. It shocked countless onlookers. According to the facts, Li Yueming seemed to be an experimental subject that escaped from Yungziao Group's headquarters. The Cloud Sky Corporation's pursuit was fruitless. In the end, he successfully escaped with a golden cicada shedding its shell. In just a dozen years, this escaping experimental was like a seed with excessive nutrients. It continued to grow. In the end, it only took a dozen years to grow into a towering tree. Now, he had even become the Terminator of the Cloud Sky Group. He had personally sent this once prosperous large-scale financial group into destruction. What was worth mentioning was, the commander-in-chief of the Yungziao Group actually gave up on the ultimate nuclear strike after his defeat. He even sent people to shoot down several planes that were carrying the descendants of large families. This caused several hundred-year-old families to suffer heavy losses, and they were furious. It was said that when the resistance army rushed to the command center, that damn commander had already committed suicide. Before he died, he only left behind a neatly folded military uniform. After the battle was won, the resistance army began to attack the cities in a frenzy. In just a year, they had snatched away half of the 64 cities occupied by the Yungziao Group. Wherever the flag of the resistance reached, there would be countless responses. After occupying 32 cities, the resistance had grown into a behemoth in an extremely short period of time. Although the Cloud Sky Corporation was still organizing their forces to resist, they were still fighting back. However, anyone with discerning eyes could see that their strength was constantly weakening. In the end, the Yungziao Group even began to ask for help from other corporations, wanting to use their strength to suppress the resistance. If it was any other time, when the surrounding corporations saw the Cloud Sky Group in trouble, they would probably clap their hands and cry out in joy. But now, he watched as the Cloud Sky Group, which was originally extremely prosperous and could make a fuss about Hurricane Group, fell to such a state. The surrounding corporations couldn't help but feel sad. Although it was strange to describe it this way. However, after the discussion of the consortium, the council decided to establish with them. Some of the surrounding corporations still decided to send out a certain amount of power to help the Cloud Sky Group. Of course, the reason why a corporation was that it was a corporation. It was something that could not be changed in their bones. Therefore, he had no choice. Although the various consortiums had mobilized their forces, they had also taken a few cities from the Cloud Sky Group as interest for the troops. In Kandar City, after hearing this news, Sun Ruo stormed in from outside the door and said, "These damn corporations actually formed an alliance to deal with us. Now." Except for a few rare cases, Li Yueming basically didn't intervene in the specific matters of military warfare and city management. He spent most of his time breaking through to extraordinary power. It was to immerse himself in the laboratory and lead a group of scientists to develop a certain drug day after day. After occupying more than 30 cities, the number of scientists under Li Yueming's control reached nearly 100,000. Among the numerous scientists, Li Yueming selected the most powerful batch and sent them all to the extraordinary laboratory in Kandar. Chapter 231, The Beginning of the Transcendent War, Perfect Genetic Medicine, 2. To him, a reincarnator who was a person of the great power side. There were no complete sets of cultivation techniques and secret manuals in this technological world. After thinking about it, the true value of this world to his strength growth was the special golden talent he obtained when unlocking extraordinary power. This golden talent could be directly bound to the main plane world like the initial talent. Martial Saint of the Wilderness, you are the god of martial arts from the wilderness. When you were born, your genes carried a powerful martial will. All basic abilities of the body will be permanently increased by 300%. Physical attack damage will be increased by 500%. Your extraordinary divine power can be attached to any item. The item will obtain divinity under your extraordinary power and provide an additional 350% attribute. This was the second time Li Yueming had enhanced his talent after breaking through to S-class supernatural being. In all sorts of ways. To a reincarnator like him who specialized in personal strength, the Wilderness Martial Saint was a rather good talent. It could increase one's attributes, increase attack damage, and even strengthen weapons. This kind of increase did not seem too obvious in the technological world. However, if it was a fantasy world or a Xiangxia world, the effect of this talent would be infinitely magnified. Imagine. The strongest people in the fantasy and Xiangxia worlds could easily punch the starry sky and step on the silver river. Their physical bodies could even tear space apart. What would it be like if his physical attributes were increased by 3 times? Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming had already decided to try his best to raise this special talent to its strongest state at the same time as he was grinding his reincarnation score. At that time, this trip would not be in vain. However, it was very difficult to increase the talent attributes of an extraordinary after awakening. When a class advanced to S-class, his extraordinary energy level would increase by a large margin. The barbaric martial saint had only increased a small amount of his attributes. Now, he had already reached the top and wanted to take another step forward. Other than the 2 methods of breaking through to the SS and SSS class, only the gene serum could help him. Of course. What Li Yueming needed wasn't some half-baked perfect genetic vaccine. Instead, it was a genuine perfect gene serum. It was a perfect gene serum that could allow him to transform his genes to true perfection. That's why. Only then would Li Yueming slowly shift his focus from scoring to improving his strength. After all, reincarnating was not too rare for him. Even if the score was slightly lower, it was not completely unacceptable to him. On the other hand, there was only one chance to increase the attributes of the golden talent. If he couldn't grasp it, it would be even more difficult to encounter such an opportunity next time. Hearing Sunruo's complaints, Li Yueming smiled and said, "They are messing with their alliance army. We are occupying our territory. What conflict is there?" He didn't seem to care at all. Sunruo could not help but glare at him. "You're dreaming. They've sent over 5 million troops. This is only the first batch of reinforcements." Hearing this, Li Yueming smiled. "Do you think there's such a thing as sincere cooperation and mutual help between the corporations?" Sunruo was stunned. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "The conflicts between the corporations are quite frequent. It's definitely impossible for them to help each other, however, they should still understand the principle of losing the lips and the teeth being cold, right?" Li Yueming picked up a tube of medicine and placed it under the detector. As he operated, he replied, "It's true that the lips are gone, but the teeth are cold. But it hasn't fallen on their heads yet, right? As long as the knife was not placed on their necks, they would never feel cold. Continue to act according to the plan. As long as the Allied forces don't attack our main cities, don't get into conflict with them. If they want cities, we will give them cities. If they want money, we will give them money. Anyway, it was all Yongxiao Group's money. It wouldn't be long before they would fight each other." He looked at Li Yueming's expressionless face. Sunruo thought for a moment and nodded. He looked at the potion in Li Yueming's hand and brewed it for a long time before saying, "You really want Han Bufan to be the leader?" When he heard the name Han Bufan, the research in Li Yueming's hands paused. "I've always been the deputy chief, haven't I? It's good to let him be the leader. At least I can save a lot of trouble." Sunruo didn't quite understand what he meant. She thought that he meant that she no longer had to manage the complicated matters of the resistance army. She could not help but ask in puzzlement, "You have been in a hurry all this time. What are you searching for? Li Yueming looked up at her. Then, he quickly lowered his head. After a long while, he said, you won't understand what I'm pursuing, and I can't make you understand. If you're lucky in this life, maybe you'll see me again in the next life. Hearing this, Sun Ruo's face revealed an even more puzzled expression. His face was filled with confusion as he repeatedly muttered and chewed for a long time. Finally, she regained her senses and looked at Li Yueming with red eyes. No matter what you're looking for, I won't give up. If you don't tell me, I'll find it myself. Li Yueming didn't say anything. I don't know where the word of emotion comes from, where it lives, where it is tied, where it is untied, where it goes, and where it ends. In the end, he could only sigh. Be it joy or sorrow. Feelings could be buried by time, but time could not bury him. Chapter 232, The Beginning of the Transcendent War, Perfect Genetic Medicine, 3. All the karma formed in the reincarnation world would eventually fall on him alone. Although the mark of reincarnation could seal his memories. But wasn't that a kind of sadness? If it wasn't for the fact that he had completely lost all thoughts and was only left with regret and pain. Who would be willing to seal some of their precious memories in the bottom of their hearts? The life and death separation in his previous life was enough to break his heart, so he was not willing to be easily affected in this life. Han Longfei, the nominal leader of the resistance, had returned. All these years, he had stayed in N City. Finally, the day of the uprising arrived. When the time was right, he immediately responded to the resistance's slogan. They directly separated N City from the Cloud Sky Group and brought the entire N City into the arms of the resistance. After receiving the news, Li Yueming took the time to welcome him and then handed over all the power in his hands. This action made countless resistance soldiers feel incredulous. However, Li Yueming's explanation was very simple. The resistance army was established by Han Longfei in the beginning. Without Han Longfei's support, the resistance army would not have been able to overthrow the Cloud Sky Corporation so smoothly. Now, he was only returning the rights that originally belonged to Han Longfei. As for himself, he became a researcher in the supernatural laboratory. Han Longfei had mentioned many times that he wanted to abdicate the position of leader to him. However, Li Yueming did not care about it. In the end, Han Longfei could only announce to the public that Li Yueming would continue to be the deputy leader, and all his powers would remain unchanged. Only then did the many voices of dissatisfaction calm down a little. In the outside world, the corporate armies sent by the various corporations had already set off. Just the first batch of troops that were dispatched had already surpassed the total number of the 5 million elite troops of the Cloud Sky Group. However, just as everyone thought that a great battle was about to begin, the resistance suddenly pooped their pants. When the army charged forward, they retreated. When the army occupied the city, they would give up the city and flee after putting up a symbolic resistance. Everyone asked around carefully. Only then did he know that the Cloud Sky Corporation had a new leader. The other party was once the mayor of N City, and through some unknown means, he had obtained the highest command of the resistance army. Hence, the outside world immediately began to discuss. After all, whether it was in the group or in the army, changing the leader was a rather big matter. Now, the resistance had actually changed their leader at such a critical time. Did this mean that there were factional struggles and interest groups within the resistance? Of course, no matter what happens, this was a good thing for many corporations. And the subsequent situation was quite exciting. The resistance army, which was originally invincible, was being defeated by the coalition forces of the financial groups. It had been half a year since the army entered the territory of Cloud Sky Group. They had easily recovered half of the 30 cities that the Cloud Sky Group had lost. Such an outstanding battle record shocked many people. One had to know that when Li Yueming was in power, the resistance army was terrifying. He was no different from a lunatic when he fought without fear of death. Now that they had a new leader, why did the resistance suddenly collapse? Could it be that everything in the past was just their illusion? Or was the resistance trying to sell something else? In the beginning, the Alliance army was still trying to find out the inside story. But later, the allied forces of the corporations didn't have the mood to care so much. After taking back the city, the higher UPS of the Yongxiao Corporation naturally wanted to take the city back under their control. However, the Alliance army wasn't a philanthropist. Why should I give you back the territory I've taken? The two sides quarreled over the ownership of the city. In the end, the Cloud Sky Corporation, which had already suffered a great loss, naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. They could only watch as the army took over the city that belonged to them. Under such circumstances, the conflict between the Yongxiao group and the alliance of the financial groups had already begun to show. The alliance army was also quarreling among themselves. After all, since it was an alliance army, the number of troops sent by the various corporations naturally could not be too different. Now, they had taken down more than 10 cities. How should the alliance army be divided? With this, the alliance army, which did not have much cohesion, naturally collapsed. The major corporations were quarreling over the fate of these cities. The group of soldiers had no leader. Naturally, they did not have much combat power. Even if the Alliance Army and Cloud Sky Group guessed that this might be the deliberate act of the Resistance Army. However, he still couldn't avoid falling into the trap. After all, this was an open plot. As long as the corporations had the desire, even if they knew that this was a trap, they would still jump into it. As the two sides argued, within the rebellion army, the reform from top to bottom had begun. Firstly, Li Yueming personally led the research and development. The research speed of the various experiments in the Kandar Extraordinary Laboratory was astonishing. The latest version 3.0 of the Extraordinary Potion had a 20% chance of success. Moreover, the mortality rate had been reduced to less than 10%. In the past, they could not promote it, not only because of the lack of raw materials. It was also because the production line was limited. Currently, the Resistance Army had already occupied many cities. The production efficiency of the Extraordinary Potion had naturally increased by a lot. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Yueming had reduced the cost of the Extraordinary Potion through infinite deduction. Chapter 233, The Beginning of the Transcendent War, Perfect Genetic Medicine 4. It made it more friendly to the people. It would allow more ordinary people to have the opportunity to touch the threshold of the supernatural. In the past, the research of the Extraordinary Potion was the most confidential project in the Rebellion Army camp. Therefore, the outside world had almost never heard of this matter. Now, with the gradual emergence of research results, Li Yueming began to instruct the few white glove companies that he had prepared in the past to sell them Extraordinary Potion. This was true for any corporation. They were all strategic materials. In the past, these drugs were controlled by Andre Company. By controlling the supernatural potion, Andre Company made a lot of money. It was the most fundamental existence that stood at the top of many corporations in the world. And now, however, a large number of extraordinary potions suddenly flowed out of the black market. In the beginning, the White Gloves Company took out 500 bottles of extraordinary potions. These extraordinary potions were all packaged with the Andre Company's extraordinary potions. Everyone felt strange. However, he still spent a huge amount of resources to buy them all. But it's only been a few days. The White Gloves Company took out another 500 bottles of extraordinary potions. Although it was still packaged with the Andre Company's supernatural potion, the buyers felt that something was wrong. After all, Andre Company used to sell supernatural potions like a woman on her period. Not only were there only a few days in a month, but the production was also extremely limited. The outside world had no way of knowing whether Andre Company was unable to produce more potions or was deliberately using hunger marketing to raise the price. However, after so many years. However, she had long been used to the rhythm of the difficult labor in Andre Company. However, it had only been 10 days. The amount of extraordinary potions that appeared in the black market was almost half a month's worth of Andre Company's production. This inevitably aroused the suspicion of others. However, most of them did not think too deeply about it. After all, it was possible that someone had been hoarding it for a long time and only dumped it when something happened. But it's only been a few days. Hundreds of extraordinary potions appeared on the black market again. And it seemed that it was because there were enough of them. This time, all the extraordinary potions were filled with glass bottles. It wasn't even wrapped in Andre's packaging. This time, no matter how stupid everyone was, they could sense that something was wrong. After all, extraordinary potions were not cabbages. How could they be thrown out in such large quantities? It was just an instant. Countless corporations were like sharks that had smelled blood. They began to send spies to dig out the source of the information. In just a few days, the spy found out that it was the White Gloves Company. The White Gloves Company was prepared for this. He placed nearly 1,000 bottles of extraordinary potions on the table of the leader of the faction and said indifferently, "These potions are 50% more effective than the extraordinary potions from Andre Company on the market, and there are almost no side effects." The leader nodded and looked at the potion on the table with greed and desire. A moment later, the leader licked his lips and suppressed his greed. Although he was greedy, he was not stupid. Andre Company had monopolized the supernatural medicine for more than 300 years, and it was not just about the supernatural medicine technology. In fact, countless financial groups around the world had secretly researched the supernatural potion. However, to this day, no one had been able to successfully replicate its technology. According to the information circulating in the outside world, the main technical problem was that other researchers were unable to analyze a strange gene. After the Andre Company, countless consortiums searched the entire world, but they could not find the same type of gene fragment that matched the strange gene fragment in the supernatural medicine. Another message. Andre Company, as a person with a fixed interest, monopolized the entire production and processing chain of the supernatural medicine. The other consortiums that dared to touch certain restricted areas of research were basically eliminated through various means. How deep was the water in this? Just listening to it was enough to imagine the coldness in it. And now, since the other party was able to take out such a large number of extraordinary potions at once, moreover, she even dared to sell it in front of him. Without considerable strength, playing this kind of thing was purely courting death. Thinking of this, the leader revealed a hint of fear. "What's the price?" Hearing this, the masked man on the other end of the table was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Would you believe me if I told you that the price is half of Andre's?" The leader was stunned. His face immediately revealed a look of doubt and he subconsciously asked, "How is that possible?" In fact, it wasn't that Andre Company didn't have anything better than the supernatural potions circulating on the market. However, those high-end potions had always been exclusive to the major corporations. It simply could not be circulated in the market. Now, the man in front of her had claimed that his medicine was twice as effective as the medicine on the market of Andre Company, and there were no side effects. Under such circumstances, the price of these potions was actually less than half of the price of Andre Company. In his opinion, this was simply a fantasy. There was no credibility at all. At the other end of the table, the masked man spread his hands helplessly and said, "So if you don't believe me, the price of our medicine is actually 50% more expensive than Andre Company's." Seeing this situation, only then did the leader's expression become a little better. After all, if the price of the potion was as the other party had said, it would only be the same as Andre Company's. Then he had to carefully examine whether the other party was a liar. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch. If there really was, then the pies were most likely poisonous. Looking at the mysterious man in front of him, he crossed his fingers and said slowly, "In that case, can I inspect the goods first?" The masked man stood up. She pushed the box in front of him. He stretched out a slender hand and smiled, "Of course, sir. I wish us a pleasant transaction." Chapter 234, Please reorganize your words. Ever since the underground black market began to continuously flow out of the extraordinary medicine, the group of magnates did not even have the mood to continue fighting for the Cloud Sky Group's territory. They began to send people to frantically dig into the power behind the White Gloves Company. After all, the extraordinary potion could not have been developed in a day or two. The source of production was a matter that was thousands of times more important than fighting for territory. Many scouts began to work overtime to gather information. It only took a few days. The information related to the White Gloves Company was flipped upside down. The headquarters of the White Gloves Company was located in Bailuo City, a neutral city north of the Red Leaf Empire and west of the East Peak Empire. As one of the few neutral cities in the entire Western continent, Bailuo City was a very special place. Being sandwiched between the Yungziao Group, Hurricane Group, and Bahai Group, it belonged to a gray area where no one cared about it. Its territory was a mix of good and bad. It was a paradise for countless fugitives and mercenaries in the Western continent. If there was still basic order in the city under the rule of the tycoons, In a place like Bailuo City, there was no basic order. Everything depended on fists and strength. His fists were big and his strength was strong. In such a lawless area, no one could punish him even if he killed someone on the street. His fist was not big enough. Even if they were torn into pieces, no one would help to cry out for justice. At the same time, Bailuo's black market was also one of the largest black markets in the entire Western continent. Many high-grade goods in the gray area were collected from all over the Western continent. In the end, they would all gather at this black market exchange. The White Gloves headquarters was located in the center of Bailuo City. On the surface, White Gloves was a technology company engaged in drug research and development. In fact, it was backed by an unknown mysterious organization known as the Transcendent Gene Group. However, after digging into this so-called Transcendent Gene Company, all the clues came to an abrupt end. He wanted to dig deeper. The scouts were shocked to find that all the clues were gone. Whether it was the White Gloves Company or the Transcendence Gene Corporation, they had never published any other experimental results before producing the transcendent drug. Both of them seemed to have appeared out of thin air overnight. The goal was to stop other organizations from continuing to investigate the true source of the extraordinary potion. But even so, on the surface, the information they found was enough to make many corporations tremble in fear. After all, the first few batches of supernatural potions sold by the White Gloves Company had been proven to be twice as strong as the ones circulating in the market by the Andre Company. The success rate of awakening had reached 20%, and the probability of death and disability from failure had also been greatly reduced. And in this kind of foundation, the price of the new version of the supernatural potion flowing out of the black market was only half of the price of the circulating version of the potion from Andre Company. Such a good and cheap product. Naturally, the moment they appeared, they were robbed by many corporations. Countless corporations and their agents found the black market stalls in various places. He wanted to contact the White Glove Company to order the extraordinary potion alone. However, the employees of the White Gloves Company's branches were just ordinary people who were recruited. The role it played was only to act as a messenger. According to them, every month, only on Saturday and Sunday would the masked man who called himself Star Moon call them to inform them to go to a random place to trade. The rest of the time, the White Gloves Company did not have any items related to the extraordinary potion. After receiving the news, the emissaries of the corporations could only wait patiently. Of course, at the same time, a crisis regarding the extraordinary potion was also intensifying. After all, the effect of this version of the potion was too good. If the power behind the White Gloves Company was really their own research and development, then the problem behind this was huge. It was very likely that it would involve the reshuffling of the order of the world. After all, Andre Company had always relied on monopolizing genetic technology to stand above many corporations. Now, they had long surpassed the limits of a first-class corporation. He had become the world's only and publicly acknowledged top corporation. Standing on the highest peak, he couldn't see his opponent. And now, the power behind the White Gloves Company had successfully cracked the monopoly of the Andre Company's supernatural medicine for hundreds of years. Not only that, but the effects of the medicine were even more powerful than those of Andre Company. What kind of concept was this? This was a concept that could subvert the entire world. If the power behind the peddling of the drug could survive the crazy suppression of Andre Company, perhaps the entire world would change because of this. Or course. This was something that many consortiums were happy to see. After all, Andre Company harvested the world through the supernatural potion. It had been stuck in the throats of many consortiums for more than 300 years. Many consortiums were already gnashing their teeth in hatred. For them, the more companies that could research the supernatural potion, the better. If it wasn't for the fact that the Andre Group had a large number of supernatural beings and was extremely powerful, and they even had the only SSS-class supernatural being in the entire world. Many of the tycoons who often got stuck in Andre's company had already joined forces. He had overturned Andre's company countless times. Now, someone had broken through this technological barrier. They couldn't be happier, so naturally, they couldn't make it public. Chapter 235, Please reorganize your words, 2. Therefore, after discovering this, many consortia even took the initiative to work together to suppress the information about the supernatural potion in the black market. All he wanted was to buy more potions from the White Gloves Company before Andre Company discovered him. Of course, if they could carry out a deeper cooperation, then they would truly grasp the future. It was under such circumstances. More than a dozen corporations sent agents to the headquarters of the White Gloves Company. But even so. However, he was still rejected by Li Yueming. After waiting for a few days, his hard work finally paid off. On Saturday, the masked man from the White Gloves Company, who called himself Star Moon, made a call. He described a location to the employees of the White Gloves Company. The employees then followed his instructions and truthfully passed on the location to the corporate agents who wanted to negotiate. After several twists and turns, he heard the news. A group of corporate representatives made their way to a stall in the neutral city's underground black market. After entering the stall, everyone looked up. Only then did they realize that a man wearing a strange mask was quietly watching them in the living room not far away. The man was tall and slender, and the mask on his face was very strange. A disc and a hexagram. The disc represented the moon, while the hexagram represented the stars. To this world where the two moons were hovering in the sky. This mask that symbolized the stars and the moon was a little strange. He finally suppressed the doubts in his heart. The representatives of the corporations took their seats. The representatives of the corporations exchanged glances. In the end, Hurricane Group's representative stood up and said, "Will you sell the extraordinary potion this time?" Li Yueming didn't mind. He took out a silver-gray suitcase from under the table and said, "Since I've come, I naturally can't be empty-handed." He looked at the heavy silver-gray suitcase. The group of corporate representatives exchanged glances again. Clearly, they had come prepared this time. The representatives of the various financial groups stepped forward to open the suitcases one by one to check the quantity and quality of the medicine. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, the representative of Hurricane Group slowly said, "We're here to talk about cooperation with you. I'm sure you're ready to negotiate, right?" Li Yueming returned to his seat and crossed his fingers. Don't need to make any preparations. You guys can just open your chips." The corporate representatives looked at him calmly. He couldn't help but smile. Before the formal negotiations, the two sides feel that we need to remind you that according to the regulations of the Financial Group Council, extraordinary potions that are not certified by Andre Company cannot be sold in the market. You should know this, right? Li Yueming pondered for a moment. On the surface, this guy was just stating the so-called rules. But in reality, it was a warning to him. The so-called extraordinary medicine that had not been certified by Andre Company could not be circulated in the market. In fact, it was a warning to him that once the secret sale of the supernatural potion was exposed to Andre Company, he would face the full power of the most powerful financial group in the world. He stretched. Li Yueming said impatiently, "I don't need you to remind me. Since I dare to sell the drug, I'm naturally not afraid of not being able to pass the so-called certification. Besides, even if my drug is not certified, aren't you all rushing to buy it? If I have to say it, according to the regulations of the Financial Magnate Council, the purchase of extraordinary potions produced by non-Andre companies seems to be subject to warnings and punishments, right?" Hearing his retort, Hurricane Group's representative smiled and said, "In that case, let's get straight to the point. Obviously, the attack just now was only to test Li Yueming's attack power. If Li Yueming's rebuttal was accurate, then, the negotiations would proceed as usual. Once Li Yueming showed weakness or lack of confidence, then the following negotiation process. They were aggressive and forced Li Yueming to give up more benefits. Although they were negotiating. But in reality, the confrontation at the negotiation table was no different from the flashes of swords on the battlefield. Li Yueming raised his eyelids and didn't say anything. He was obviously waiting for the consortium representative to speak. He waited for about 10 seconds. A representative from the North Sea Group said, "First of all, we would like to know how many new versions of the extraordinary potion can be produced by the factory behind you every month. This is the basis for our negotiation." After a moment of silence. "Aren't you guys overestimating yourselves, or did I give you face?" Li Yueming asked. Hearing this, the group of corporate representatives were all stunned. They obviously didn't understand what Li Yueming meant. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming's aura that belonged to a super expert soared. In the blink of an eye, The entire meeting room was filled with extraordinary energy that made one's heart palpitate. Li Yueming stood up and looked down at everyone. He said, "If you want to negotiate, then negotiate properly. Please don't court death in front of me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that all of you will be able to leave this room alive." After he finished speaking, the entire meeting room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Li Yueming glanced at everyone again and sat down slowly. "All right, please reorganize your words." Chapter 236, Please reorganize your words. Many corporate representatives were speechless. After so many years of professional life, it wasn't like they hadn't seen people being unreasonable at the negotiation table. However, it was the first time in history that Li Yueming had asked them to reorganize their speech. On the way here, it wasn't that the consortiums didn't send bodyguards to them. It could be said. Currently, there were at least one reinforced company of A-plus class extraordinaires outside the hall. But now, in front of this strange man, even with the protection of so many extraordinaires, the corporate representatives still felt a bone-chilling chill. It was obvious. It was very likely that the other party was an S-class supernatural being. After thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. All the corporate representatives immediately sat up straight. Furthermore, when he thought about how he had used his power in front of an S-class supernatural being just now, the representatives of the corporations couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He calmed down for a moment. A consortium representative said word by word, "Hello, we are present. 14 financial groups, including Hurricane Group, hope to cooperate with you and contract all the supernatural potions you produce at a price that is 1/3 higher than the market price. In addition, if..." At this point, he glanced at Li Yueming. Seeing that his expression under the mask didn't seem to have changed much. "If you are willing to disclose the production method of the supernatural potion, all the organizations present can share the responsibility of the Andrea Group with you. We can also promise to give you or your company 20% of the profits of all the supernatural potions produced later." Hearing this, Li Yueming finally understood what these tycoons were up to. These guys were certain that he would not be able to withstand the strangulation of Andre Company alone. Therefore, he wanted to use this weakness to control him and use it to obtain the method to make the extraordinary potion. However, it was obvious. Li Yueming wouldn't let this kind of question get to him. In fact, after researching the extraordinary potion, he could have digested it within the resistance. After all, although the resistance had gradually become stronger, they were still in the midst of a war. However, in reality, his foundation was still very shallow. Let's not talk about the number of ordinary extraordinaires for now. The number of high-end extraordinaires was far less than the number of legitimate second-rate corporations. The reason why he came here to sell was only to realize one part of his entire plan. This plan was called the Extraordinary Calamity Plan. Li Yueming wanted to use this plan to cause turmoil in the entire world. In the turbulence, he would achieve a perfect genetic body. Of course, that was what Li Yueming thought. However, his face didn't show any emotion. He said indifferently, "One can't hand over the formula of the extraordinary potion to you, but I can give you a 20% discount on the ex-factory price, and I guarantee that I'll produce at least 1,500 vials every month. If you can accept it, we'll cooperate. If you can't accept it, we'll break up." Hearing his words, the representatives of the corporations at the table looked at each other. However, due to Li Yueming's aura as an S-class supernatural being, they did not dare to refute loudly. After a moment of silence, they called the leaders of their respective consortiums to ask for instructions. About 10 minutes later, the result of the discussion was out. The consortium was willing to accept the treaty. The only objection was that once the news of the new version of the extraordinary potion was leaked, if he was unwilling to hand over the formula when he was besieged by Andre Company, the major consortiums would not protect him. Li Yueming naturally agreed. After the two sides signed a top-secret agreement, the consortium's negotiating team slowly left. Li Yueming crumpled the contract into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket. If the consortium's representatives had seen the piles of paper balls in his pocket just now, they would discover that these were all top-secret negotiation agreements. With a cursory glance, he estimated that there were at least 20 drivers. Li Yueming raised his hand to look at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. After a sigh, he said tiredly, "This time management is really f***ing hard. I'm exhausted. These consortium representatives probably wouldn't even dream of it. In just a few months. Other than the East Continent where Andre Company was located, Li Yueming had almost traveled all over the Western Continent and the Northern Continent. During this period, he set up dozens of leather companies and secretly sold new versions of supernatural potions on several unrelated grain nodes. This action naturally attracted the attention of the countless organizations, like sharks that smelled blood. Li Yueming also successfully contacted the representatives of the major corporations in the Western Continent and the Northern Continent through repeated routines. Moreover, they had all signed similar exclusive purchase contracts. That's right. The representatives of Hurricane Group and Bahai Group were the last ones to sign the contract with Li Yueming. Before them, Li Yueming had already spread his network of selling extraordinary potions in all directions. More than 50% of the corporate groups in the entire Western Continent and Northern Continent had signed an exclusive purchase contract with him. After both parties agreed on the payment method and delivery method, what Li Yueming needed to do next was to send a few reliable people to place the potion at a random location. Then, he would inform the corporations and let them collect it themselves. It saved time and effort. This kind of top-secret information was tightly covered up by the corporations everywhere. Other than the small-scale discussions that had been stirred up. Soon, the corporations used various methods to calm things down. After all, the extraordinary potion was very important. Therefore, it was not too much for the corporations to pay attention to it. Naturally, he couldn't share it with other consortiums that didn't know about it. In fact, every financial group wanted to monopolize the sales channel of the extraordinary potion. The extraordinary potion was a hard currency. If it was sold in the black market outside, it could earn several times the price difference. And even if he didn't sell it, keeping it in his hands to nurture more extraordinary humans would be a rather powerful foundation. One had to know that the Andre Group could grow into the current leading giant. Selling extraordinary potions to make money was one thing. Only with fists could one earn money. If you didn't use your fists to earn money, you would only be robbed. The Andrea Company was able to look down on the rest of the superhumans because they had nurtured a large number of powerful superhumans. However, no consortium could face the sword of Damocles of the Andre Group alone. Therefore, the major consortiums did not dare to monopolize it. Even so, forming an alliance with a few neighboring consortiums was already the limit of what they could tolerate. Think about it. Now, they had an additional way to obtain hundreds or thousands of extraordinary potions every month. Furthermore, these extraordinary potions were even more effective than the ones sold by the Andre Group outside. Under such circumstances, as long as he kept a low profile and developed for a few years, there was no doubt that the number of extraordinary humans under the control of these consortiums who controlled the new version of extraordinary medicine would soar. Right now, they were counting on the extraordinary potion to quickly increase their strength. Then, when the time was right, they would take the opportunity to annex other consortiums. Why would he share information with them? He looked at the last group of consortium representatives who left happily. Li Yueming smiled under the mask. The seeds of the transcendent calamity had already been planted. Next, he just needed to be patient and wait for the show to begin. Chapter 237, Extraordinary Calamity Outbreak, The Arrogant Li Yueming. Part 1. Transcendence Calendar Year 252. Countless supernatural potions were distributed to the entire Western Continent and Northern Continent through Li Yueming's hands. Inside Kandar City, the factory that was set up by the resistance as a top secret rotated 3 shifts a day. One after another, extraordinary potions were produced. Through various means, it was finally sent to all parts of the world. This batch of extraordinary potions was the second version developed by the Extraordinary Research Institute. By peddling extraordinary potions, Li Yueming earned a lot of money and obtained enough funds. The wealthy Li Ming waved his hand and added hundreds of billions of special research funds. The many Kandar scientists who were on steroids began to work overtime to study the third version of the extraordinary potion. At the same time, the resistance was still poaching people everywhere. They offered high salaries to the scientists in the surrounding cities and countries. In just 2 short years, he poached hundreds of top-level scientists. The third-generation drug was still based on Li Yueming's cells and genes. With the help of Li Yueming's infinite deduction talent, the research progress was very fast. It took about 2 years. The research institute had successfully developed the third generation of extraordinary potions. The success rate of the third generation extraordinary potion awakening had reached 30%, the mortality rate had been reduced to 7%, and the probability of disability had also been reduced to 20%. After the research results were released, the entire laboratory was excited. One had to know that even the highest-priced top-tier version of the extraordinary potion from Andre Company, the effect was basically the same as the third-generation extraordinary potion produced by the Resistance. He did not consider the fact that the other party was hiding a deeper level of technology. They only spent 5 to 6 years. Now, the level of the extraordinary potion on the surface had already reached the height of the Andre Biotech Group. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming was still not satisfied. What he wanted was a product that had a probability of awakening of more than 50%, and a probability of death and disability of less than 5%. Furthermore, the cost had to be kept below 50,000 cloud leaf coins. This was the only way. Only then would he be able to promote the extraordinary potion to the entire world. After a short period of excitement, the Research Institute immediately devoted itself to the research and development of the fourth-generation extraordinary potion. At the same time, the number of new students in the 3 big cities run by the rebellion army was increasing exponentially. Originally, in order to let the ordinary people in the major cities have children, the Cloud Sky Group had tried all kinds of methods to coerce and bribe them, but there was not much effect. In other words, under the general trend of the tycoons ruling the world, the number of new students was declining every year. And this infuriating trend had not been reversed so far. After all, ordinary people were already tired enough to live. The next generation was nothing more than adding more cheap labor to the corporate world. Instead of having children and watching them suffer, it would be better to end it in their generation. And now, in the city occupied by the Resistance, Li Yueming did not encourage anyone to have more children. However, with food, clothing, and a house to live in, and the entire city's security was unbelievably good. On the contrary, the ordinary people began to formulate their own reproductive plans. There were many young couples holding hands on the streets. They began to enjoy leisure and peace after they finished their work. In the past few years, the surrounding streets were in ruins. There were all kinds of custom shops, gambling dens, and street thugs who would draw their swords at each other. But now, the streets had long been clean and tidy. The messy shops of the past had long been replaced by flower shops and cafes. The married couple began to plan to raise their next generation after receiving the free house allocated by the Resistance. After all, they no longer needed to worry about all kinds of high-interest loans. After the Resistance took over the entire city, almost all the schools and hospitals were set up for the public, and children did not have to worry about not being able to pay for school fees. Under such circumstances, the residents of the Resistance Army were bursting with happiness. The entire city became lively and prosperous. Even the neon lights that were originally flashing in the middle of the night became gentle and stable. In the outside world, after receiving the extraordinary medicine provided by Li Yueming, many corporations were shocked. He started to become low-key, which was rare. In the next few years, even the areas where border conflicts often broke out in the past had recently calmed down. After all, he had obtained so many extraordinary potions. Many corporations naturally had to take advantage of the time when they were not noticed by others to quickly develop. As a result, countless ordinary people living at the border suddenly realized. The entire world seemed to have become quiet overnight. Many corporations were no longer as unscrupulous as before. Instead, they began to slowly shrink their forces. Sometimes, they would even willingly give up some of their interests rather than make a big fuss. They only wanted to be stable and peaceful for a period of time. This abnormal behavior naturally attracted the attention of countless people. After all, it was rare for corporations to take the initiative to admit defeat. However, as time quietly passed, more and more corporations withdrew their forces. The group of people were still puzzled. However, the amount of attention they received was decreasing. After all, if a financial magnate suddenly became low-key, people might find it strange. However, hundreds of consortiums kept a low profile. Chapter 238, Extraordinary Calamity Outbreak, the arrogant Li Yueming. Part 2. Although it sounded even stranger, there was nothing much to think about. Anyway, for ordinary people, it was a great thing that the corporations had become low-key. Only a few people could smell the difference in the air. He also began to investigate the deeper secrets. However, the further he investigated, the more he realized that the water under these actions was unfathomable. For some reason, many people could smell a storm brewing. Transcendence calendar year 262. It had been nearly 10 years since the first batch of extraordinary potions had been circulated in the market. In these 10 years, everyone in the world welcomed a short period of peace. The corporations were 10 times or 100 times more low-key than usual. The frequency of wars and battles had also decreased significantly. Except for a few hotheads who had been provoking everyone, it was very peaceful most of the time. However, under such circumstances, one day 10 years later, on an ordinary afternoon, the incident that was later called the Extraordinary Calamity suddenly erupted, and the flames of war that engulfed the entire world burned fiercely. Northern Continent, Mingzhou Biotech Group. In the Security Council's assessment, Mingzhou Biotech Group was a medium-sized second-rate consortium. A few years ago, for some reason, Mingzhou Biotech Group suddenly withdrew their defenses. However, unlike the other financial groups that had shrunk their defenses, Mingzhou Biotech Group also had a sworn enemy called Zuya New Alliance on the southern border. A few hundred years ago, Mingzhou Group was a subsidiary of Zuya Xinlian. At that time, Chasing Moon New Alliance was still a first-class group. But later, because of some conflicts, Mingzhou Biotech Group broke away from the Chasing Moon New Alliance and became independent, which directly caused the Chasing Moon New Alliance to lose half of its territory and suffer a huge loss. From a first-rate financial group, it was downgraded to a second-rate financial group. The conflict between the two sides had already been planted on that day. After more than 100 years of conflict, it had long evolved to the point of not stopping until one of them was dead. Therefore, when they saw Mingzhou Biotech Group shrinking their defense line, their arch-enemy, Chasing Moon New Alliance, naturally did not think too much and attacked. In 10 years, Zuya New Alliance had occupied thousands of kilometers of Mingzhou Biotech Group's land. He even forcefully snatched 2 cities. A few years ago, Mingzhou Biomedicals had swallowed their anger. The defense line had even retreated thousands of miles, and several cities had been abandoned. This caused the Chasing Moon New Alliance to become even more unscrupulous. Every year, they would provoke him crazily. However, all of this had changed one day after 10 years. Unable to take it anymore, Mingzhou Biomedicals immediately mobilized an army of more than 30,000 B-class superhumans. In just 3 days, Mingzhou Biomedical's superhuman army directly invaded the capital of Chasing Moon New Alliance, and they chopped the unprepared Chasing Moon New Alliance's boss into 8 pieces and fed them to the dogs. This sudden war had shocked countless people. As an ordinary second-rate corporation, Mingzhou Biomedicals should have at most 10,000 B-class superhumans. But now, Mingzhou Biomedicals had actually sent out an army of more than 30,000 B-class superhumans. What kind of concept was this? An ordinary first-rate financial magnate should only be able to control this many supernatural beings. Even some of the weaker first-class corporations probably couldn't reach this level. But now, Mingzhou Group was able to gather more than 30,000 supernatural beings overnight. Could it be that the Mingzhou Group had already lived to such an extent that they had directly entered the ranks of first-class corporations? Many gazes were filled with astonishment. Someone sensed that something was wrong. They sent out spies to start digging deeper into Mingzhou Group. However, before anyone could dig out any useful information, all of a sudden, the corporations that had been quiet for a long time seemed to have come alive overnight. The incident with Mingzhou Biology Group was like a fuse. He ignited the explosives that had been brewing for a long time. In just a few days, intense wars broke out all over the world. The first-class financial magnate of the Western continent, the Wuya Group, suddenly launched an attack and sent 150,000 supernatural beings from the sky to swallow up the Southern Return Group, which had a feud with them. The second-rate financial magnate of the Northern Continent, the Dragon Logistics Group, had gathered more than 50,000 supernatural beings to attack the Mountain Goat Logistics Group. The war between the two sides was about to break out. However, while the ordinary soldiers were still engaged in a fierce battle, the high-end combat power of the supernatural beings was in a one-sided situation. Goat Logistics Group only lasted for less than 2 months before it could no longer support itself. He could only announce his surrender. In a trance, the flames of war burned. The corporations, who had been keeping a low profile for the past 10 years, had suddenly transformed into fierce tigers. It began to devour the other forces around it. The most shocking thing was that almost every financial group that initiated the war displayed extraordinary power. Even an ordinary second-rate financial group could send out an army of 20,000 to 30,000 Class C or Class B extraordinaires at once. When did supernatural beings become so worthless? Shouldn't ordinary second-rate financial groups only be able to mobilize an army of less than 10,000 supernatural beings? This sudden war caught everyone off guard. In the beginning, most people thought that it was just an ordinary war. However, not only did the intensity of the subsequent battles not decrease, but it also continued to increase. More and more consortiums began to participate. The scope of the war was getting wider and wider. Chapter 239, Extraordinary Calamity Outbreak, The Arrogant Li Yueming. Part 3. The number and level of extraordinaires participating in the battle also increased. This made people wonder if these corporations were preparing to start a new round of world-class war. When the Andre Company developed the extraordinary potion, the world order was completely reshuffled. In this round of reshuffling, the government army was washed into the trash heap of history. At the same time, the entire world had been in turmoil for more than 200 years under the cover of smoke and flames of war. The corporations that could still stand in the world after more than 200 years had already dealt with each other countless times. I'm in the process of dealing with you, I'm finding out who you are, but I'm not finding out who you are. The corporations had established a new order that could operate stably. The latecomers who wanted to beg for food could only follow this order. Therefore, for a long time in the past, the war between the corporations was actually more reserved and restrained. Most of them were limited to border friction. At most, they would occupy a few cities. A war of higher intensity was usually not one where there was a great disparity in strength or deep contradictions. Basically, they would not really fight. But now, the aggressiveness displayed by these corporations was beyond everyone's control. What was most frightening was the number of extraordinaires revealed in this war. Even the unknown second-rate financial groups could suddenly send tens of thousands of supernatural beings in this war. The more established first-class financial groups had armies of hundreds of thousands of supernatural beings. The group of consortiums who did not know what was going on were dumbfounded. In the past few years, the supply of the extraordinary conceal potion from Andre Company had been very stable. On the surface, there was no act of selling extraordinary potions. So when did the number of supernatural beings become so high? During this period, some corporations suspected that Andre Corporation was behind all of this. After all, in the entire world, if there were any forces that could control all the consortia's chaotic battle, then there would be no way for them to escape. Then, the company that controlled the supernatural potion, the Andrea Company, would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. However, Andre Company, which was located in the eastern continent, quickly clarified that they did not sell supernatural potions on a large scale. When this news was released, the entire world was in an uproar. If Andre Company did not control this war, then who was controlling everything behind the scenes? Obviously, no one believed that this was a coincidence. Many consortiums showed such tacit synchronization. They had all shrunk their defenses 10 years ago to develop in a low-key manner, but they had all erupted at the same time. If there was no powerful mastermind behind the scenes, that would be haunted. After the Andre Company clarified, many corporations were skeptical about this, but on the surface, Andre Corporation did not benefit from this strange struggle. After all, the current world order was formulated by Andre Corporation. If it wanted to manipulate a consortium, there were 10,000 ways and means. There was no need to go through so many twists and turns. Not to mention that overthrowing the world order that he had established was an extremely brainless act. As long as the Andre Group had not lost its mind, it would not shoot itself in the foot. Therefore, after some consideration, many corporations temporarily ruled out its suspicion. But soon, under the joint efforts of all the corporations in the world who had not bought the new version of the supernatural potion, some of the clues hidden in the dark were found. That's why A piece of news that shocked the entire world was finally made public. 10 years ago, a mysterious person had broken through the technical barrier of the Andre Company's supernatural medicine. This mysterious person had contacted many corporations in the Western continent and the Northern continent through registered shell companies. In the following 10 years, this mysterious man began to sell extraordinary potions crazily. Moreover, it was said that the effect of the extraordinary potion he was selling was better than the VIP version of the extraordinary potion developed by Andre Company. However, the price was only 1/5 of Andre Company's VIP extraordinary potion. According to the rough statistics, this mysterious person had provided hundreds of millions of extraordinary potions to many corporations in 10 years. If the success rate of awakening was 20%, that was 30 to 40 million supernatural beings. When he found out about this news, almost all the corporations who did not buy the new version of the extraordinary potion felt a chill in their hearts. No wonder so many of his enemies had suddenly quieted down over the years. It turned out that they had gathered their financial and material resources to secretly nurture an army of supernatural beings. Of course, the biggest reaction from this group of tycoons was naturally Andre Company. In fact, it was not that they did not feel anything strange in the past few years. The most obvious thing was that the circulation of the company's extraordinary medicine in the black market had suddenly deteriorated. The extraordinary potion, which was originally sold for millions of dollars, had become unsaleable in some places in recent years. Although the corporations would still buy them all in the end. However, Andre Company still felt that something was wrong. However, after a rough investigation, he came to the conclusion that the market was sluggish. Andre Company still didn't investigate carefully. After all, for the consortium, as long as the money could be steadily received every month, it was the most stable tranquilizer. Moreover, Andre Company had monopolized the supernatural medicine for so many years. No one had ever been able to break through their technological barrier. After all, as the creator, they were the only ones who knew what the most crucial gene of the medicinal machine was. Chapter 240, Extraordinary Calamity Outbreak, The Arrogant Li Yueming. Part 4. Over 300 years. In the beginning, Andre Company was still very strict with its competitors. However, as time passed, all of the competitors were sent into the dust of history by the Andre Group. In addition, the root gene for the production of the supernatural potion had already been cleaned up by the Andre Group. This directly led to the Andre Group's control over the supernatural drug becoming more and more superficial over the past few decades. The two factors overlapped, so much so that the Andre Group only realized now that someone had spent 10 years stealing his home under their noses. In his fury, Andre Company issued a statement. He wanted all the tycoons who injected the illegal extraordinary potion to hand over the culprit who produced the illegal extraordinary potion. Regarding this, many corporations that had received the new version of the extraordinary potion were silent for a while. In the end, he chose to ignore Andre Company's statement. After all, although the corporations were evil, they were not stupid. Li Yueming's whereabouts were strange, and he seemed to be a very powerful supernatural being, making it difficult to capture him. After punishing Li Yueming, it was hard to guarantee that Andre Company would not seek revenge from them. After losing Li Yueming, the source of the extraordinary potion, they would have no resistance against Andre Company. After realizing that threats and pressure were useless, he was stunned. Andre Company looked at the entire world and realized that things had far exceeded the scope of his control. Hundreds of first-rate and second-rate consortiums had developed in a low-key manner for 10 years. Now, his wings are full. Andre Company had the most supernatural beings in the world. However, it still felt like a headache to hold such a huge financial group. Hence, he decided to do it. Angrily, Andre Company issued a second statement. They said that they would use the strictest means to punish the financial groups that illegally injected the supernatural medicine. At the same time, he issued an international arrest warrant. He called on everyone in the world to search for the mysterious person or mysterious force who was selling the extraordinary potion. If they could provide accurate information or bring back the other party's head, they would be rewarded with an SSS-grade extraordinary fusion potion. After this arrest warrant was issued, it stirred up the fanaticism of countless supernatural beings in the entire world. SSS-grade extraordinary fusion potion. There was a certain chance that an S-class or above supernatural being could break through the genetic chain and awaken a second supernatural power. This was extremely attractive to those high-level extraordinary individuals. The second day after the arrest warrant was issued, the world's largest assassin organization, Assassin Dynasty, announced that they would accept this mission. They also began to use the overwhelming intelligence network to trace the source, trying to find the organization that developed the supernatural potion. At the same time, Andre Company was not idle either. Many extraordinaires began to set off for the Western continent and the Northern continent. Other than investigating the mastermind behind the incident, the other mission of this group of extraordinaires was to maintain order and stability in the Western continent and the Northern continent. For the time being, Andre Group would not send troops to participate in the war. After all, if they really sent troops to participate in the battle, it would definitely cause the situation to get out of hand. Even Andre Company itself might be involved in the flames of this war. After thinking about it, Andre Company decided not to sell any supernatural potions to all the blacklisted consortiums. He turned around and handed all the potions to the financial groups that did not buy the new version of the extraordinary potion. Moreover, they had formed a huge alliance with them. Andre Company would provide an endless stream of extraordinary potions to fight against the corporations and countries that used the new version of the extraordinary potions. There was a certain risk involved in this act of driving a tiger and swallowing a wolf. But for the time being, this was the best plan that Andre Company could come up with. It was better for him to fight among the corporations than to be embroiled in a war. Moreover, if the two sides fought more fiercely, they might be able to obtain more benefits. Of course, the premise of all of this was to capture the guy who peddled the extraordinary potion and tear him into pieces. Otherwise, Andre Company's glory of ruling the world in the past would be completely destroyed. Without a single sign of the right, a full-scale war broke out between the corporations. The corporations that possessed the new version of the extraordinary potion had been silent for more than 10 years. Swallow one's pride and grow. All of this was for the sake of catching the other forces off guard with the help of the large number of extraordinaires. In fact, they had done it. They had to pass through several times, or even dozens of times, the number of supernatural beings from other ordinary financial groups. In just a few months, they had annexed a large number of territories and cities. Such a smooth war had nourished their ambitions. After all, they had endured hardships for so long just for this day. Now that they had just tasted a little sweetness, they naturally wouldn't let them be obedient so easily. After discovering that the Andre Group was furious and cut off the supply of drugs, they formed an alliance. They also quickly established a so-called New Order Alliance. He would unite all the forces that had been injected with the new version of the extraordinary potion and annex the other ordinary financial groups in the surrounding area. Even if the Andre Group provided its allies with extraordinary potions. However, nurturing a powerful supernatural being was not something that could be completed in a day or two. Therefore, the army of the New Order Alliance was unstoppable in a short period of time. Large pieces of land in the Western continent and the Northern continent were annexed by them, and countless financial groups disappeared into the wheel of history. Chapter 241, Extraordinary Calamity Outbreak, The Arrogant Li Yueming. Part 5. Neutral City, by Luo City. In an old church, the priest finished his last prayer in the middle of the auditorium. Then, he closed the scripture and left the church with the book. Below the church, hundreds of corporate representatives with different expressions waited patiently. About 10 minutes later, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared at the entrance of the cathedral. The man was tall and slender, and his hand that was holding the umbrella was fair and bony. He was still wearing the strange mask that everyone hated and loved. The stars and the moon echoed each other, shining brightly under the candlelight of the church. Li Yueming glanced at the time on his watch and then looked at the pouring rain outside. He revealed a harmless smile and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect everyone to be so punctual." As he spoke, he put down the black umbrella in his hand and inserted it into the locker outside the church. He walked through the long aisle and stood on the prayer platform in the center of the church. This church was really too old. There was no accurate satellite location on the map. One could even hear the creaking sound of the ground when they stepped on it. But even so, it still couldn't suppress the powerful aura of the countless corporate representatives in the church. They sat below. This old church was as solemn as the highest meeting hall of the council. Li Yueming glanced around. Behind him was a sculpture of a woman with two faces. This woman was a twin, born with two completely different faces. He was the god of punishment and compassion in the church's teachings. The sculpture was very old. However, the woman's face in the sculpture was still lifelike. Half of his body was bent over, and his face was filled with sorrow and anger as he silently watched everyone. After a long while, Li Yueming smiled and said, "You guys seem to have a problem with me." In the church, a corporate representative stood up and said, "If I remember correctly, we signed an exclusive sales agreement back then, right? Why are the extraordinary potions you're selling everywhere now? If we don't even respect the basic agreement, what is the basis for our cooperation?" Back then, Li Yueming had set up shell companies all over the place and was related to hundreds of financial groups. However, on the surface, all the contracts he signed were exclusive sales agreements. That's why many corporations mistakenly thought that his production speed was not too fast. That was why he had only signed an exclusive agreement with them. But now, 10 years had passed. Many corporations thought that they had won. However, when he went out to take a look, he discovered that the extraordinary potion had long been overflowing. Li Yueming was really unlucky. He actually sold hundreds of millions of extraordinary potions. This led to a very uncomfortable consequence. Many consortiums who had been injected with the new version of the drug thought that they could occupy vast territory in just a few months. However, when they started fighting, they realized that there were allies everywhere who had also been injected with the new version of the supernatural potion. As a result, after advancing 2 cities, they would encounter allies who were also fighting for food. Therefore, he had no choice. Now, he saw the instigator, Li Yueming. Only a group of corporations who felt that they had been played would be so angry. Li Yueming shrugged and said innocently, "Wait a moment, let me look for it." As he spoke, he took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. He picked it up and looked at it before asking, "What consortium are you from?" The furious consortium representative was stunned. He didn't expect Li Yueming to not even remember the name of their consortium. The flames in his heart burned even more fiercely. It was not easy to calm down a little. The consortium representative squeezed his voice out from between his teeth. "Jin City Group." Hearing this, Li Yueming took the paper and compared it for a moment before he raised his head and said, "One signed an exclusive purchase agreement with you for extraordinary potion No 103426. Is there any conflict with the exclusive agreement for extraordinary potion No 103425? The representatives of the various financial groups were speechless. Although they already knew that Li Yueming was going to cheat. However, he did not expect this guy to have prepared such a move. It wasn't that they didn't raise doubts about this at the beginning, but Li Yueming told them that the serial number in front was the name of the extraordinary potion. However, from the looks of it now, how was this a name? It was clearly a perfunctory way of not even bothering to give a name. If it was any other time, the corporations were being played like this. By now, they would probably have already made a big fuss. But now, he was facing Li Yueming. However, many corporations did not have the confidence to do so. After decades of hard work, Li Yueming had already completely tied them to the chariot. Now that Andre Company had cut off another source of the supernatural medicine, many corporations could only rely on Li Yueming to provide the supernatural medicine. Therefore, he had no choice. After a short period of rage, he felt helpless. In the end, the venue went back to normal. The representative of Hurricane Group stood up and said, "We only have one question now. How many parameters does your extraordinary potion have? Can it meet the needs of war?" Obviously. To them, this was the most important question. Now that war was inevitable, they had to face the Andrea Group, which had stood at the top of the food chain for more than 300 years. If Li Yueming dropped the ball at this time, the consortium would probably tear him apart. He looked at the anxious corporate representatives. Li Yueming smiled. "Good question. I'm never one to make empty promises. Therefore, the production of all extraordinary potions will be doubled during the upcoming war." Hearing this, the corporate representatives heaved a sigh of relief. He paused before they could interrupt and ask, "Also, I have prepared a big surprise for you," Li Yueming continued. As he spoke, Li Yueming turned around and took out 3 metal suitcases from the base under the feet of the god of punishment and compassion. Then, he casually threw it on the table. Chapter 242, The Sinful Li Yueming. In the old church, the dim candlelight was like a flickering star. Many corporate representatives looked at the 3 grey metal boxes on the table and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes revealed curiosity and desire. A corporate representative stood up and asked, "What's in here?" On the surface, they were angry at Li Yueming's dishonest behavior. But in reality, the consortium representatives weren't afraid of Li Yueming's tough stance. She was afraid that he would show his cowardice. After all, in the past 10 years, although they had only met Li Yueming a few times, the extraordinary potion was like an invisible giant net that had long connected them. At this moment, even if the corporations didn't want to admit it. However, they had to admit that they had really fallen into Li Yueming's trap. Li Yueming was simply and crudely wrapped in the same tank with the help of the extraordinary potion. And the most important thing was, even if they were schemed against and coerced, they were still convinced. Pain and joy. After all, although they had played tricks on the so-called exclusive purchase agreement. However, he had really provided them with hundreds of millions of extraordinary potions in the past 10 years. That was why they were able to have such a large number of supernatural beings after a short 10 years of development. He used this opportunity to launch a war and defeat his opponent, who was once on par with him. They had occupied a huge amount of land and plundered a considerable amount of wealth. Under such circumstances, the representatives of the corporations naturally did not come here to argue with Li Yueming about the loopholes in the terms. Instead, he wanted to figure out how much confidence Li Yueming could provide them in this war. It was only because they were not confident that the group of corporate representatives would be so anxious. They were most worried that Li Yueming would not be able to provide enough support. As a result, they were unable to move forward in the following war and were pressed to the ground until they died. If he wanted to make a living under the alliance, which was supported by the Andre Financial Group, the extraordinary potion was naturally necessary. If there were other hard currencies, then the more, the better. Fortunately, Li Yueming did not disappoint them. The first thing he did was to publicly announce that the supply of all extraordinary potions would be doubled. This had already given the representatives of the corporations a shot in the arm. It was enough to appease the anger of most consortiums. In addition, Li Yueming seemed to have other skills. At this moment, although they still did not know what was in the 3 boxes in front of them, they still had a lot of questions. However, since Li Yueming dared to call it a big surprise, he was not afraid of it. It shouldn't be too bad. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, Li Yueming slowly opened the first box on his right. Everyone looked at the wall of the box and found that there was a neat row of potions inside. Li Yueming glanced at everyone. At this moment, many corporate representatives had different expressions on their faces. Some people scratched their ears and cheeks curiously, while others looked around in confusion. He paused. After all the representatives had seen the contents of the box. Only then did Li Yueming calmly introduce, "Let me introduce you. This is an upgraded version of the 3rd generation extraordinary potion. The success rate of awakening can reach 30%, and the mortality and disability rate after awakening failure is reduced by half compared to the 2nd generation potion." After hearing his introduction, instantly, the hundreds of corporate representatives present revealed shocked expressions. Someone even cursed, "F***ck, really? Regarding this?" Li Yueming replied directly, "Of course it's real. You can take it back and test it out first. After confirming that there's no problem with what I said, come back and find me." After hearing the confirmation, the group of corporate representatives immediately stopped pretending. They all surrounded him excitedly. He wanted to take a closer look at what was so special about the 3rd generation of the new extraordinary potion that Li Yueming mentioned. The success rate was 30%. Although it was only a 10% increase compared to the previous generation of potions. However, if this 10% probability was placed on a huge base number, it was a terrifying number. Originally, 100 million bottles of extraordinary potion could only awaken about 20 million extraordinaires. Now, the same 100 million bottles of extraordinary potion could awaken about 30 million extraordinaires. There was a difference of 10 million. What kind of concept was this? In short, the extraordinary potion in Li Yueming's box was even more terrifying than the awakening rate of Andre Company's VIP potion. He finally came back to his senses. The representatives of the corporations were instantly in an uproar. The candlelight in the entire church became misty and dazed because of their argument. After a moment of intense discussion, finally, one of the corporate representatives couldn't help but stand up and ask, "Dear Star Moon, how's the production of the new third-generation drug?" After seeing Li Yueming take out the real thing, even the way they addressed each other became much more respectful. In such a world, he had mastered strength and technology at the same time. He was a well-deserved powerhouse. Although the corporations didn't know how powerful Li Yueming was, they knew that he was an S-class supernatural being. In addition, he controlled the supply chain of the new version of the extraordinary potion. He had already transformed into a superior that they needed to befriend and cling to. Chapter 243, The Sinful Li Yueming, 2. Li Yueming didn't feel much about this. He said lightly, "The production of the third-generation drug is not as good as the second-generation drug for the time being. I can provide you with 1,000 vials every month." After hearing this message, the representatives of the corporations were stunned for a moment before they began to boil over. Originally, they would be provided with 1,500 bottles of the second-generation extraordinary potion every month. Now, after Li Yueming promised to double it, it would be 3,000 bottles. In addition, there were 1,000 third-generation extraordinary potions. Every month, it was the supply of 4,000 potions. It could be said that this number had already far exceeded their psychological expectations. At the very least, they would not have to worry about not being able to replenish their high-end extraordinaires in time when they faced Andre Company and its consortium alliance. The most important thing was that Li Yueming's production is not as good as the second generation, which meant that the production of these potions might continue to increase. To them, it was indeed a huge surprise. However, before they could smile and heave a sigh of relief, in the church, Li Yueming slowly opened the second box on his right. The silver-gray box was also filled with bottles of potions. Li Yueming looked at all the representatives of the corporations and revealed a very playful smile. He said, "This is version 1.0 of the Transcendent Gene Potion. After injecting it, it can help a Transcendent to complete some of their genes and make up for the genetic defects of an awakened Transcendent. It can strengthen the control of supernatural beings over their talents to a certain extent. Furthermore, there is a 10% chance of awakening a supernatural being for the second time, allowing the supernatural being to have two different talents at the same time. However, the production of this thing is currently relatively rare, so every single one of them is extremely precious." Hearing Li Yueming's statement, the representatives of many financial groups could not believe their ears. After injecting it, it could complete the genes of the supernatural being, and there was a certain chance that the supernatural being could control two different talents at the same time? Wasn't this the extraordinary fusion potion that Andre Company had always regarded as a treasure? Could such a heaven-defying potion be replicated? Moreover, from Li Yueming's description, this transcendent gene serum seemed to have a better effect than the ordinary transcendent fusion serum that Andre Company had produced. The imitation version was better than the real one. If it wasn't for the fact that many corporations had seen Li Yueming's strength in the past few years, they would have been able to defeat him. It was probably going to explode by now. But even so, he looked at the thin and seemingly harmless figure on the cathedral. Under the illumination of the burning candle light, the two distinct faces of the goddess of punishment and compassion seemed to have lowered their heads at the same time, looking down at the figure under their feet. Her compassionate face looked a little strange. Punishment's face was twisted and ferocious. For some reason, in a trance, many corporations seemed to vaguely see a demon. He was waving an ominous blade and extending his demonic claws to the entire world. He finally came back to his senses. The group of corporate representatives swallowed their saliva. He asked with a hint of nervousness, "So these gatherings, what was the production rate of the 1.0 version transcendent gene drug, and what was the price?" Li Yueming stood under the statue and spread his hands. "The total production of these potions is less than 1,000 per month. As for the price, the highest bidder wins." After hearing the answer, the corporations looked at each other, and the shock and excitement in their eyes faded slightly. After all, 1,000 potions sounded like a lot. However, compared to the tens of millions of supernatural beings behind the consortium, this number was only a drop in the ocean. Therefore, this potion was only available to a very small number of extraordinaires. If he injected this potion into a powerful supernatural being, he might be able to greatly increase his strength. The symbolic meaning of the impact on the overall situation was greater than the actual meaning. After all, Li Yueming was able to take out the gene serum at this critical moment. His scientific and technological foundation might not be as bad as imagined. At least from the attitude he had shown so far, it would not be a problem for him to compete with Andre Corporation. The first meeting between the representatives of the corporations since the war began ended here. Li Yueming's third box contained forbidden items that he had studied using the bodies of the death row prisoners in the resistance camp. In short, it was the upgraded version of the Yungziao Group's genetic warrior project. He injected the drug into it. It could allow extraordinaires to become super soldiers and sweep across the world. However, Li Yueming only provided them with a batch of potions that were said to be unstable. Let them use it as they see fit. Under such circumstances, the transcendent calamity erupted into the second stage. The entire world's order was in turmoil as countless supernatural beings stepped forward. The flames of war burned the entire world. As the instigator of this extraordinary war that had shaken the entire world's order. However, he didn't feel much about it. Call him cold-blooded or selfish. Those who achieved great things often had thrones piled up with corpses under their feet. After all, only children like to fantasize about a perfect plan. He could achieve his goal perfectly without bleeding. After all, when one group of people benefited, another group of people would be offended. Ordinary people were the ones who wavered between offending people and not offending people. Chapter 244, The Sinful Li Yueming, 3. They could only be ungrateful and do nothing for the rest of their lives. This world needed a raging war to completely burn everything in the past to welcome a new life. For Li Yueming, there were only two ways to start a world war. The first was to push the resistance to the surface and let them declare war on the corporations. It was also a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The second method was to involve the corporations in the war by controlling the extraordinary medicine. They fought and bled each other. In the end, when both sides were tired, they would reap the benefits. There was no need to say much about the choice between the two. Of course, in this process, as the person who was in charge, it was only natural for Li Yueming to obtain some benefits that he needed. In the next few years, the war between the alliance led by the Andre Group and the New Order Alliance was getting more and more widespread. The entire Western continent and the Northern continent were engulfed in the flames of war. Even those who were originally prepared to remain neutral had no choice but to stand up and join the war. Overall, on the surface, the New Order Alliance was half as strong as the consortium under the Andre Group. However, the New Order Alliance was already prepared for this war. Therefore, in the first few years, the New Order Alliance did not show any signs of decline. On the contrary, I have gained the upper hand and attacked the city. However, as time passed, Andre Company's supernatural medicine was gradually in place, and many corporations came back to their senses. This war began to fall into a tug of war. In the past few years, the resistance camp had become extremely low-key. Because Hurricane Group and many other corporations were caught in the flames of war, the coalition of corporations that had originally helped Cloud Sky Group eliminate the resistance army naturally dispersed. Because they were in a hurry, many soldiers did not even have time to bring their luggage. Hence, he decided to do it. The resistance army naturally occupied the cities left behind by the Alliance army. Although their forces did not seem to have changed much on the surface, they were still very powerful. However, in reality, the population and the size of the city had quietly doubled. Although the Cloud Sky Corporation was embarrassed and angry about this, it was still a pity. However, they were already afraid of the resistance. He could only pinch his nose and admit that he was unlucky. They also hoped that the resistance army would not take advantage of the situation to take their cities. After all, although the Cloud Sky Corporation had suffered a great loss, it was still a huge loss. But a centipede dies but never dies. Don't forget that the Yun Xiao Corporation's best black technology was the gene serum. If he was really forced to the point of no way, the power that erupted from a desperate fight could not be underestimated. Fortunately, the resistance seemed to be wary of this. After occupying the cities left behind by the alliance of the financial groups, they withdrew their troops and did not continue to provoke the Yungziao group, which was already a little crazy. However, because of the war. The scientists of many financial groups were affected. Many scientists were homeless and could only rely on the powerful financial groups. Under such circumstances, the rebellion army had dispatched a team of tens of thousands of supernatural beings. They traveled to many war-torn places to search for these displaced scientists and bring them back to the resistance camp from all over the world. A large number of scientists arrived at Kandar City. The resistance camp first allocated the best housing and high salaries to the scientists. There were also people in charge of attacking it. For example, if a scientist had a family, the resistance camp would promise to help them find their family. For example, if a single scientist wanted to get married, the resistance would take the initiative to introduce them to young girls from various cities. For example, the rebellion army would give Li Yueming the problems that they couldn't solve at the moment. Such a combination of punches came down. Basically, not many scientists could resist it. In just a few years, he had adapted to life in the resistance camp and became a member of the resistance. It could be said, the resistance had been keeping a low profile all these years. However, he was never getting stronger. Especially with the addition of this group of scientists, it accelerated the development of science and technology in the resistance camp. Inside the Kandar Extraordinary Laboratory, Li Yueming was currently checking the various records of the perfect gene serum. During this process, Han Bufan arrived. Now, he was the leader of the resistance camp in name. Li Yueming was the deputy chief. He looked at Li Yueming in the lab. "What do you plan to do next?" Han Bufan asked. Li Yueming flipped through the various records of the drug and replied casually, "What do you think I will do?" Han Bufan looked around the laboratory. Now, the extraordinary laboratory in the resistance camp was the unit with the highest level of confidentiality in the entire resistance camp. Even if it was him, he had to go through several procedures to enter. It took less than 20 years. The resistance army under Li Yueming's leadership had already become the overlord of a region. Now, the rebellion army already had more than 4 million regular combat troops under their command, and the number of people under their rule was more than 200 million. The number of supernatural beings had reached a terrifying 100,000. Under his leadership, the previously unremarkable Kandar Extraordinary Laboratory had also become more and more terrifying. Whether it was the scale or the number of scientists. Even if he was one of the top existences in the entire world. Seeing all of this, even Han Bufan had to admit that he had underestimated this young man. Originally, according to his expectations, even if this young man was a genius, it should also take decades to grow. Who knew that Li Yueming would be so unreasonable? He cut through all the thorns along the way. Even he hadn't fully recovered from his shock. In the blink of an eye, Li Yueming had already become the leader of a superpower. And according to what he knew, the extraordinary war that was raging in the outside world was also related to this young man in front of him. Thinking of this, Han Bufan's face revealed some worry. A moment later, he sighed and said, "Accumulate strength and then harvest the entire world." He was one of the few existences who knew the whole story. Looking at it from the overall perspective, Han Bufan could easily guess Li Yueming's current plan. However, after hearing his answer, Li Yueming only chuckled a few times and said, "One rarely make any comprehensive plans. I usually go with the flow and take one step at a time." Han Bufan sighed. After thinking for a while, he said, "Sunruo, that girl, is back. She seems to be injured. Do you want to go and take a look?" Hearing this, Li Yueming was startled for a moment before he regained his senses. A few years ago, Sunruo left the resistance after confirming that he had no intention of coming into contact with them. When he left, she said that she was going out for a walk. However, Li Yueming knew that the other party had gone out to investigate information related to ancient martial arts practitioners. As for the reason, it was very simple. Sunruo accidentally flipped through some of Li Yueming's research records. He knew that Li Yueming seemed to have been tracking the traces of the ancient martial arts practitioners. This girl was smart. Therefore, she quickly connected what Li Ming had told her to the ancient martial art practitioners of the moon. Just as she said, no matter what Li Yueming was pursuing, she would never give up. If Li Yueming didn't want to tell her, she would go and find him herself. She wasn't joking about these words. She really put them into action. Back then, he received the news. Li Yueming only sighed. There was no way to stop him. He could only secretly send some people to protect her. Now that so many years had passed, this silly girl finally knew to come back. Chapter 245, The hero of a hero drinks the river moon, it's hardest to enjoy the grace of a beauty. In the darkness, the incandescent lamp flickered. Under the old and mottled eaves, several fat rats were hiding in the dark corners, gnawing on something. The man shuttled through the alley, his footsteps gentle and steady. The old-fashioned posters and small craft paper advertisements on both sides of the street always reminded people of the previous era. The rough and wrinkled walls of the house were filled with the marks of time. This was the Lokang district of N City. It was also the place where Li Yueming had briefly stayed. Passing through narrow and dark alleys, the ancient buildings on both sides were like ant nests. In the end, Li Yueming stopped in front of a dilapidated house. Ever since the resistance took over N City, the old residential area in the west of the city was planning to be demolished. This place was really too rotten, like a place that had long been forgotten. Not only were the houses rotten, but the public security was also rotten. All kinds of public facilities had long been completely rotten. It was said that the oldest residential area in the west of the city could be traced back to the government's era 300 years ago. It was a relatively sturdy demolition and relocation house. After more than 300 years of exposure to the elements, the people who lived inside had been stitched up countless times, and the house had long become a stitched monster full of scars and patches. Even now, the residents inside were still using the public toilets to take cold showers. After the resistance took over N City, soon, the request for the city's reconstruction was approved. They planned to demolish all the buildings in the west of the city and use the latest technology to build new houses for the residents. Therefore, most of the people who lived here had moved away in the past 2 years. Currently, there were only rats and cockroaches in the west of the city. There were barely any figures to be seen. As for Sunruo, she didn't go to Kandar after she was injured. Instead, she returned to N City with a body full of injuries and moved into the old house where the two of them had temporarily lived in the past. At that time, Li Yueming was being pursued by Yongxiao Group. In order not to be discovered by the omnipresent surveillance cameras, Li Yueming could only choose the most inconspicuous old house in the west of the city to stay. And now, the old house was left with only a dim yellow light in the dark. She walked up the stairs to the door. Dong dong dong! Li Yueming knocked on the rusty iron door. A rustling sound came from the room. About 2 minutes later, Sunruo appeared behind the door with a pale face. It had been 7 or 8 years. Sunruo had completely shed her childishness. Her delicate oval face was covered in mist, and her wine-red hair was wet. Her fair collarbone looked very beautiful, and her chest moved up and down. Compared to before, it was much plumper. Although she was wearing ordinary clothes, it was obvious that she had just taken a shower. Her face without makeup was like the most translucent white jade in the world. In the 2 reincarnations, Li Yueming had seen beauties before, especially the second martial world. As his first wife, Ye Nanyuan was also the most outstanding among the beauties. Especially his star-like eyes and the eye-catching beauty mark below them. He was careless. It was as if he would be intoxicated by it. However, Sunruo's wine-red hair and fair collarbone were also extremely special. When they first met in the petri dish, Li Yueming had paid special attention to her waterfall-like hair. Back then, she was soaked in the solution. She was like a mermaid from the exuding a beauty that was like a work of art. In a trance, Li Yueming finally came back to his senses. He looked at Sunruo and said, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Sunruo had a complicated expression. He looked at Li Yueming and said, "How did you know I was here?" Although her tone was very cold. However, the fluctuations in his pupils could not be hidden. Li Yueming smiled and said casually, "There are many things in this world that can trouble me. But if I don't even know where you're going, I don't need to live." Sunruo rolled her eyes. The iceberg-like temperament on his body had also dissipated a lot. He took 2 steps back. She opened the door and let Li Ming in. The room was no different from before, except for some women's clothes and accessories. Li Yueming saw many bandages that were still stained with dark red blood in the trash can. He frowned and said, "Are you seriously injured?" According to the information he had obtained, When Sunruo went out, she was targeted by a large group of scavengers in the Onlado Desert. In order to capture Sunruo, the other party had even dispatched an A+ class supernatural being. Finally, under the siege of a group of scavengers, Sunruo was slightly injured. It took some effort to escape back to N City. But that was 2 months ago. After receiving the news, Li Yueming even asked Team Zero to pay attention to it. At this moment, the grass on the graves of Wen Glajuo's large group of scavengers was almost 3 meters tall. Logically speaking, Sunruo's ordinary external injuries should have healed long ago. However, the blood in the trash can made Li Yueming's heart skip a beat. Could it be that it wasn't just a superficial injury? However, before he could think it through, not far away, Sunruo's face suddenly turned red. She took 2 or 3 steps over and blocked Li Yueming's line of sight. Then, he kicked the trash can under the bed. "Why do you care so much?" she said angrily. At first, Li Yueming didn't understand why this girl was suddenly so irritable. Chapter 246, A Hero Drinks the Moon in the River. It's the hardest to enjoy the grace of a beauty, too. However, a moment later, he looked at the shy young girl and then at the gauze under the bed. Only then did he come to a realization. Then, he rubbed his nose awkwardly and changed the topic. "What have you been doing all these years?" He had a rough idea of Sunruo's itinerary, but most of the time, he was too busy. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to the details. Sunruo blushed. Feeling guilty, she kicked the trash can deep under the bed. "Didn't someone think that I was useless, so he didn't tell me what he was looking for? So I can't investigate it myself?" Li Yueming looked at her. For some reason, it felt a little funny. However, he still tried his best to hold back his laughter and said, "So what did you find out?" When they talked about this topic, Sunruo's expression turned serious. He closed the door and looked around. Then, he returned to the bedside and took out a few rusty medals from the cabinet. Handing it to Li Yueming, "Do you still have any impression of this thing?" Li Yueming rubbed the medal for a moment and nodded. "The resistance medal that Han Longfei gave me back then was like this, right?" Sunruo took the medal back. He handed over another medal with a clearer pattern. When he went over, Li Yueming looked at the pattern on the medal and felt a hint of familiarity. Now, after obtaining this clearer medal, Li Yueming was completely convinced that this thing seemed to have something to do with him. Because the medal was engraved with a star and a moon. He rubbed it for a moment. Li Yueming put down the medal and continued to ask, "Where did you get these things?" "I got it from a few of the oldest elders in the resistance camp," Sunruo said seriously. "They live in the town at the foot of East Peak Mountain. According to them, these medals are the tokens of the resistance army. Legend has it that they were passed down from the hands of ancient martial art practitioners more than 300 years ago. However, only 7 of the medals passed down at that time were real. The remaining 99% were imitations by later generations. The 7 medals that were passed down were held by 7 forces. However, 6 of those 7 forces disappeared in the long river of history for some reason. Right now, there seems to be only one real medal that is still out there, but we don't know who has it anymore." Li Yueming took out the medal that Han Longfei had given him. "Is this the real one?" Sunruo took the medal from Li Yueming's hand and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he said in surprise, "This. It seems to be true." Regarding this, Li Yueming rolled his eyes. Sunruo looked at it for a long time. In the end, he was still discouraged. "I don't know either. I only heard the old man describe some characteristics. But more than 300 years have passed, and there are already countless imitations. I guess no one knows if they are real or fake now." "That's not necessarily true." Li Yueming smiled. He put away the medal again. He didn't continue to ask. "Other than this medal, what else did you find?" After all, Sunruo was already an A+ class supernatural being. Even though they had already entered the age of the catastrophe, A+ grade extraordinaires were still the top fighting force in this world. Therefore, he had no choice. Under her determined pursuit, perhaps he could really find something interesting. Hearing this, Sunruo hesitated for a moment and said, "I've investigated the traces of ancient martial arts practitioners in depth. However, other than some rumors, I couldn't find any traces of ancient martial arts practitioners at all. However, it was obvious that ancient martial art practitioners should have really appeared before. Even if they had only appeared for a short period of time, they should not have disappeared so completely. At this point, her voice paused, revealing a hint of fear as she said, I feel like there's an extremely terrifying hand erasing all traces of the ancient martial arts practitioner's existence. I'm afraid that it will implicate you, so I don't dare to continue investigating. Hearing this, Li Yueming looked at Sun Ruo in surprise. To be honest, it was already beyond his expectations that the girl could sense this point alone. One had to know that Li Yueming was now in control of the entire resistance army, and he was also a world-class mastermind. However, the investigation of ancient martial arts practitioners only reached this level. The other things in the depths seemed to have been erased from the history of this planet. Not even a trace was left. However, Li Yueming didn't find out who did it. However, it was obvious that he could already guess the truth based on his guess. After all, in the entire world, only a few top corporations could do this. He immediately got the answer after screening it a little. At this point, both of them fell into a short silence. A moment later, the girl mustered up her courage and asked, so what are you looking for? If you don't tell me, I'll continue searching until the sea runs dry and the rocks crumble. Li Yueming glanced at her. To be honest, Sun Ruo really spent 7 to 8 years running around looking for these things. This was something he had never expected. One had to know that a woman's youthful years were like the pear blossoms in March. Chapter 247, A Hero Drinks the Moon in the River. It's the hardest to enjoy the grace of a beauty. If he was not careful, he would be crushed into mud by the spring wind. However, Sun Ruo had spent the best 8 years of her life in the illusory past for him. Without a doubt, this was a decision that required a lot of perseverance. Li Yueming closed his eyes. He wasn't a eunuch, so he also liked beautiful women. However, he did not like to play with other people's feelings, nor did he like to play with his own feelings. But now, Sun Ruo, a woman, was willing to sacrifice herself so recklessly. If he didn't respond to something, he wouldn't be a man of indomitable spirit. He thought about it. He suppressed the surging memories of the past. I can only hide what I'm looking for in my heart, I can't tell anyone. As for the reason, I am also unable to tell you. The only thing I can tell you is that I hope you can live for a long time, until the day you can see the sea of stars. Sun Ruo was stunned. Obviously, she had expected Li Yueming to give all kinds of answers. Moreover, they were all mentally prepared for it. For example, Li Yueming firmly refused. Another example was Li Yueming, who avoided her feelings. However, he never expected that Li Yueming actually gave her such an answer. After thinking for a moment, Sun Ruo smiled. Live like an old woman? I don't want it. He looked at her pale face. Li Yueming was finally moved. That damned woman, always changing ways to attack his weakness. It was simply too against the rules. After thinking for a while, Li Yueming said in a different way, "If you can't live for a long time, then we'll be separated forever, right? I hate losing and parting, so I hope you will never die." Hearing this, Sun Ruo was stunned once again. Apparently, the term immortal was unfamiliar to her. After a long while, she finally understood Li Yueming's concerns. She thought for a while and replied, "A person's life is like the last bus to death. Some people get on the bus, and some get off the bus. No one can accompany you all the way. Most people are just passers-by in their lives. Losing and parting are always painful and confusing." However, she couldn't avoid meeting him just because she was afraid of losing him, right? Hearing this, Li Yueming suddenly felt his soul tremble. In his previous life, because of the will of the Great Path, he ended up empty-handed. All the people he cared about were buried in that small grave. That feeling of powerlessness and sadness was like a fish that had come ashore and lacked oxygen. He flapped his gills hard, but he still couldn't breathe. This made Li Yueming feel an unforgettable pain. It was also because of this that in order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the previous life, he had neither taken in any disciples nor made any friends. He even pretended not to see Sun Ruo's good impression of him. He didn't know if it was fate or destiny, but he didn't even have biological parents. He thought that he could come and leave without any scruples. He would treat it as a journey that was not considered outstanding in his life. He looked at the scenery. When they reached the station, they had to clock in and get out of the car. But was this really right? Just like Sunruo said, losing and parting was always painful and confusing. However, she couldn't avoid meeting him just because she was afraid of losing him. Perhaps it was because of various reasons. In the end, he failed again. Without leaving behind any means to transcend this world, he could only swallow all the pain and sadness alone. However, that was still a matter that had yet to be settled. There was still a glimmer of hope after all. However, if he rejected Sunruo now, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Since he was going to regret it, then why did he run away? It is most difficult for a hero to enjoy the grace of a beauty when he drinks a cup of wine in the river. Even Sunruo could face her own heart and summon the courage to face it. What reason did he have to be afraid? Thinking of this, Li Yueming finally stopped suppressing the emotions in his heart and revealed his soft side. He took the initiative to reach out and touch Sunruo's hair. Seeing this, Sunruo, who had a natural expression, stiffened. After a while, he carefully moved his head and rubbed his fingers against Li Yueming's. This was already the maximum movement that the girl could do. In just an instant, dry wood had touched fire. Li Yueming picked her up and placed her on the bed. Sunruo was at a loss like a quail. After a while, she came back to her senses and said in a panic, "No, no, 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 not these few days. You can fight a bloody battle, right?" Li Yueming laughed. The next day, Li Yueming woke up on the old wooden bed. He looked at Sunruo, who was like a kitten in his arms. There was some silence on his face. To him, after a night of lovey-dovey, he felt a heavy responsibility. Chemcarnators spent countless years MTNE reincarnation world. Outside the reincarnation world. However, it could only be considered a moment. Li Yueming didn't want to repeat the same mistake, so he had to be extra careful this time. He had to arrange a path for Sunruo to transcend the small world. A moment later, Sunruo slowly woke up. She carefully lifted the blanket and took a look before she said shyly and angrily, "You're really an out-and-out beast." Li Yueming suppressed the messy thoughts in his mind. "Thank you for the compliment. At least I'm not worse than a beast." The two of them played around for a while. Sunruo's figure had been very good ever since her breasts developed. Every inch of her skin was as smooth as jade, white and flawless. This made Li Yueming even angrier. She suppressed the urge to confess her true love in broad daylight. Li Yueming was about to bring her to old Lin's repair shop. She put on her clothes and tidied up the room. The two of them walked towards old Lin's cosmetic repair shop hand in hand like an ordinary couple. Many residents in the west of the city had left because of the demolition of their old houses. However, old Lin's repair shop was still open. However, due to the closure of the underground arena, the business of the repair shop was not particularly good. Li Yueming and Sunruo held hands as they came to the costume shop. Old Lin was lying on a chair, listening to music on an old radio. He could hear footsteps. The old man opened his eyes and glanced at Li Yueming, then at Sunruo who was beside Li Yueming. She put on her presbyopic glasses and said, "Oh, you're finally willing to come back." Chapter 248, The Mastermind Reveals, and the Superhuman Association Appears. Li Yueming's arrival. Old Lin didn't show much surprise. He learned about it in the subsequent chat. Sunruo had come to Old Lin's shop a few times in the past 2 months. Therefore, he had no choice. Old Lin had already predicted that Li Yueming would return. Li Yueming didn't understand what logic Old Lin was using. However, this did not affect the accuracy of this guess. After Li Yueming left N City, Old Lin had already guessed that Li Yueming was the famous mecha warrior in the underground arena. Later, when he rummaged through the drawers in his studio, he also found a thick stack of self-created blueprints that Li Yueming had left for him. Old Lin followed Li Yueming's instructions and didn't use it. After all, the entire N City was searched by the Cloud Sky Group at that time. The blueprint in Old Lin's hands contained the prototype of the mecha that Li Yueming had worn. If it was exposed, there would be huge trouble. Therefore, Old Lin hid all the blueprints in the last drawer of the studio. In the following 2 years, because the underground boxing arena had closed, the business of the cosmetic store had plummeted. Old Lin had found another not-so-smart disciple to help him manage the business of the costume shop. And he himself lived a semi-retired life. A few apprentices who were with Li Yueming also resigned later. It was said that they went to the northwest to join the new resistance army. There had been no news of him for many years. I don't know how many teenagers with dreams successfully joined the resistance. Of course, it was more likely that they would die on the way. More than 10 years passed. Old Lin was much older than before, and he looked more like a sloppy old man. His head, which was originally black with white hair, had completely turned white. The skin on his face had also become even more dry due to his old age. The only thing that had not changed was his stingy personality. Li Yueming and Sun Ruo stood in the shop for a long time, but the old man didn't even give them a sip of water. After chatting for a while, Old Lin returned the blueprints left behind by Li Yueming to him. Li Yueming declined. Old Lin glared at the white beard and said, "Why would you leave this to an old man with half a foot in the grave? My new disciple is not very smart. He can't even learn the assembly of the first 2 drawers, let alone the more complicated things on your blueprint. Besides, now that the resistance has occupied the city, the cosmetic industry can be eliminated. Sigh, it's good that he's eliminated. Who knows how many people have been ruined by this thing. Your new technology is more reasonable than using machines to replace the body. If you have the ability in the future, remember to promote it more." He looked at Old Lin, whose face was filled with vicissitudes of life. Li Yueming could feel that there were some deep secrets hidden in the other party. However, Old Lin had never asked him about his secret. Therefore, he didn't want to spoil the mood by asking Old Lin about his secret. He nodded and took the blueprints. In fact, to Li Yueming, these slightly immature blueprints were worthless. However, Old Lin's friendship was a little hot. Therefore, he carefully put away the blueprint. Old Lin lay back on his chair and waved his hand. "You guys go do what you should do. This old man wants to listen to music, so I won't keep you guys for dinner." He looked at the dilapidated repair shop. In a trance, more than 10 years ago, this was still a slightly famous place in the west of the city. When the underground arena opened, countless residents in the west of the city would pay attention. At that time, this place was filled with vitality. But now, all that was left was the empty old city and a song with an old radio. Perhaps after everything was overturned, the resistance would build new residential areas and high-rise buildings here. At that time, people would enjoy the convenience brought by technology and marvel at the beauty of the world. However, there were some memories. But it only existed in the shadows of the past. Li Yueming was silent for a moment. In the end, he turned around and did not look back. He brought Sun Ruo away from this city, the only place he remembered from his limited memories. After returning to the resistance, Li Yueming went straight back to the laboratory. Now, the extraordinary war that he had personally started had already affected the entire world. Even the eastern continent, where Andre Company was located, had begun to burn with war. In the eyes of the outside world, this was a new reshuffle of the world order. However, in Li Yueming's opinion, now, all the corporations that were at war were like leeks in his backyard. In order to make these leeks grow fatter, he needed to water and apply fertilizer regularly. The war between the Andrea Financial Group Alliance and the New Order Financial Group Alliance was in a tug-of-war. Li Yueming once again dropped a heavy bomb. 3.0 Transcendent Gene Serum. Based on the research results of Li Yueming's own gene fragment, it could greatly enhance the control of extraordinary powers of extraordinary people, and the probability of awakening a second talent was higher. Most importantly, Li Yueming increased the sales volume. Therefore, he had no choice. In less than 2 years, the battlefield that had gradually stabilized lost control again. The extraordinaires of the New Order Alliance seemed to have suddenly turned on a cheat, once again crushing the Andrea Financial Group Alliance. He was flustered and exasperated. Andre Group could only reluctantly fork out more money. Chapter 249, The Mastermind Reveals, and the Superhuman Association appears, 2. The balance of power between the two sides was restored. After so much investigation, Andre Company had also locked onto the general area where the supernatural potion was sold. Currently, they were frantically sending scouts and killers to search for him at all costs. Just around the resistance, many unfamiliar faces appeared on the streets and alleys. If not for the fact that the resistance camp was special enough, they had probably been penetrated into a sieve long ago. But even so, It was only a matter of time before the Kandor laboratory was exposed. Regarding this, Li Yueming smiled faintly. She pulled Sun Ruo over and solemnly instructed him on some matters. After confirming that Sun Ruo knew everything, Li Yueming returned to the laboratory. At this moment, tens of thousands of world-class scientists from the entire Kandor Extraordinary Laboratory had gathered together. 99% of the equipment in the laboratory had stopped working. Now, all the scientists stopped what they were doing. All the attention was focused on a glass container behind Li Yueming. Drops of green liquid fell along the glass wall of the container. Tens of thousands of scientists were so nervous that they did not dare to breathe. In the end, the liquid gathered into a thumb-sized tube of green solution in the glassware. A moment later, the entire laboratory was filled with cheers. Looking at the green solution in the glassware, the world's top scientists were all excited. This was the perfect gene serum that they had worked overtime for decades to develop. During this period, Li Yueming managed to earn a lot of wealth by selling the extraordinary potion. However, among all this wealth, more than half of it was used to develop this drug. Countless manpower and resources were spent, and countless rare and precious materials were used. After dozens of failures, finally, under Li Yueming's leadership, they successfully produced it. Such a perfect potion, even if the production process was repeated according to the same method, the scientists would not be able to get the same potion again. Li Yueming passed half of the potion to Sun Ruo. He injected the remaining half of the drug into his body. In the next second, Li Yueming started to feel his entire body heating up. It was as if his entire body was on fire. His blood, bone marrow, and even the genes in his body were all burning. And this pain did not lessen as time passed. On the contrary, it was getting hotter and hotter. In the end, Li Yueming even felt as if he was in a furnace. His entire body was in extreme pain, so much so that even his physical body could not withstand it and began to spasm. He held on to the last bit of clarity in his mind. Li Yueming waved his hand. The scientists, who were already prepared, rushed forward. He placed him into a petri dish made of a huge amount of nutrient solution. Boundless energy surged over. He finally suppressed the bone-corroding pain in Li Yueming's body. But what happened next made all the scientists' eyelids twitch. There seemed to be a pump in the petri dish. Countless concentrated nutrient fluids were disappearing and being swallowed by Li Yueming's black hole-like body. In just a few breaths, billions of nutrient fluids in the petri dish had been burned. However, Li Yueming's body seemed to be still devouring them relentlessly. Fortunately, the Kandor Extraordinary Laboratory was already as rich as a country. Otherwise, with Li Yueming's consumption rate of nutrient solution, he would be throwing in tens of billions of dollars every day. It could probably suck a first-rate financial group dry. Just like that, Li Yueming began his long journey of transformation. For the past 5 years, he spent most of his time in a deep sleep. There were only a few times when he could wake up and listen to some simple reports. After so many years, Li Yueming once again returned to the petri dish to absorb the nutrient solution. However, this time was different from the past. He had long escaped the limitations of a low-level supernatural being. He was preparing for his final battle. In these 10 years, the intensity of the transcendent war began to rise sharply. At the same time, a woman wearing the same Star Moon mask replaced Li Yueming's position and began to take over with the corporations. Following the release of the Transcendent Gene Serum 3.0, the Gene Serum was released. The tycoons who fought to the death suddenly discovered an extremely terrifying thing. That was, the Extraordinaires lost control. This was because the intensity of the war continued to escalate. The corporations were becoming more and more reliant on supernatural beings. Moreover, the amount of extraordinary potions circulating to the outside world was becoming more and more abundant. The supernatural beings who had gradually grown up no longer listened to the corporate world. Instead, they gathered together to overthrow the corporate world's rule and establish an era of supernatural beings. Finally, the third version of the Transcendent Calamity appeared. The out-of-control extraordinaires began to wage war against the. At the same time, Andre Company finally found the mastermind behind the sale of the supernatural potion. It was beyond everyone's expectations. The other party was actually not a financial magnate, but a resistance army that had once had a conflict with the Cloud Sky Group. This news was too unbelievable. This was because in the imagination of all the consortiums, the existence that could develop the extraordinary potion should be a corporation with a deep foundation. That's why all the consortiums, including Andre Corporation, had their eyes on the top biotech companies. Chapter 250, The Mastermind Reveals, and the Superhuman Association appears. However, no one had expected that the person behind the development of the new version of the extraordinary potion and the instigation of such a large-scale war was actually a resistance army that had not even been established for 20 years. After confirming that the news was true, all the consortiums broke out in cold sweat. They finally knew what the problem was. It turned out that the mastermind behind this war was not the other consortiums they had imagined. It was the resistance army that wanted to kill the consortium the most. Instantly, the consortium felt cheated and was furious. The earth-shattering curses and angry rebukes almost resounded throughout the world. The exasperated, helpless, and furious corporations began to gather their troops to wipe out the resistance. But now that the supernatural beings were out of control, many financial groups had been badly battered by the newly established supernatural beings organizations. Although the plan to attack the resistance army was very grand, it was not a big deal. However, if they really fought, they would be weaker. They would not be able to break through the resistance's defense line at all. There were also various killer organizations that wanted to try the decapitation plan. However, the leader of the resistance, Han Longfei, and the deputy leader, Li Yueming, did not give them a chance. He would stay in the depths of the base every day and never come out. Transcendence Calendar Year 365. Extraordinaires began to officially step onto the stage of history. They established an extraordinaire association to fight for the rights of extraordinaires. War was the best ripening agent for extraordinaires. The decades of war had created billions of extraordinaires. Many of them even had two different talents. After they rebelled against the consortium, their power quickly expanded to an unprecedented level. The corporations were almost single-handedly pressed to the ground and hammered. Even Andre Company was almost implicated. In the end, it was the legendary SSS-class ancestor who came forward to stop the group of newly grown superhumans from attacking them. However, the other consortiums were not so lucky. He had suffered a lot in the battles with supernatural beings, and many battles were one-sided. Extraordinaires attacked cities and occupied many cities that originally belonged to corporations, and they began to establish themselves as kings. The world order that was originally dominated by the tycoons was also on the verge of collapse under the impact of the supernatural beings. It was about to become a thing of the past. Of course, the newly grown extraordinaires had yet to solve a problem. That was the source of the extraordinary potion. After all, the probability of supernatural beings awakening on their own was less than 1 in 10,000. He wanted to stand up and become the new master of this world. It was absolutely impossible for extraordinaires to awaken on their own. He had to master the production method of the extraordinary potion or the channels of obtaining it to ensure that it had a steady stream of fresh blood. After a short test, they temporarily gave up on Andre Company. After all, the other party had an SSS-class ancestor guarding them. The superhumans who had grown up in a short period of time did not dare to make a move against him. Then, the only remaining producer of the extraordinary potion would be the rebellion base. Moreover, the resistance base had always been low-key. It had been established for a very short time. It was much easier to control than Andre Company. Therefore, after gaining a firm foothold, the Association of Extraordinaires sent a representative to the rebellion army camp to talk. It was a conversation. However, it was actually a one-sided notice from above. Extraordinaries who thought they had absolute power were extremely arrogant. They didn't even bother to talk to other forces. In their eyes, they were noble Homo evolutus, creatures of a different species from ordinary humans. Therefore, how could they talk to each other as equals? There were also 3 newly grown S-class superhumans in the resistance camp. However, in front of the current Association of Extraordinaires, a few S-class superhumans were nothing to be afraid of. On this day, dozens of S-class extraordinaries appeared at the same time in the current capital of the resistance, Kandur. He looked down at the country below. "I'll give you 2 options," one of the extraordinaires said. "Either you join the Association of Extraordinaires, or you hand over the production method of the extraordinaire potion." Below. Hearing the threat, Sun Ruo looked at the group of rude and arrogant uninvited guests and said coldly, "What if we don't choose either path?" The few S-class extraordinaires in the sky raised their eyebrows as if they had just heard the funniest joke. "Then just wait to be trampled by our association of extraordinaires." Another person said bluntly, "If it weren't for the fact that you're still keeping a low profile, we would have long uprooted you like those damn financial magnates and come to find the formula of the extraordinary potion ourselves." He could feel the killing intent from the other party. Sun Ruo was so angry that she almost laughed. She said fearlessly, "I'd like to see how you're going to flatten our base." In the sky, the leader of the S-class superhumans waved his hand. Looking at Sun Ruo on the ground, he smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to answer. The association of extraordinaires is not unreasonable. Let's make this clear in advance. We can give you 3 months to consider. After 3 months, you can give us an answer after you have really thought it through." As he spoke, the leader led a group of extraordinaires and was about to turn around and leave. Finally, he smiled and said, "However, it's actually all thanks to you that we supernatural beings can have today. Ha ha ha." These supernatural beings came suddenly and left quickly. He had been looking down from the sky the entire time and had not even stayed on the ground for a second. His arrogant attitude was evident. Sun Ruo was so angry that her face turned red. She puffed up her cheeks and shouted, "Forget about 3 months. Even if you were given 3 years, don't dream about it. Who gave you the courage?" The resistance base was no longer the same as before. After so many years of development, the number and scale of supernatural beings had long exceeded 1,000,000. Although it could not be compared to the association of extraordinaires, which had hundreds of millions of extraordinaires. However, it was not that easy to control. The most important thing was that Li Yueming was still in the resistance camp. If they had the guts, they could try.